Oof. Wait. And not open that Not Just Bags video? Am I racist? Okay, I have to take a look at those.
Let them expose themselves. Let them do the work. I don't have to explain to the audience or explain to the person why they're wrong. Let them expose that. And then we're going to put it on display. Probably a lot of them are sitting kind of nervous right now and thinking about embarrassing things they said and thinking like, God, I hope that didn't make it into the film. I can tell them right now it did. and to Robin DiAngelo in particular.
We're still talking about Robin DiAngelo? What year is this? Is she even still alive? Robin DiAngelo? Oh. Exposed 2 days ago for what? Can't confront their innate racism. I don't know this. News outlet. Angela's a plagiarist in the superb American Spectator article. Wood takes D'Angelo down. Oh, I don't give a shit about that. I mean, yeah, Robin DiAngelo's an idiot. What is he on about with this?
There's one moment that she's thinking, oh my gosh, I hope that's not in there. Oh, it is, Robin. Oh, it is.
What?
On today's episode of the Sunday Special, I sit down with the man, the myth, the fearless.
He's so rapist coded. I have no reason to believe that he is done as such, but he just... It's so rapist coded.
Fearless leader of the Sweet Baby Gang. Daily Wire's
Sweet baby, what the fuck?
very own Matt Walsh. Matt's latest exercise in trolling the libs. Am I racist?
Trolling the libs? What's the troll?
Premieres in theaters September 13th. He's here to talk about the making of the documentary and the rotten ideas it exposes. You know Matt best from The Matt Walsh Show, where his political commentary and cultural critiques highlight our nation's most alarming trends. Walsh is also the best-selling author of the children's book Johnny the Walrus.
God, I hope whoever did the art for this got paid well. Good morning, Angel. Or, I mean, afternoon for me. I don't know where you are at. Okay, I just realized this was supposed to be a walrus upside down. I thought it was like some, like, goblin person. I'm seeing like a nose here, ears, like a head, the other ear, and then lower tusks, and then a chin. God, I cannot tell you how horrible the art is in this book.
Which playfully points to the absurdity of transgender identity.
It's like, hey, please do this art for me in about 15 seconds. Person I just met on this bus bench.
Ideology. In 2022, Walsh's first documentary film, What is a...
Wait, so was this a troll too? Is it satire of what? The idea that Matt Walsh is the king of satire and disguise is the title of the joke? Because we're kind of at so many levels of irony that it's meaningless. If it is, like, it's like poorly thought out irony.
Woman went viral around the globe for his clever expose of the gender medicine grift. Walsh's knack for revealing lies with satire.
Gender and medicine group.
been captured once again in Am I Racist?, where the toxicity of racial equity is on full display. In the film, Matt infiltrates a white privilege grief workshop. He disguises himself as a DEI consultant to the queen of the anti-racists, Robin DiAngelo. All the while, he threads the needle for us as viewers on the profound
Okay, so my guess is Robin DiAngelo was just paid to be in this, and it wasn't actually like a thing, because she's not like a principled person by any means.
Americanism that undergirds all of it. Today, Matt and I discuss the making of the film, his observations on the interviewees, and the most sinister aspects of wokeness. All of us here at—
Oh my god, I'm so bored of these talking points. They really got to move on. When did this whole like wokeness thing start? Like, obviously the term woke was used like unironically for kind of a very long time, but first on like Black Twitter or whatever. And then like the right-leaning people using the term woke as like a bad thing has been like 10 years. I guess it was like around the Trump presidency, right? So it's close to 10 years. I guess 8. Jesus Christ. Robin DiAngelo, she's like famous for writing a book called White Fragility. It's like, you know, when there was like that big controversy about like the companies having to do this like DEI training, but like in a really cringe way, where it was like white people like would only have to do it or whatever. She was like the arbiter of that, where it's just like a weird fake progressive grift. Or sorry, I did the air quotes at the wrong time. This fake progressive grift where she's just like a huckster, basically. She's known for her work pertaining to white fragility, an expression she coined in 2011 and explored further in 2018 book called White Fragility, Why It's So Hard for White People to Talk About Racism. She'd be like a consultant for companies to be like, no, we're not racist. Basically, she just like kind of sucks because she's like a very big like lib, I guess, but like in like the bad way. She was like an arbiter of like white people should feel bad about being white, which is stupid. And obviously that she might have like an academic reason behind it, but what she basically has done since then, and when we're talking about practice, is just like had some like really cringe shit where it just is like not playing to the audience at all, where it's just she's like what every right-leaning person assumes every left-leaning person is. Like, you should feel bad about being white, you should feel guilty, and like us on the left are like, what? Nobody said that. It should be part of any discussion. It's unhelpful at best and distracting. I agree. I think that if you're having a conversation about it, sure, and it's not like you can never have a conversation, but like I don't think that should ever be like the main point, because yeah, you're right, it is unhelpful and distracting at best. Stupid, ineffective, and it just creates more like racial divide. It's like talking about you know, the issues with like toxic masculinity and just saying all men are bad. You know, like that's not important to the conversation, or that's not helpful. You know, you're not gonna get to anyone with that. What's up, Omnis? Like my setup, I do love America and Pikachu. Thank you. Also, the idea that he's the king. I already said this, but it's still funny. Matt Walsh, the king of satire and disguise.
Daily Wire cannot wait for the rest of the nation to see the film and grab
a comedy to DEI. Wait, is it a documentary or a comedy? or like a comedic documentary. Like, oh, he wants to be Borat. The thing is, he's not funny though. What is with everyone on the right just love wearing wigs? Am I pro Ben or not? No, absolutely not. I just like to know what they're up to, so I follow them. Yeah, is it a mockumentary? They called it a documentary earlier, so that's confusing. Also, what's up with the random... I guess they also do that with What is a Woman? I don't... You know that if you want to do Daily Wire Plus, you have to pay like $500 or something? Because you can't get it for like a month. You have to pay for like an entire year. And it's like insanely expensive. Hold on, let me look that up. I remember looking it up and being surprised, but now saying it, I feel like I am misremembering. What the fuck? Wait, did I just type in Daily Mail? Am I having a stroke? Hold on, I don't know why it would like autofill any information, but like, if I were to buy it, I noticed PragerU was on this as an option. I guess it's not surprising, but I didn't know. Oh my god, they have a anti-Tim Walz thing? The Fall of Minneapolis. That's cute. The thing is, you know that must be dog shit because they must... They had to have, like, rushed it, right? Shop. Wait, how do I get Daily Wire Plus? I don't even know how to sign up for this shit. Watch now. Okay. Latest episode. Join to watch. Oh, they changed it. Well, shit, I guess I was wrong because they changed it. Now they have a thing where you can pay for a monthly subscription. They didn't used to have this. Oh, wait, no, it says billed annually. Oh, but this is just because that's the cheap... Okay, never mind. They didn't used to have this. That's funny. I guess they didn't have enough, interest. Am I pro-Trump? Absolutely not.
Grapple with the reality of the grift of the DEI industry.
What is the grift? What's the grift? Can you give me at least a mission statement? Like, usually on the back of the book, they at least give you, like, the general plot line here. The grift?
Miss this inside look at Am I Racist, out in theaters September 13th.
He just looks like Matt Walsh in a wig. They couldn't have gotten, like... You know, they make wigs out of, like, real hair. I don't know why they kind of got this, like, shitty one. Or they could have gotten it in, like, a darker shade to fit his beard hair. Also, he's dressed up in the same getup where he was a gay guy in that stupid Daily Wire movie about the basketball players. What the fuck was that called? Lady Ballers, I think? He played a character there that was like it's like this is exact... He just looks like more of a rapist.
Welcome back to another episode of the Sunday Special.
Hey, well, that's basically what Candace Owens did to Tyrannax after she left, is like become a raging anti-Semite Nazi. I thought usually your facial hair was lighter. It just doesn't seem like the right shade. Not necessarily even that it's like particularly dark. I don't know, I know a guy who has long man bun. He's like he's like 6'5" and he's like super jacked. And his facial hair looks exactly like his hair. Like this, again, I think the biggest problem is that this doesn't look like real hair. This looks like a wig. Grindingly unfunny. Yeah, I saw bits of it. Doesn't surprise me that the Daily Wire is completely comprised of basically people who couldn't make it in Hollywood. Because a lot of like humor and appealing to people with humor is to understand experiences, and they don't have the mental faculties to do that. He looks like a male feminist. So yes, a rapist. I used to mean like the cliche, the male feminist. Wake wasn't as jacked, he'd look like a male feminist. Well, he'd still be mega tall, so you can't take that away from him. A bare teeth transphobia is insanely bad and actually really dull. Yeah, no, I mean, like a comedy that's not funny is not gonna be entertaining. Because, like, comedies, generally speaking, are not story-based. It's about the goofs.
For the rest of the nation to see the film and grapple with the reality of the grift of the DEI industry. Don't miss this
Alex.
inside look at Am I Racist? Out in theaters
I
September
want to
13th.
see it.
Welcome back.
Yeah, see, he looks like... Like, why didn't they get one that is... Like, this man has hair. Just get the wig that has the same color hair and get... You can buy a wig that is made of real hair. I have one. It was like $300. I don't know why... Or $200. I don't know why I bought it. I did when I was like 18 because, like, I don't know. I wanted to be blonde. Makes me look like Melania Trump.
To another episode of the Sun.
I don't wear a wig, but I have one. You want to see it? I don't have a brush, though, so it's going to look like shit. I like literally don't know where all my brushes are. But this is my Melania Trump wig. It's real hair, and it was like $200. I don't have a brush, so I'm using a hair clip. My hair. I found a comb. Look like an 80s rocker. Can't even tell what I'm doing. Guys ever wonder what I look like blonde, I guess. The lion. I don't really care that much. But anyways, I feel like this looks way more natural than his fucking wig does because it looks and is real hair. I can actually like straighten this thing if I wanted to and curl it. I'm not a blonde. I haven't become a conservative yet. I'm not pro-Trump yet. Get a... Let the... Imagine Ninja with a... Oh, no, that's low tapered fade.
Sunday special.
No, I'm a proud black-haired person.
Matt Walsh, the star of Am I Racist? Thanks so much for stopping by.
Great to be here again.
As always, it's amazing to see you. So let's talk about...
You know, I did this show like 7 years ago, right?
Really? It's been that long?
Yeah. You remember that?
Not at all. I feel like I've seen you
Very
since.
serious.
Yeah,
But, wow. Wow.
It was actually the first interview I ever did in my life.
Really?
Yeah, it was terrible. I was really bad.
Wow. Well, you've certainly improved in some.
Okay. See, Ben Shapiro is a complete piece of shit. I think he's a horrible person, but like he's somehow like I can't even put my finger on it, like marginally like likable. And I don't even know what it is. Where Matt Walsh is just I don't even want to be in the same room as the guy. Like he's just like I guess cuz Ben Shapiro doesn't come off like creepy. He's just like an asshole, but like I don't know, like kind of like how your grandma might have like really bad view. I guess that's too nice. He doesn't come off to me like a rapist, where Matt Walsh does. He's he's a horrible person, but he's more of a. He seems like he probably actually like cares about his family, where Matt Walsh seems to me that he doesn't. On like a human level, I feel like Ben Shapiro is way more likable. He's also like obsessed with talking about like 16-year-olds getting pregnant. Matt Walsh, not Ben Shapiro, which is fucking weird as fuck. Like again, just
How many of your qualities? Although the
rapist
beard
vibes.
is. Did you have a beard at the time?
It was more like your sad excuse for a beer.
Also, what the fuck? You're gonna have these blues this different?
Right. That's.
I've learned to hide my face since then.
Yeah.
It's the key to my success.
Actually, in this movie, it sort of is the key to your success, as it turns out. So let's talk about the origins of Am I Racist? So you make What is a Woman, the best documentary of the last 10 years with director Justin Folk. And then we're trying to figure out here at Daily Wire what you do next, and you come up with this. So where did this come from?
Well, we knew we wanted to
Leftist tears, Jesus Christ. Why is it like the League of Legends font? Or the Lucas Arts font? Or the Mandalorian font? The fuck?
explore. The first question is like, what issue do you want to get into next? And it was pretty obvious we wanted to get into race and the anti-racism grift.
I wanted to
and
get into
DEI and all
race.
that stuff. And then the next question is like, well, how do you approach it? And of course, with What is a Woman, the whole kind of premise of the film is just me going around and asking very, very simple questions, remaining like a blank slate, not really skeptical, but also not believing anybody the whole time.
To be fair, there is an aspect of DEI that was a grift, aka Robin DiAngelo's like white fragility bullshit. However, DEI is a concept and is not bad. Obviously, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, which, you know, isn't bad. And most companies do. Like, we had DEI at our company, and it was just like, I don't know, you just have like a person talk about like celebrating, Black History Month or something. It would be like a weird thing to get mad about because it wasn't really like anything crazy. It was just kind of like an opportunity to have more of a community. Sorry. Wait, is that what he said? That it's called culture? What?
I think we knew with this issue that strategy probably doesn't work as well. And
Wait, what?
kind of
God, I don't like looking at
premise of the film is just me going around and asking very, very simple questions, remaining like a blank slate, not really skeptical, but also not believing anybody the whole time. I think we
What?
knew with this issue that strategy probably doesn't work as well. And we don't want to just do the same thing over again. So our idea with this was like, well, what if we start in the same place? I start by just asking questions, but rather than remaining a blank slate,
nice code.
if I just take everything I'm told and believe it uncritically and then try to put it into practice, and like, where will that take us? And so it was really, it made it fun, but also challenging because when we started making the film, we honestly didn't know.
See, in concept, that sounds funny, but I don't believe, like, that's like something that like Sacha Baron Cohen could do. But like, I think that Mashwell's bigotry like would stop him from ever actually being able to follow that through, because like, if you actually do that, you can't have yourself, your beliefs into it. But Mamos is the type of person who I don't think could resist doing that, because everything else I've seen, he's not. It's like trying to be an actor, but also like having too much of an ego that you don't want to ever look bad. Like trying to be like, I don't know, like a villain, but like you don't want to look bad, so like you can't ever be too much of a villain. Like it just kind of, you'd have to, that's like a high concept in a way where you have to like really commit to that, and there's no way he could do that. Ideas in the
Where it would
abstract,
go,
yeah.
or what the film would be in its final at the end. But
I mean, it's a pretty audacious move. I mean, as a terrible actor myself, who's now been in multiple films being a terrible actor. I mean, do you have any acting background? Because you actually have to do some acting in this film, because obviously you're not somebody who tends to believe things easily. I think that's fair to say. You're not somebody who would uncritically accept the kind of stupidities of DEI. But in the film,
God, so annoying.
you kind of gradually are eaten by the machine that is DEI.
Sorry, I'm gonna do my civic duty.
So you had to do something different. Do you have any acting background? How was that for you?
I do. I've actually have an extensive acting background. I was in a critically acclaimed performance in a film called Lady Ballers.
That's true.
Oh my God.
And that's
I assumed he was terrible in that, because I don't think I've ever heard his voice go, like, he's kind of amazingly good at just sounding the exact same, like with no actual tone indicators within his speech. Like he doesn't have any, not indicators, sorry, indications. He doesn't do anything with his speech with tone. And trust me, I would know.
pretty much it. That's the only. What I found is there's a little bit of acting in this film.
Like if I was like editing his audio track, it would just all be like straight. Like there wouldn't be any of like this.
There is. And my process for acting is what I did was I thought I pretended. That's the whole.
Whoa!
I figured out that's what acting
Wow.
is. Just pretend.
That's incredible.
That's my whole process.
Wow. Like from beginning to end, A to Z. So you just pretend.
Just pretend.
They couldn't have gotten a better green screen background than this. There's like no shadows. This doesn't make any sense. Look, I feel like I'm looking at like a clip art.
Whole process.
Wow. Like from beginning to
He was upstaged by Brett Cooper doing the same bit in the film. Oh no, my favorite Michael Knowles. You're telling Michael Knowles is a bad actor when he has such a banger like. Well, I typed that so horribly, but luckily it's still here.
No, I don't care. Hey, I got Penny.
You're telling me
You afraid to go inside?
It's not that.
I can leave.
this isn't a good performance?
That was. Wow. Thanks. Have you not done it with men?
Mind if we don't get into that?
Oh yeah, sure. That's not a lot, is it?
I think his Michael Knowles' current career is literally just trying to get away from this. That's my favorite Michael Knowles performance.
end, A to Z. So you just pretend.
Just pretend.
That's amazing.
That's the whole thing with acting. It's actually kind of easy.
Okay.
Like I think anyone can be a passable actor. It probably takes talent to be a really, really good one. You know.
Probably.
So-
Oh, he's doing satire in disguise. More like satire in disguise, am I right? As in, it's not. It's just pretending to be.
Oh, is that like since childhood you've been able to pretend just in that way?
Well, yeah, every child can. So I think every adult has it in them to be a good actor because.
See, I like the deadpan humor, but he's not good at it. Because you have to have like a joke besides just like talk about like good satire is fucking Borat. Borat's like amazing satire. But Sacha Baron Cohen is also like an incredibly smart person and an incredibly talented person who's been doing characters for like ever. And is like a comedy writer. When what did he like used to tase his, because Matt Walsh comes from having a radio show, right? And like one of like the big funnies was tasing his employees. He's like got like Jackass humor, and that's the end of it. Like even Jackass had some clever bits here and there, but obviously the humor itself a lot of times is just like doing some crazy shit or like people getting hurt or whatever. It's like if it was just at that level, but it didn't even go as like as funny as Jackass could do because they were like creative and stuff. He needs some yeah, exactly. Yeah, he is. I don't know how this man. I imagine like having sex with this man and he's just like the same dour face like the whole time. I just imagine that's how it would go. Not that I think about it often, of course. That'd be weird. I just say I can't understand being in a relationship with a person like this. Like, what's to like here? I don't see any redeeming qualities. Is my point.
As a kid, it comes naturally to you.
And it's true. You're so filled with joy, like childlike wonder, that
Exactly.
you know, you
Just
just bring
sounds
that back
bad.
to the
Yeah,
fore.
sounds like
you're
a-
just- it spills out of you like baubles from a fountain of jewels. It's pretty incredible. In any case, to get back, I want to start this interview by playing a clip from the film
Ooh, you get to see
Am
a
I
clip from
Racist?
that
Which,
film.
by the way, everybody should obviously go check out amiracist.com and pre-buy your tickets if you've not already, which you should have. But this is a clip from...
Wait, are they showing this in theaters? Wait. Am I Racist? Theatrical release. Oh, it is. On Fandango. Wait, it's gonna try and geolocate me. Oh my god, they're actually showing it in theaters, like near me. Holy shit. It's an hour and 41 minutes? It's crazy. It's in like 3 theaters near me. That's insane. Right, because it's Texas? They probably have it state-based. Like, I doubt they're showing it in like California. My guess would be that is also a possibility where it's just like big cities, but I think it's big cities in like red states.
Near the beginning of the film, why don't you tee up the clip that we're...
Well, let's see. Am I Racist? Theatric. I'm really glad that I did put it off screen because it did show where I live. Release, I don't know, California? Hold on. By city, okay. I'll just do my parents. What? I don't know how to search on Fandango. I could search by city, but it's not searching this movie by city. That's not what I want. Let's say San Francisco or LA. They are showing it in LA. Only in 2 theaters though. Oh wait, no, I just didn't scroll down. It's kind of surprising. Well, you want to go you're in Southgate or Glendale or Burbank. To be fair, Burbank is kind of conservative in LA. LA proper. Well, shit. That's gonna be a very large waste of money. I assumed it was gonna be like a sound of. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I realized Michael Knowles. I seems like a big like yeah, waste of money for them to do, because who the fuck's gonna go watch that? That's big yikes.
We're about to play. This is sort of the very beginning of the film.
Yeah, this is very early on, and we discovered that there are these
I don't
workshops.
think so.
I guess we asked ourselves, like, if I want to start this journey, where should I begin? Fortunately, there are
I think that they're gonna do the Sound of Freedom thing, where it's just gonna get like outrage money. Like where, like in the Sound of Freedom, people were like buying tickets just to, I don't know, shit on the libs or whatever.
Of DEI certified experts out there offering their services for a fee, sometimes a quite handsome fee. And they have all kinds of workshops. And so we looked into these workshops, and one that we found was a workshop.
This must have a lot of dislikes, because this has a lot of views and not a lot of likes. Usually it's like if it has like, I don't know, 10 or 100,000 views, usually have like 10K-ish likes.
For your white grief, to work through, if you as a white person feel grief and guilt over your privilege, which I of course do. I have a lot of grief all the time, a lot of guilt.
Yeah, I wish I had more. Is that the joke he's gonna make?
I'm Catholic. I carry around a lot of guilt because as Catholics we have a lot of Catholic guilt.
Oh God.
So I figured this is a good place to start to kind of unpack.
See, what would be funny there was him to say, yeah, I mean, it would still be stupid, but it would be funnier to be like, I do feel guilty about being white. I really wish that we had more power. I think that we need to up our white power. But again, he couldn't pull that off.
As they would say, a lot of that. And go into this workshop. We all sit around.
Is the camera slowly falling down? Or has it been like this the whole time? No, wait, it is falling down. Look at the scene earlier. Oh, I haven't scrolled down. Never mind. That was a me problem, idiot.
I guess we asked ourselves, like, if I want to start this journey, where should I begin? Fortunately, there are a lot of DEI certified experts out there offering their services for a fee, sometimes a quite handsome fee.
Yeah.
And they have all kinds of workshops. And so we looked into these workshops, and one that we found was a workshop for your white grief, to work through.
I don't really know if that's a really common thing. I mean, yeah, we know Robin DiAngelo is a grifter like that. Like, you picked the grifter person to go, which, it's not like the left likes Robin DiAngelo.
If you as a white person feel grief and guilt over your privilege, which I of course do, I have a lot of grief.
Oh,
Around, as you'll see, looks like an AA meeting basically. A bunch of white people. There's a black woman who's the leader of the group instructing us. We were told when we first started, one of the rules is that.
See, they're making fun of the really stupid West Coast elite, type libs, finger quotes. And that is funny to do, but I know this motherfucker can't do it right. Like, if he got an actual actor to do this, it might actually be interesting. But the fact that it's Matt Walsh, this void of charisma, it's in no way going to be likable unless you already agree with his positions, Or he's not even probably likable with that. Does anyone even like Matt Walsh?
If you're a white person in the group and you start to get emotional and cry, you can't cry in the group because white tears are manipulative. So there's a cry room that you can go to.
Even to the other white people?
Yes.
Wow.
They don't want to see your white tears. No white tears. We got into it, and I discovered as we were sitting in the group and talking about it and going around in circles and answering questions, I started to get pretty emotional. It was
Really? Is this what? Oh my God.
it was much.
See, the concept is pretty funny, but again, and that's not something that he made up. That's just something that is funny. And I'm sure he's gonna somehow fuck that up to make it not funny. Because he can't let it just be funny. He has to like add some like weird politics to it, I assume. So my guess is he just like fucked that up because the concept of that is very
heavier
funny.
than I thought it was going to be, I guess. And so I had to leave to go to the cry room at one point. And while I was in the cry room, unfortunately, a couple of the people in the group realized who I was. They put two and two together. They talked to the other people in the group.
Oh, well, maybe you could have done a little bit more work. Like, honestly, if he shaved his beard, I bet nobody would recognize him. Like, have you seen, like, old pictures of Matt Walsh? He looks more like a rapist when we love that for him. But if he was just absolutely, like, clean-shaven, go bald or something. Bald, clean-shaven, nobody different, or put contacts in. Nobody would recognize him. I don't know why he just put on a wig, because he didn't want to commit to the bit. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'd recognize Matt Walsh at all clean shaven with no glasses on. I'm trying to, like, imagine it. I'm trying to, like, Photoshop the glasses out. And I feel like it's just a completely different person.
Told him who I really was. And this clip picks up with me
You know what he should have done? Okay, shaved the beard, shaved the hair, had an earring, and had contacts in. He'd look like the face off guy, I feel like.
emerging from the cry room, drying my eyes off, and then this is what happens.
The white participants in the group feel that there's something in themselves that they have to overcome, when all that's being requested of you is that you be. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
Oh, no problem. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind me of your name again.
Steven.
Steven? Yeah?
Did he forgot his fake name? Is that what just happened there? What? Or oh, sorry. I guess that was satire.
How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
Oh, no problem. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind me of your name again.
Steven.
Steven? Yeah? Okay. Did you want to come up?
Come up?
Yeah. Do you want to come up and share anything?
Sure. What do you want me to share?
Whatever's on your mind.
Wait, how did they make this seem like it was real when clearly there's two cameras?
Know that like my physical safety and yours and everybody else's here is okay?
Why would your physical safety not be okay? Did I miss something?
I don't feel comfortable.
What? Can you guys catch me up to speed on what's going on here?
You don't need to be caught up. We're going to be silent.
Is it because I said I had 17 black friends? It might have been 15. It depends on how you count them.
I would really.
Again, that line could have been funny, but the thing is, he's not good. He's not good at this. He's not likable. He comes off like he's already making fun of them. The humor would be by, like, acting genuine, right? That would be what would be funny. That's how you do these type of satires, like Borat or whatever. Like when he's like when Sacha Baron Cohen is like the. Remember when he's talking to that like old racist guy and like they're like talking about like he tries to like kiss him or whatever because like, you know, maybe I guess within the whole thing it's supposed to be like a to see what they would do, but the person would assume that it's like a cultural thing, and he's like no, and he's like oh, why not? No, the whole why not line, and he's just like, well, because the guys who do that are they're like, oh, they're like, you know, and then the guys, wait, can I look up that scene? Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get Mega God for that one. hang them scene. Oh, somebody's talking to that one guy at the rodeo. Rodeo racist. Oh, this one. What the fuck? Oh, somebody's G4 experience.
Of course, every picture that we get back from the terrorists or anything else, the Muslims, they look like you. Black hair and black mustache.
Yes.
Shave that dadgum mustache off so you're not so conspicuous. So you look like maybe an Italian.
Maybe an Italian.
Something.
Yes.
As far as when people looking at
See, look, he looks genuine. He doesn't look like he's trying to make fun of them, where Matt Walsh already looks like he's like doing like a... He doesn't look engaged. He looks incredibly engaged. This is what you would need to do to pull off what he's doing.
at you. I see a lot of people, and I think there's a dadgum Muslim. I wonder what kind of bomb he's got strapped to him.
Yes.
And you probably aren't a Muslim. Maybe that's not your
religion.
religion.
No, I am a Kazakh. I follow the hawk.
But you look like it.
See, like what he said. Oh no, I'm Muslim. I follow the hawk. Or Kazakh. I follow the hawk. Like if you just like that doesn't work with the deadpan, you know.
This thing gets over with, and when we win it and kick the butts over there,
yes,
and all of them son of a bucks hanging from the gallows,
yes,
by that time you will have proven yourself, and they'll understand you'll be accepted. Take care.
Thank you.
I ain't gonna kiss you.
No, why not?
The people that do the kissing over here are the ones that float around like that.
Are they all a little
Yeah, stay away from them that kiss.
Okay.
You don't want anybody kissing.
In my country, they take them to jail and finish
Take them out and hang them.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to get done here.
High five.
Thank you.
See, again, you gotta commit. You gotta commit to the bit there where, again, he's disengaged. He's not part of their experience. He's just like, he's not in the circle. He's outside of the circle and pointing and laughing, which makes it so it's not funny because you have to be in the circle to make this type of satire funny. I don't think anyone's like really buying what he's doing.
It depends on how you count them.
I would really
like it's not fun because like no, like everyone here is not like they're not doing like a thing where they believe it. I think they're all just thinking this guy is a grifter. Like I feel like I'm getting trolled right now. You have to get them to believe you to make this work.
appreciate it if you left so that the people who actually want to be here and deserve to be here can get what they need.
I do want to be
Can
here.
you please leave?
I would like it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Come with me.
Well,
Thank you.
I didn't consent to be touched.
I'm not offering to touch you. I'm offering to walk you out. Will you walk with me and I'll answer your questions?
Okay.
I like this guy. See, this guy, like if Matt Walsh was acting like this guy, like, and he was like being sarcastic or whatever, that'd be funny. But the big problem with Matt Walsh is he's also has too much of an ego, so that's why he'll never be a good actor, right? Because he's too busy about not wanting to be seen as something he's not, that he, you know, obviously you can't be a good actor doing that.
I'll admit it. My name's not Steven. Maybe you already knew that. My name is Matt Walsh.
We know.
I was here on this journey that I'm just starting, but I see that I'm not wanted.
If you were on your journey, then you would have told us who you were and your real name, but you didn't.
Are you saying I
Please
needed a
leave.
better disguise? Is that what you?
I don't know.
So they're kind of trolling him, which, again, makes me like these people more, which I think is not what his intention is, obviously.
Maybe, but you can figure that out as you walk out the door.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you so much. I really had a transformative experience myself, and my pronouns are he, him.
Well, my guess also is they didn't make the camera crew leave, so I don't even know how much that was scripted. all of that, I think is oddly ineffective because obviously the point of the movie is to be bigoted, right?
I did everything I could to fit in. I opened up. I was raw and emotional. I told
They did actually call the police?
them about my black friends. It was no use. They rejected me, and they called the police. My mere presence in the room caused them pain. I'll never
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't want to be in a room with Matt Walsh.
be accepted if I look like this. If they know that I'm Matt Walsh, I'll always be an outsider. I need to go deeper undercover.
Again, these DEI things are like really stupid a lot of the times. Like sometimes it's well-meaning people, but a lot of times they are just grift circles, so to say. So my guess is the way it's filmed that he did pay them to have them do whatever. And again, I just don't think it's particularly effective. Like again, there's 2 cameras. Like Borat's like believable because again, it looks, well, it's old, but it's still like it looks like shit even for like an older movie. I remember seeing it at the time, and granted, I did illegally download it on LimeWire. I say jokingly, of course, that's satire. But like I remember it looked like shit there, and then I saw it later on like I don't know, like a streaming service, and it still looked like shit, and I was like, oh well, it always looked like shit. Because it literally was like a 1 camera operation, you know what I mean? And that doesn't play with this because they had 2 cameras, and it's like this scene is the same quality as the interview scene. Like if you even watch like the most recent Borat film, most of it does look like shit because it's just like 1 camera setup, you know what I mean?
Ladies and gentlemen of Salem, Virginia, would you please?
Oh shit. I just wanted to watch this instead. Of a fucking Matt Walsh. Also, Sacha Baron Cohen looks so different in Borat than he looks normally. Like he actually committed to looking different, where Matt Walsh just looks like Matt Walsh.
A whole new identity. If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one. Like someone who is progressive, tolerant, enlightened.
So he's just gonna wear a wig? Oh, so that's what the transformation is.
Let me think. Have I ever met anyone like...
God, he makes me so uncomfortable. You know what's weird is he's not necessarily like a bad-looking guy, but like it's Matt Walsh, and there's just something about his vibe that is like really, really gross and like creepy.
That. Ah, yes. Yes, I have.
Like, I don't like this.
What is a woman?
Like, if somebody looked like that and was like nice and shit, and like not a piece of shit, like he had to go out of his way to be so like unlikable.
Why do you ask the question?
Wait, so he's just trying to look like that guy? Is that what the implication is? Because he doesn't look at all like what the disguise is. Is it just because this guy's gay? Well, he didn't have a man bun. He just looks like Matt Walsh. In like a shitty wig. Is he wearing the same outfit? Oh, because of the... What is this, tweed? Wait, so he didn't even get the general concept of his... There must be some like hole in the brains of these people who like they don't get they just don't like get it. I know that's not very so like the thing is he's just dressed in this it's not like you have the same vibe as this guy, because this guy looks like trustworthy and like, to me at least, he looks like this guy gives me good vibes. And it's not because of what he's wearing, it's just his demeanor and like his confidence? Like, if you really wanted to commit to the bit, shave your fucking beard, my guy. I didn't even realize he was supposed to be dressed like him until I went back. He doesn't have a man bun. What's that all about? It looks like he's got a haircut that just kind of like, he's got like one of those like mullet things. If he does have a man bun, then it's clearly not styled the way that he has it.
Why?
Is that a man bun? Whatever. His hair obviously hits different.
That's the question.
This kind of just seems like unnecessarily bullying this guy. If, like, that's what your look is? Because you don't look like the guy at all. You just look like, again, Matt Walsh in a wig. Shave the beard. Honestly, Matt Walsh has great lips. He's kind of fucking with my phrenology thing about conservatives not having lips. But I guess he covers them with the beard, so we'll just say that it's a wash on that one.
Am I Racist? Rated PG-13. Buy tickets now.
I think it looks stupid.
So,
like, it looks funny as in, like, he looks comically bad. Like, if the joke was that his disguise is so lazy, like, there's like a bit, fuck, I can't remember what the show is, but where like they do this whole like behind the scenes thing of like how he gets like dressed up, and they like have this whole drawn out thing how they're doing prosthetics or whatever, and then when they do the reveal, he just looks like shit. See, like, that would be a funny bit if like they acted like he had to do all of this work, and like he did like but again, you gotta take it like seriously, right? Like, where like you're just like talking about like the behind the scenes of like we have all this prosthetics, and then like when you cut to what it looks like now, it just looks like him in a wig. That would be funny. But again, conservative and clever have never really been in the same sentence, I think.
That's the origin. That's the like the superhero origin story.
yeah.
That's where the costume comes from. Yeah.
And it is amazing. I mean, you were able to get into extraordinary spaces by wearing a man bun and some very thin framed glasses.
What do you think that the I in DEI stands for, my guy? Inclusion means you're dumbass, okay?
Yeah, you wouldn't think it'd be enough, but
why would I not be enough?
It's sort of similar to what we experienced with What is a Woman when we were able to talk to people that we didn't think.
I guess it is similar to the trans argument where it's like, oh, what about this trans ideology? What about a man dressing up and going into a woman's bathroom or whatever? It's like, well, that's just a weird thing that you're doing. That has nothing to do with the inclusion aspect of that. Like being like, okay, trans women can go into a women's bathroom. Like, honestly, I don't really even give a shit if a dude goes into a woman's bathroom, unless they're being the problem is that it would be being weird. If you're being weird, that's the problem. It's not that you got a dick or whatever. It's about you're being fucking weird. You go to a bathroom to like take a shit and take a piss or whatever. Like you, or like, I don't know, fix your makeup or whatever, you know, change diaper, whatever you are doing, normal bathroom stuff. So if you're going into a bathroom to not do those things, that would be weird. Like, I've gone into the men's bathroom before multiple times, like, you know, just not multiple times, like, in the same bathroom. But like, if there's a giant fucking line on the women's bathroom and there's like no people in the men's, I just need to pee for a second and then leave. What am I trying to do? Look at dicks? No, I'm not being weird by going into the bathroom. I just need to pee and then I want to leave. Is it Tim Walsh? Who's Tim Walsh? Ben! Sorry, there's people over. Ben, cut it out! Stop!
You get the same question with what is a woman? How did you get those people to talk to you? And the answer is it's kind of the same in both cases. That
I know, I don't like Matt Walsh either.
a lot of these people live in a bubble where they can't even imagine that anybody would ever try to challenge them or embarrass them or expose them in any way.
Yeah, famously, I'm sure that's what they think.
Because they've never been.
Oh my god. How are you making this room sound so echoey? That's kind of impressive. Alright, go! Go leave the room then. Going elsewhere. Go! Ben, go! Jesus Christ.
Been around that ever. They've never been around anyone who would actually do anything but fall to their knees in admiration of them. And so I think we were able to
Did you mean Tim Walls?
kind of take advantage of that sort of arrogance of these people.
I mean, what's amazing about this sort of film is that, as you say, because they think that you're one of them, they say things, a lot of these people, that they would never say in a public setting.
Okay, so this is so telling on what they were going for. They were going for Borat because that's what they, the biggest aspect of Borat is. It's just, again, if they were not so, I don't know, ego-driven, they could have actually made something funny. But again, then where would we be, right? They wouldn't exist in the same form that they do. They could have done something funny because DEI is at least the Robin DiAngelo. There is a lot of funny stuff to it that is obviously a fucking grift. There are elements of that is humorous that would be funny to make fun of. Like what he was saying earlier, that there was a cry room for white people and white tears or whatever. That would be funny if you actually could commit to the bit. But again, they can't just let the situation play through. I don't know if it's a issue with control or something, but I think that might be part of it, where they're not willing to go where the situation leads them. They need it to be where they want it to be.
Against somebody who's adversarial. Actually, now that I think about it, I actually did something similar when I wrote a book called Primetime Propaganda about sort of the insider Hollywood story. And I just sent out a bunch of emails. This is well before I was much more well-known. And it said I was a graduate of Harvard Law School. My name was Ben Shapiro. And so people immediately assumed that because my last name was Shapiro and I went to Harvard Law School, I must be on the left, because obviously Jewish liberal from Harvard Law. And so instead of wearing a yarmulke, I would...
Harvard is not famously a bastion of progressivism. It's not to me. Do you guys think that Harvard is a inherently progressive place? If you went to Berkeley, I would assume that.
Wear a Harvard Law baseball cap, just walking in interviews, and people would just say the thing.
I think of the Ivy Leagues. I think of elitists. I think of elitist establishment people. I don't think of progressive lefties.
A lot of this movie is that.
Harvard Law?
Number one, how did you get all these people in the room with you? Apparently, I mean, we saw the budget. I know the budget. So it was not cheap to get many of these people in the room. There's a good living being made by...
Okay, way to undermine your own point. So what you just said is you paid them to do it.
DEI consultants.
Yeah.
How did you get them? You just answered your own question. He paid him. That's the issue. Because again, there is an issue with DEI consultants being grifters. That is absolutely a fucking thing. Robin DiAngelo is a fucking grifter. And again, all you have to do is just pay. I don't really understand what they're trying to say with this. I guess, sure, I would agree with the position that a lot of DEI consultants are complete bullshit. It's this really stupid, whoever pays me to say whatever. That is absolutely true, but that's not that's not a left-wing point. The left doesn't agree with that.
It's the answer right there. Most of the people we talked to were willing to perhaps even put their better judgment to the side if we just pay their fee.
Right. And we know this. You're not doing your... again, a revolutionary point. Maybe some people don't know about that, and that's fair. But again, is that what he's trying to do, or what?
Which, of course, is funny because they also claim that they're fighting racism and they want to get the word out about that. But,
that is true,
but they'll only do it if you pay them. And so that's one thing we do in the film is we tell the audience very directly, like, this is how much this person charged us to talk to them. And you're going to see that some of the price tags are quite...
Again, that's not inherently a bad thing to talk about. That's actually a very left-leaning perspective to have, is to criticize people who use stuff like DEI to just enrich themselves. That's actually incredibly progressive, which I assume he would be aghast by me saying that, but I don't even... Oh my god, I just saw where the green screen line is. Sorry, that really was distracting.
Substantial.
And I think for folks who don't actually understand how deep-rooted this is in American society, I think most Americans, they look at this like, this is very fringy. I mean,
Frenchy? I mean, what the fuck does that mean?
Not that many people.
Oh, did he say fringy or Frenchy?
And I think for folks who don't actually understand how deep-rooted this is in American society, I think most Americans, they look at this like, this is very fringy.
Oh, fringy. Okay, yeah, he said fringy.
Not that many people that I think normies know goes to a white guilt seminar where they weep about their exposure to white privilege and all of this sort of stuff. Most people are presumably not doing, as we'll see in another clip, a dinner party.
I think that the concept of DEI is absolutely defended vehemently by the left, but that's not what he's talking. He's not talking about the concept of DEI. He's talking about specifically these DEI hucksters or whatever, which, yeah, there's going to be them. Like, the idea, it's like kind of getting mad at like rainbow capitalism, I guess, in a way where it's like, okay, well, yeah, there's people who just are blatantly like pro-gay or whatever because they can make a buck off of it. And yeah, those people suck, but the concept of supporting inclusion with like gay, trans, whatever, LGBTQ plus, IA plus, all of that, like, that's good. But there are going to be bad actors that are going to be like opportunist, and it's like, whatever.
Part of the story, Rao, we'll get to that in a minute. But
if I was white, I wouldn't say a lot of my criticism. I mean, we're talking about Twitter leftists, though. I don't think we're really talking about like real people. I don't think like on a like a real, like, not that Twitter leftists aren't real people. You know what I mean? Like, it's, if you had a friend of yours in like real life, I don't think that they would be anywhere near as critical of them as they would if they're like a Twitter leftist, because Twitter leftists, don't really have like a good sense of the difference or the similarity of online interactions and their personal lives. And I'm all here for making fun of Twitter leftists, sure. I mean, I like I don't know, making like jokes about the homos or whatever, because that's, when you're a gay, that's a fun thing to make jokes about, basically yourself. But like a Twitter lefty would be like, oh, you can't make that joke because you're not currently in like the gayest relationship ever. And it's like, yeah, okay, those people are annoying. Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, of course.
Yeah, this does pervade all of American society.
Diversity,
it's baked into law. It's baked into employment policies in a wide variety of companies. According to Kamala Harris, it's baked into her policies as would-be president. equity is pervading all parts of the federal government. Maybe you can explain
Okay,
for a second.
Why is that a bad thing? Why is equity inherently a bad thing? Ben Shapiro, a Jew, by the way. I don't think we should start having a conversation about how some people should not be treated under like equal situations there.
Second, like why Americans should really care about DEI. It's become a buzzword on the right, but for a lot of people, they don't necessarily understand what it is.
Yeah, I think the fact that most Americans aren't sitting around in a circle at a white grief seminar or going to a race to dinner event, that's sort of the point. That's why it matters, because most people are not true believers.
What? No, equity is just... Are you talking about equity as in like I guess that's not what... Okay, whatever.
Believers like this, they want nothing to do with this craziness. And yet, like, the people you see in the film are the ones who are coming up with these programs that are then foisted on normal Americans at their jobs. So maybe in your free time, you're not choosing to go to something like this, but the problem is that this stuff is brought to you in places where there's no reason why it would be there.
Is this really an issue? Honestly, is this really an issue? We had like a DEI thing at my company, but it wasn't like a mandatory thing you had to go to. It was just like they just, I don't know, again, supported you could like go to their meetings and they would like talk about stuff, and like this were kind of like a force within the company to, I assume, seem more progressive, which again, that's where the grift is. But like all they really did was just kind of like nice things about like I don't know, so, like they just did some work to celebrate, you know, Juneteenth or whatever. It wasn't like it doesn't like change anything in my experience. Look, they wear jeans and drink coffee. And have the weirdest, like, his knee is so high up. Like, try sitting like how he's sitting. I guess because the chairs are really short, but like, have my knee around my chest. Like, I have to have my leg really far up. Like, this is a lot of effort to cross my legs like this. Open your eyes, Matt.
The fact that you just want to work, you know, you're working a job has nothing to do with any of this, and yet you're being forced to.
See, Ben sits like a normal human being. Why is Matt sit like a fucking weirdo? Like a dude like sitting there like crossing his ankles. That feels like, it feels weird for me because I don't do that, but it feels fine. You know, it doesn't seem like madly uncomfortable.
At the very least, listen to this sort of lecturing, if not actively affirm it in a lot of cases. So this is why we have to care about it, because we really have no.
Oh, they're doing like a Hobbit thing where they like a Lord of the Rings thing where Ben Shapiro is. It's like he could do a 2-shot where like a Jack and Jill where he could be interviewing himself, but they basically it's cut right down the middle and they've scaled Ben up and Matt down.
Well, have no choice. I wish we were in a position.
Adrian Walsh like a 6'5". I don't think so. He didn't look very tall in that clip compared to the other person. And where do we see him stand up?
I really had a transformative experience myself.
He looks like the same height as that other. This guy is way taller than him. He looks like the same height as that woman if she was closer to the camera.
My pronouns are he, him.
I don't think Matt Walsh is very tall. Yeah, he looks about like 6'5". I guess I shouldn't say not tall. I just mean like not like overly. He's not like awake, you know. I know Shapiro's not very tall. He's like 5'10" or whatever. I mean, which is tall for like, it's above average, I guess, for a guy, whatever.
of the last 10 years. It sold hundreds of thousands of copies.
I think so. Here, let's see if I Google it. How tall is Ben Shapiro? 5'9", sorry. I mean, who gives a shit? Razor's like 5'9". 5'10". He's taller than I am, but we're like about the same height if I'm in heels. Who gives a shit?
It was used as sort of the guide for the pathetic white people during the race riots of
What are we on, fresh and fit here?
2020 during the George Floyd uprising. Did you have to read through a lot of this material in order to prep for the film?
There's only so much that I can subject myself to.
So he's saying no.
I certainly listened to several lectures from these people. I did read Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility.
Truly an awful piece of
it's.
I imagine it is probably an awful piece of shit. Maybe I should read it just to get mad about it. I wish Chicken was here, because I know Chicken has read White Fragility, and he's talked about it before, so he would be a better expert on that than I would, clearly as somebody who didn't read it. Because, you know, he reads a lot of books. But I remember talking to him about it, and he said it was a dog shit book. Like, not like that he's like mad about like, oh, the way it's just the logic is bad, and it was also poorly written, is what I remember him saying.
It's horrific. I mean, it's just, and it's also just.
By the way, folks, if you want to see like a full-scale review of that, I think I once did like an hour-and-a-half review of this on YouTube, where I went like point by point through Robin DiAngelo. It's such trash.
Wait, did you? I mean, I'm not gonna link to it. I kind of am curious on his take on that. Fuck, I had something else I want to watch. Maybe I shouldn't get distracted. I didn't necessarily want to watch all of that video even, and I think I'm over it at this point.
Do you think?
But I wanted to see this Jubilee video where can 25 college liberal students outsmart one conservative, and it's Charlie Kirk. Is his face getting bigger? I feel like his face doesn't look as small as it used to. This is going to be a cringe fest. I don't know how much I can stomach this, but I did want to watch it. Couldn't graduate from college. Well, couldn't and didn't. Did two different things. I didn't graduate from college. I went to college and then I just started working and then just never finished. Well, that's not really a thing. Where did he go? Like, I didn't flunk out of college, but I had a pretty bad GPA, and because I only went for like a year. I mean, when I went to community college for a while, and then my GPA was good there, but you know, the first year of college when you're adapting to everything. Avoiding college if they had better options. Yeah. I think it's like, it's whatever. I think there's oddly too much emphasis on going to college. As in like, what, you can never get a good job without going to college, and that sucks. I think you should. Obviously, if you're interested in something, you should go to college, and I think it's great to, you know, live the college experience. But if you're like just doing it for doing it, I think you're not going to perform very well. At least in my experience. I was just so anxious about like all of it. Like I like wouldn't go to class, not because I didn't want to go to the class, it's just I didn't want to walk there. Which is something I needed to figure my own shit out about. I've never seen this format. I'm really curious what this is gonna look like. I have like light agoraphobia. It's not like I am absolutely terrified of leaving my house for like fear of something. Like it's just I feel very uncomfortable in unfamiliar spaces, which I guess, you know, is agoraphobia or whatever. I don't know. I just have anxiety issues. 25 angles of Charlie Kirk said. God, his hair is looking so silly. You know who was actually really tall? Maybe this is who you're getting it mixed up with, Starton Park, is Charlie Kirk is really tall. Charlie Kirk's like 6'5" or something. Like he's like see that picture with like him and Vosh? I don't know why I looked up a YouTube link here. Hold on. Vosh is like 6'3". And look at how tall Charlie Kirk is. And then again, Tim Pool being a little manlet. Look at how cute Tim Pool is in this picture. Whoa! Facebook. Is that the only way this picture exists? That's weird. Well, obviously that's an edit. Did it? Looks like Chill Sonnen? I don't know who it is. I can see what you're saying. You can succeed without college. However, I think most people make higher incomes from going to college. Yeah, of course. The ROI is great. Student debt tends to get paid off for most students, and it's a right-wing grift for people like Candace Owens and others to attack college. Also, it's very hard to get so many jobs without the paper, regardless if you can do it. No, I agree. 100%. Avocado, you're correct.
I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about... No, I'm
I know.
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm
we're both
speaking. No,
clumps
I'm
of cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Okay, you can't... You just look hysterical when you do that. Oh my god. Alright, get your cringe hats on.
Say one more time.
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and
You can't say that more than like 3 times. You can say it 3 times, but then you just gotta continue with what you're saying. And not come off so hysterical, like, because that's not gonna play well.
I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
I would just sit there and like not say anything and just stare at him like, okay, am I done?
My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Debating Charlie claims the student must rush to the center. Okay, I don't like that. Okay, I don't like this format already.
All right.
Can I maybe go?
Wait, they should have just done it together. That'd be funny.
Okay, hello, what's your name?
See, well, also, why are these chairs so short? Or I guess maybe it's just that. Why is this table so short? Everyone's knees are at like the table. Like if my desk was like 3 inches shorter.
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion
That's
is?
a good point, Fizz.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death.
Legally. It's a legal term. I guess what I would have to ask, are we talking legal or are we talking like, I don't know, moral? Because murder does have different definitions in different states.
So murder would be the intent with intent taking
Clout
another
demons that are barely ever challenged in their circles. My guess is you're probably correct.
life. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic.
So they're all given 20 minutes? Is that what the timer is about?
I think there's a big difference between, you know, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me.
Students will raise their flag when they would like a different speaker. Okay, so this is just a popularity contest about... Yeah, I don't like this setup. I mean, we'll just keep watching to see if it gets fun, but like I feel like it's just gonna it's making me feel bad for everyone because it's very much set up in a way that cannot make any of them... Also, what the fuck is going on with the... Oh, this must be their AC. They don't like have AC in here, I guess.
And it's not up to us as well as Christians to judge.
Should we...
It's like having... Okay, there's a reason why you shouldn't look at your chat while doing a debate, because you're gonna... If you want to set up something, it might come off like you're disagreeing with something, which is what obviously would get them, the other side, to agree with you, so your audience would then not like it. Like, if you ever read the chat during like a Vosh debate or something, there's people who are mad at him in the chat when he's trying to do a setup for something later. It's like, if you were to listen to your naysayers in chat, nothing would be... You wouldn't be able to do a debate. Because you can't... You're taking people on a journey here. It's meant to look... But yeah, it must be, right? But argue with debate bros where college kids don't have any lines of arguments.
Not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians to judge.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
And it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, you know, these people aren't...
Sorry, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, God. Wait, why were only 3 of them wanting to go there? What? I don't think she even really had the time to go to her argument. I love this skirt.
Name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask,
Naima.
at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do you think a fetus is viable?
Well, at about 20 weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego.
Yeah, that's not the average, you retard.
Far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable as a form of life.
So let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88...
Because they're not viable. As in, like, they can't exist on their own, I guess? Like, if you're talking about... What?
8-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street, that person...
Well, we do that. See, the big... Yeah, the 5G... It's crazy, my phone signal gets better, you know. With my friend's pregnant right now, 5 weeks, and my phone signal is all of a sudden getting better, apparently. We do. The thing is, we do give people the right to take somebody, even a living human being, off life support. We do that. Basically, being in the fucking womb is like, yeah, do you have to have a reason for it? No, you just be like, okay, well, I don't want to do this anymore.
Person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the
What? I don't know. What does fetus mean in Latin? She should just... What does fetus mean in Latin? I don't care. Let's keep on... What you just say is keep on subject.
It means little human being.
Cool.
Yeah, his smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to... we're losing track here.
No, but is it... What species...
Keep going. Get back to it. She's right. She's right on what she's saying so far.
The fetus.
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until it is viable.
So,
no, I want to talk
hold
to you
on.
about something very
I
quickly.
can't let you get past that. Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside.
I think she's doing pretty good. Again, this is an uphill battle. We have to understand here, this is going to be an uphill battle in every sense of the word, which is why I was annoyed by the way it was set up to begin with. So if anyone does or how does their argument, okay, whatever. I think she's doing pretty well.
Of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So they're
not going to be able to survive.
My 4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without.
Okay, your 4-month. All right, I already have a problem with that. Your 4-month-old does not require mom's breast milk. It's called baby formula. That's fine. You don't need mom's breast milk. The fuck, you weirdo?
Out its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it
eat
hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
Can it hunt? Can it gather? Can it reason? What? I don't know how to hunt. So you're only. Am I? What? Can it hunt? I don't even understand where he's going with this.
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside?
So you're only like a person if you can hunt? Wait, which then goes against what he said earlier about do you think a dementia patient can hunt?
Of a womb outside of your host.
What?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
Moral? Well, morals are a perspective thing. That's a subjective opinion. It's an opinion. You can't morally do anything objective. What are we talking about here?
It's just scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and
I mean, think about this. You don't call it a fucking conception certificate. You call it a birth certificate. They don't have any. They literally don't legally have any rights until their birth because you don't have a social security number until you're birthed because you're not a person. You're not a fully formed individual until you are birthed.
You are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her. Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her DNA, so it's not her choice.
She's like, yeah.
So it's
It actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
half her DNA.
Well, what was he trying to get? She did well. I don't know if you guys are being haters or what, but I think she did very well there. He just asked stupid questions. This is why this format's annoying, especially with Charlie Kirk, because I think she did really well there. It's the change my mind thing, right? You're not really given enough time with him that it that you're having an actual debate. He's just trying to do the gotchas basically the whole time. I think she did well. What did she do wrong? How would you do that better? She had her facts right. I think that she was funny. I think that she it's not like you're given a lot of time to be with them. I think that she did great. Again, this is not a situation where you are going to be able to have your best performance ever. Again, just doing okay is basically doing great. in this particular situation. So is there a way? Yeah. Also, you're having like assholes from the sideline. She's not getting distracted by any of that, you know. Find the word of fetus and well, he didn't ask that though. She just made a little goof. It was a 1 second goof. And I just started reading How to Win Every Argument by Mehdi Hassan. And I think we would all agree that Mehdi Hassan is great at debate, right? And I'm not trying to do like an appeal to authority necessarily. I'm just saying like, one of the things that he said in like his first chapters is that you need to be personable and you have to get people on board with liking you to have anyone listen to what you have to say. And I think if we're talking about like on a debate situation, she did a good job of making me like her. I didn't think I'd like anyone. Like the first lady, like she didn't come off very likable, but I like her. She's memorable and I liked what she had to say. And I think that she was correct on her positions. And I think that she did a good job of doing that. I think she came off very personable. And I think that's incredibly important, especially with arguing with somebody like Charlie Kirk. Like, because all he's going to do is do a bunch of gotchas. Like, basically, Andrew Wilson should be on this show because that's, like, all that they're going to do. I don't need to defend her, but I'm going to because I want to. I think she did a good job. No, the job is not to outsmart Kirk. That's insane, Avocado. You got to understand this situation. You're not going to give enough time to, if you want to do that, you have to do like a Vosh, like, the only person who's ever done that is like Vosh, because he was given a spot on Tim Pool's podcast where he talked to him for like 3 hours. I think she came across well.
He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of all, I would like to refine our terms. I have 2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from unaliving from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion.
He's already doing better. Well, yeah, obviously you're coming off of the heels of somebody else. He's not going to make the exact same argument that she is. It's all built off of each other. I do think he's doing well. I'm not going to disagree with that.
We can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, if you take Plan B, again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same.
Wait, what? He's saying you can have a fertilized egg that doesn't get implanted. That's what he just said. He just said that's what an IUD does. You can fertilize all eggs you want, but it doesn't let it be implanted. So
thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
What do you mean you don't know that with an IUD? What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug.
Do you guys remember the famous Charlie Kirk line? He's not good on the abortion issue. If you haven't remember the...
I'm not totally familiar with this comedian.
This guy's probably a piece of shit now because he got hired by TYT.
Human beings have tails.
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the...
Do human beings have tails?
Do you have a tail?
You know, I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the
Exactly.
Ben Glib, I don't know why this is the first thing that came up. This is messy.
Here's what I don't understand. You think that when you're trying to protect people from a pandemic, you can't enforce...
This is the wrong part. God damn it, whatever, let's go with the other
I'm
one.
not...
tail.
You know, I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the...
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay?
It's so cute that he comes with, like, physical
truly,
stuff.
in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This...
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus. Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look, but quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin... In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
So let me
you
ask
go to
you a
SeaWorld
question.
and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium. Get the human babies out of the aquarium.
Well, you labeled it as a human fetus.
No,
so
I
you
did
that
not.
dishonestly.
Yeah, no, he said, do you believe this is a real
I did not.
life?
He did not.
He did not.
Don't say human fetus on there.
Let me ask you a question, though. So let's hold up those two pictures again.
Sure.
Is there a moral difference between the dolphin and the baby?
At this stage, no.
No,
you just confirmed that.
Let me ask you, a human and a dolphin, is it okay to kill one and not the other? Is there a difference morally between a human and a dolphin?
I mean, I don't like to kill dolphins, but when they're
do you like to kill babies?
No, I don't. And when they're living, I certainly am not in favor of killing either, but obviously I protect a human over a dolphin.
Hold up the human one.
Sure.
Is that not alive?
No, it is not alive.
Well, then how is it able to have a heartbeat?
It's attached to an alive being called a woman,
Wait,
who is the
it
mother.
doesn't have a heartbeat, does it?
No,
Actually, no. Depending on when that picture is, if that's anywhere like within like the first 16 weeks, that doesn't have anything remotely close to a heart.
Yeah, isn't like the big lie about the heartbeat basically that they have a technical heartbeat, but it's just the heartbeat of the mother or whatever? I feel like that's like the whole like scam about the whole heartbeat bullshit. Is that like, yeah, it has, because obviously like when you're in utero, when you're being fed through like an umbilical cord, right? You are going to have the same like blood. You basically have the exact same. You have somebody doing your like, think about how the body works, right? You have a heart that pumps blood through your body. You're having something else pump blood into your body. So that beat is still there, but it's not you doing it. Like a little baby heart, like it's gonna like doing all of your circular. No, the reason why you have a fucking umbilical cord, why you exist to begin with, is that somebody is like basically making you. So the blood is flowing from. Why do you think there's so much blood when you give birth, bro? It's coming from the mother. Or the pregnant person, if we can say that without triggering another TYT person. Anna Kasparian. I'm just saying the heartbeat thing is stupid, and it's irrelevant.
To prevent that fertilized egg from...
Oh, sorry.
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder.
So, birth control.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail, because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them.
That's not how that works. Okay. Again, third trimester abortions are very rare. They're not done for fun. The idea that somebody would, I don't know, do all of the... I don't think people you notice how mostly men make this argument because they don't understand if they've ever had a child, the idea of like going through all of the bullshit that your body has to do and then all of a sudden being like lol JK at like 8 months is ludicrous. And yeah, some people are crazy, but we're talking about like, I don't know, like 3 people maybe, like whatever, like they this isn't like a common thing that has anything to do with like what most of the time happens when we talk about third trimester abortions. It's emergency ones. It's things that we just want to have legal protections for. Because do you work out? What the fuck are you on about? Shut up. That you want to not have to have the issue of like, oh, well, you're going to die unless I take this out of your body, which will be technically considered an abortion because the law is, you know, something you have to work out, right? You don't want like the law being like, no, you cannot do that. Because then you run into the shit that happens in Texas, which is, again, where I live, where you just die. Like, there's been so many stories of like people being like, well, this will be, you have your baby's dead, but I cannot take your baby out of you because that'll be considered an abortion. And I don't want to go to jail because honestly, you're not worth it. I mean, that sounds callous, but of course, like, why would a doctor, like, you're just some person, right? They don't want to like lose their entire life because of you. And you can get mad at them for that, but it makes sense if you think about it and not be a little bitch boy, right? About it, you know? But like, the idea of why third trimester abortions should always remain legal is because that's what those protections have, or that gives those doctors those protections. That's what they need. In case, like, again, you have a dead baby, they can take it out of you. Like, the idea of having to, like, your baby's completely brain dead, right? Like, and you have to continue carrying it to term is ridiculous. Both sidism vibes with its... Oh, it absolutely is a both sidism channel, which is why it's fun to watch, of course. I support rational laws. I think a rational law here is that abortion is an acceptable killing of another human being, that we regulate that killing. I don't really like that argument, but I think it could be effective, maybe to more right-wing people. But I think that I think that might be more effective when it comes to talking about, like, talking to people who are more emotionally driven. Where, I think a lot of pro-choice people are just very in the science of, like, they're literally basically a parasite. Like, as she said, she was right on that. And what it is it's talking about who we're talking to, right? It's the audience. Men don't give a shit about the concept of a parasite because they've never had to think about it, right? So I think having having this conversation about, or like having evil right-winger your narrative would be better maybe for men, but for women, the idea of it being like, it's like body horror, like the whole Alien franchise is based off of the concept of the horror of having to, you know, without consent, basically, in that particular, having something grow inside you that you can't do anything about, you know, that will potentially kill you. I mean, in the movies, of course, it does kill you, but I mean, the whole thing is a metaphor for like pregnancy and shit, obviously. Okay, what? In the interest of public health. Yeah, we have regulated abortion in order to serve the interests of public health and safety until such time that Texas can arm them with assault rifles in Europe. True. Then they would really become like the alien babies, where they would just shoot their way out. They're just gonna have like a little a little baby-sized pistol or whatever, and they'll just like jam it up.
with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being injection pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones
And
that
they can't cry if they're in the womb because you don't breathe. You know, that's like kind of crazy to think about, right? That when a baby is not breathing in the womb, you're basically on like a scuba tank.
that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk.
I'll see if he says that to a non-white.
I know.
I mean, I do think he did well, obviously. I'm just making a joke.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even
okay, I already don't like this person.
So, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait. Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant, and she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that case?
Section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section.
You don't know what that means, you fucking retard? Okay. Also, that doesn't make any sense. Like, come with some facts, my guy.
They do an insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me 1 second. 1 second.
Don't.
Right, they go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby.
No, she's gonna. Okay, that doesn't matter. Again, what she could also continue to go with is like, be like, okay, well, we're talking about that she's gonna die. She gets a C-section, she's gonna die. This is like just a distraction. He's just giving you a distraction. If your point is still that she's gonna die, it doesn't matter the method of birthing. I mean, like, what, do you not give birth if you get a C-section? Obviously, what she said was giving birth. Like, stupid.
And therefore, she doesn't have to give birth. It's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer.
It's not much safer. That's not true. A C-section recovery is, to my understanding, much more risk because you're literally cutting them open. We're talking about unnatural. C-section is pretty unnatural. Well, usually you get a C-section specifically because of placental displacement. Well, I thought you meant like it's like a lot of the reason you would get a C-section is like a breech birth, where a breech birth is like the baby is supposed to be like head down to give birth to him. And a breech birth is when their legs they're like the other way. So C-section are very common when it comes to that. You can like move it around, but if it's like worried about getting the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck, you'll usually just get a C-section because it's better for that particular situation. But it's not a. I mean, think about what it is, right? We're talking about cutting open somebody's body and taking the baby out, which also means that the afterbirth has a weird backup because you haven't dilated necessarily the right way. Like, there's so many complications with a C-section. It's the recovery for it is also like if you get a C-section, you're going to be in the hospital for a few more days. Where if you give like natural birth, you'll be in the hospital for like, I don't know, like 2 days at most, right? And then like they'll send you home. But if you're in like if you get a C-section, usually like you're going to be in the hospital for like probably like a week, if not longer than that, right? Let's look it up. Let's learn. C-section birth recovery. 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, pretty crazy. The pain you will feel, pain in your lower belly around the incision, and anesthesia wears off. You can need pain medication for 1 to 2 weeks, which means also you cannot breastfeed, because if you're on pain medication, you can't breastfeed, right? You may experience vaginal bleeding for several weeks. The discharge will be yellow contractions. You may feel contractions, also known as after pains, for a few weeks, or a few days, sorry, after the C-section. These contractions feel like menstrual... Oh, God, that must be horrible. Yeah. C-sections aren't like a fun time. And they're not safer at all. Like they do sometimes with... They don't slice your tank, it just rips. Also, if you ever hear about the husband stitch, that shit is absolute bullshit. My God, speaking of giving birth, Jesus, Fraser was just in the bathroom and that was a nightmare going in there. Oh. I was looking up on my phone. Yeah, apparently for the baby, having a C-section is actually worse because babies being born vaginally receive a dose of good bacteria from the birth canal, which cause boosts to their immune system and protect their intestinal tract. C-sections can cause respiratory issues in babies because they don't have the chance to go through the process of clearing fluid from their lungs. Hospital stays, vaginal births involve a shorter hospital stay than a C-section. So yeah, I was right on that. Yeah, so C-sections are not... He just straight up lied about that. C-sections are significantly more dangerous also because it's that they're obviously, because a big, you know, cut in your body, way bigger chance of infection. As of course a gaping wound would do.
Than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily.
And I found out about it after we went home. That's not... It doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. There's like no evidence that actually is effective. The husband stitch is an outdated and medically unnecessary surgical procedure that involves adding extra stitches to a woman's perineum after child... That's the shit in between like your asshole and your vagina. After childbirth. It's also known as the daddy... Oh God, that's so creepy. Husband knot and vaginal tuck? Gross. Yeah, so never let anyone do a husband stitch if you have the option to. It's not... It doesn't do anything, and it actually can cause more issues. Do it. It's hurt. Well, it doesn't do anything, so I would say don't do it because it doesn't do anything. Like if a woman wants her vagina to be tighter, then that's a different story. But like having the husband stitch is not going to do that. In cases, C-section is even more deadly in cases where ideally you'd want to have an abortion. So a C-section as an answer to a situation where a mother's life is at risk is completely unhinged. Yeah. The proof that the husband stitch is much more than a childbirth myth is in women's words, or sometimes it's sewn into their bodies. These women have shared their stories as an anecdote, whispered as warning. So I'm looking at my phone. Angela, 36, mom from South Carolina, received a husband stitch where she gave birth to her first child in 2008. She didn't find out until 5 years later after years of excruciating pain during sex. At an appointment for the pap smear with a nurse midwife she'd never seen before, Sanford said that the first question the midwife asked her during her exam was, "Who stitched you up after you first gave birth?" I explained, and she said, "This is not right." I just started crying, saying, "Can you tell me what's wrong? Because I know something is not right." Sanford continued, and that's the first time I ever heard the term husband stitch. Sanford's midwife felt that she'd been stitched too tight, it's in quotes, by the hospitalist who had managed her first delivery and unmedicated birth with 2 hours of I don't think you were supposed to really stitch at all. Our bodies are meant to do that. It should be like a rare thing, right? I think that's because sometimes things go wrong, of course, but like you don't generally need to get stitched up after you give birth because your body knows how to heal it. My husband has been worried about me and fearful for hurting me. He would never have asked for this. A certified nurse okay, so another one is for Stephanie Tillman, CNM, a certified nurse midwife at the University of Illinois in Chicago and blogger at the Feminist Midwife. The very idea of the husband stitch represents a persistent misogyny inherent in medical care. True. The fact that there is even a... Why the fuck did you... It should not be allowed. Well, yeah, well, the thing is, a lot of, it seems like medical professionals just do it. Overstitched her in order to give her husband more pleasure. Jesus Christ. I couldn't even process it, but I kind of laughed. Like, what else do you do when somebody says that? I mean, yeah, of course. I had just had a baby. I didn't think much about it because the whole birth experience was so traumatizing, but now that I think about it differently, implications of that are just crazy. Husband stitches may have more common when I can read it in my head, but I can't say it. Episiotomies, when God damn it. Sorry, my friends are texting in a group chat, so I'm also getting distracted by that. Episcomates, God damn it! Is a surgical cut made in the perineum, the area between the vagina and the anus, usually to widen the vagina to hasten birth. It's like an uncommon thing. From about the 1920s forward, the popular medical belief was that the episiotomy made a cleaner cut that would be easier to repair and heal better. The logic was also that getting an episiotomy would prevent a worse perineal tear. Tears during vaginal birth are graded from 1st to 4th degree. People were taught in the 50s and 60s that the routine episiotomy was good for women. Dr. Robert Barberi, chair of oh my god, that's why I can never be a doctor. I can't say the words. Obstetrics and gynecology and reproductive biology at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston told the Huffington Post when they thought what they thought is that if they did a routine episiotomy, they'd have a chance to repair it, and then during the repair they could actually create a better perineum than if they hadn't done it. Classic male or just human shitting on nature, right? The idea was we could, quote, tighten things up. It's estimated that over 60% of women experience episiotomies in the United States by 1983. But starting in the 1980s, high-quality research on episiotomies was released, demonstrating that routine episiotomies caused the very issues they were thought to prevent, leaving many women with more severe tissue trauma and other negative long-term outcomes, including painful intercourse. Well, no wonder those bitches didn't want to fuck, you know what I mean? In 2005, a systematic reviews of the Journal of American Medical Association found no benefit to the routine episiotomy use. A 2017 Cochrane review could not identify any benefits of routine episiotomies for the baby or the mother. In 2016, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommended that the clinicians prevent and manage delivery lacerations through the strategies like massage and warm compresses rather than making cuts on the perineum. That is such a man thing to do. Like, let's just cut right to it instead of just letting it do its thing. Episiotomies decreased in recent decades. The new guidelines for episiotomies have impacted delivery in the U.S. In 2012, only 12% of births involved episiotomy. I still don't know if I'm saying it right. Down from 33% in 2002. Episiotomies still happen and can be clinically indicated in some situations, like when a vacuum or forceps are needed. Often, though, the decision about whether to do them comes down to the training, preference, and comfort of the obstetric provider. There are still providers who do it routinely, and this is a quote, they, for whatever reason, think it's cleaner and better approach for people despite all of the research otherwise. They practice how they want to, Tillman contended. Essentially, it's a form of power over women's bodies to say medical management can do this the right way and your body can't. True. Research supports this too. A 2015 study in the Journal of Maternal, Fetal, and Neonatal Medicine found that the intending providers added a significant independent effect to the episiotomy risk model. In the U.S., there is a substantial variation in rates based on geographic location, hospital, and even the type of insurance the patient has. White women were found to be more likely to receive an episiotomy than black women, according to the 2015 research letter in the Journal of American Medical Association. Another study looking at the use of routine episiotomies in Cambodia found that the belief that women would be able to have a tighter and prettier vagina was a reason given by providers for routine episiotomy. For some people, it's not their medical situation that will decide whether their genital tissue is cut while giving birth, but social and cultural variables well beyond their control or even knowledge. Lasting pain from the extra stitch. Regardless of whether a tear happens on its own or as a regular result of an episiotomy, it's impossible to make a vagina tighter with stitching, according to Dr. Janice Cooper, an OBGYN in Birmingham, Alabama. A husband stitch would not affect overall vaginal tone, as that has much more to do with pelvic floor strength and integrity than it is with introitus, the introitus, which is the entry for your vag, size. Cooper explained. It is possible, however, to create a tightness on the perineum and outer vulva with stitching, although it's debating if sexual partners can feel it or not. Perhaps the husband stitch is a holdover from a time before doctors understood vaginal tone and believed they were returning women to prime sexual function after birth. God, so gross. Today, the goal of vaginal repair is not to tighten the vulva or vagina, but to bring the skin back together enough to facilitate the body's own healing process. In the heady hubbub after birth, it's not uncommon for women to feel totally out of the loop in regards to what's going on near their vulva. Although the onus is on the provider to get clear consent and explain what is necessary for the repair. Women may not pay close attention or remember how they were stitched until much later when pain or other issues occur. I was just happy to give birth when giving birth was over, Harkin said. In the moment, I would have used the word violated because my brain just couldn't process violation at the time. Now that I've had time to process it, I wouldn't. Sorry. So they said in the moment I wouldn't have used the word violated because my brain would not at the time. Now that I've had time to process it, I have a cleaner sense that I went through and what was done to me, the injustice to wound me in my privates at the time when I was most vulnerable. And Marquez, Texas, mother Tamara Williams, 27, found out she'd been given a husband stitch after giving birth to her son in 2015. When her boyfriend mentioned it, he thought she'd heard the birth center midwife say she'd throw in an extra stitch for him, winking. Gross! He didn't know what to say or do when the statement was made, and Williams was on such a baby high, she had no memory of... Baby high was in quotes. I don't know what that means. I assume you get like an endorphin rush or whatever. But knowing it was done to her is hurtful, despite the good relationship she maintained with her midwife. Williams said she experienced continued pain during sex, even after giving birth to another child. Jesus Christ. Okay, the rest of it is moving beyond the husband stitch. I mean, whatever, I've read most of it, might as well keep going. Although both Harkins and Stanford felt violated for their husband stitches and suffered pain and dysfunction as a result, both women also expressed a desire to give their providers the benefit of the doubt in regards to care they received, perhaps demonstrating the profound power and differential in the birthing room and the patient's strong desire to continue to trust their provider. Part of me wonders if he did it on purpose or not. How hard is it to do it too tight? Maybe it's an easy mistake to make. I'm not a vagina expert. I'm an optimist, so I try to think. So again, we know that it is bad, and it gives no benefit. The intended, Sanford said. But with the husband stitch, it's complicated to know whether we needed what we intended or whether a postpartum body is the subject of a joke or a procedure. Neither Cooper nor Tillman have ever seen another provider put in an unnecessary stitch. Although Cooper said she had heard husbands ask for an extra stitch for him when his wife's perineum was being repaired. She finds the ethical implications of a maternity care provider ever doing one distasteful. An OBGYN, quote, an OBGYN should be there for their patient and not for a third party's interest. We serve women first and foremost. An extra stitch goes against surgical principles of healing, Cooper states. Although it has and likely still does happen occasionally, the practice of the husband stitch is rare and hopefully getting rarer in American birth spaces. It's possible the push for care is become more evidence-based, will lead to the husband stitch dying out completely. Whatever it is, an outdated medical practice and a vanishing rarity. It is a traumatic reality Angela Sanford still lives with. I feel betrayed, quote, I feel betrayed because something unnecessarily was done to my body that I didn't ask for, Angela said. Quote, it was a harmful decision made without my consent, and it's not what you should get when you're in the hospital to have a baby. Oh, wait, there's another God, there's so many ads in between this. It's really hard for me to tell. Takeaways, this is short. The quote, husband stitch, or quote, daddy stitch, is an outdated medical practice involving an extra stitch during vaginal repair following childbirth. While many birthing people have been affected, the quote, husband stitch is considered medical malpractice, with incident decreasing in recent decades. Experts say that the extra stitch is unethical, medically unnecessary, and objectifies women's bodies. I'm sold. That is bullshit. It's their fucking bodies. Points on his technique. It's just medical misogyny more than anything. You know that that's why childbirth rates, or childbirth death rates, like people dying in childbirth, were so high for so long. ramification of the government controlling. Wait, as a 40-year-old, yes, that my husband's or my fiance is almost settled, so don't feel bad. Isn't a huge deal for me personally, but the overlying ramifications of the government controlling people's personal lives pisses me off. Oh, for sure. Especially when they bullshit act like all abortions are 8 months or whatever for no reason. Yeah, no, it's terrifying. Like, I'm 32. You know, I'm kind of old, but I'm getting married next year, and the year after that, we're planning to, you know, have a kid or whatever. And my friend just got pregnant. She's 5 weeks along, and I live in Texas, and we're fucking terrified. Like, I'm terrified for her. I'm terrified for me. Like, the idea, like, I literally, because my family's from California, I literally considered, like, if it's close to the time that I would maybe, like, go to California and stay there for a while, because if something goes wrong here, again, I'm old for like having a baby, not like super old, and like I'm like out of like the question, like I'm not like 40 like you are, you old bitch. But it's still something that's not without question of having complications, right? So it's very scary to think of, like, our retard fucking bounty laws that we have here. Where, like, if you get an like, the idea of a doctor not wanting to do their best care because they don't want to, like, ruin their fucking lives for you, because of course they wouldn't, is scary. That doesn't exist in California, you know, like, because it's just not, again, as you were saying, even Ford, it's just not something that people think about. It's just like, that just seems like common sense, you know, that, like, who care, like, it's none of your business, whatever. Like, it's fucking healthcare. The legal aspects of that would mean that you're gonna get shittier healthcare because of what? We won't do it. The law's about 100%. I think there's an aspect of misogyny to it, but I think that most of the function of the poor medical education, bad culture, and doctor financially incentive, I don't think they're really financially incentivized. Like, that midwife that did that, the boyfriend was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think it's just bad practice. It's because, you know, it's not like everyone has a centralized medical system, right? Some people learn from, like, I don't think midwifery is maybe I'm wrong on this, but is very, I don't know, up to date. Because who the fuck has a midwife? Like, I think home births are just like some weird hippie shit, so I don't think that it's necessarily something that you would, you know, they're not like a doctor, generally speaking. At least a midwife, unless there's a different term for, like, an OBGYN isn't like a midwife, you know? Republicans after banning women because liberals like them or something. They can bill it. They're not like a private practice, Avocado. They're paid by the hospital. They're not paid by the... When you go to a hospital to give birth, you don't pay the doctor directly. You pay the hospital bills. Like a doctor doesn't get paid via, like, client. They get paid a salary. I don't think that's true. I've never heard of anyone using a midwife in my experience, but granted, I have my one pregnant friend, but I'm not around children or pregnant people often. Almost always private practitioners, they get paid as independent providers, but they don't get paid per person. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't tip the doctor. Yeah, that's what you gotta shove up, like, a bunch of, like, if you're gonna give birth, you gotta shove up a bunch of, like, 20s. So, like, when the baby gives birth, that they have them in their hand to tip their doctor. Yeah, tip them on the way out, you know? That's only polite. Tipping culture has gone too far. wait, you're telling me that you as an individual are paying the doctor? Do you pay the doctor? Pays your doctor, you may need to pay the doctor any balance due. Keep in mind that it's not all oh, is this a fucking stupid AI? No, it's not. Okay. Oh my god, I have to keep reading? What am I, Destiny? I can't read as well or as quickly and as much as he can. It send you a statement. The statement. Oh, this is like an oh yeah. That's like an ENT doctor. I think like I don't know, like an emergency room doctor. You pay the. I don't know. I mean, my guess is you would pay like an OBGYN, but I don't imagine that it would be like per stitch. Like an itemized receipt. I assume it would just kind of be an over... the event your health can... Ah! Stop! I'm not even close to the... Who designed this? I'm not even close to a minor emergency. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't I escape that? If I open it again, am I gonna get stuck here? What? If your health condition requires an overnight stay, ER of Texas would be happy to arrange a transfer of most appropriate local hospitals. Okay, well, that's not really what I was asking for. Do you provide emergency care for... No, do you... Wait, why the fuck did this... How much does a visit cost? An emergency room, we bill your emergency room benefits, your insurance plan. The amount you'll be responsible for when you arrive will be the copay amount of the ER visit based on your insurance plan. The fact that we need health insurance is ridiculous. I don't understand why that's not a taxable thing. It seems like you should not have to personally pay for insurance. Like, okay, call me a fucking communist or whatever, but I just think logically, I'm running a country, right? I think that you should have healthcare because healthy citizens would make our country just be more productive. Is it reductive to say that? Yeah, but obviously that's the point of what I was saying. It just, like, obviously you could add more complications to it, where, you know, you'd add the taxes or whatever. But, like, having everyone healthy and people not need to be, like, insanely desperate for healthcare, and having, like, I remember having a healthcare plan that was, like, $400 a month, and I'm like, how the fuck can you live like that? And then I realized this was in California and I was getting scammed. But I was like, you know, not educated on that. So luckily my partner at the time worked at an insurance company. They're like, oh, no, you don't need to, that's insane. But like, there's probably a lot of people who are paying like $400 a month who are just, I was a single person in my like 20s. There's no fucking reason I should be paying $400 a month for healthcare. Like that's insane. Or what? That's not even true though. America doesn't have the highest care in the world. We have like innovation, that's true, but we don't act at all have the highest care in the world because you couldn't do that if it's inaccessible. You have cancer now, 20,000 in debt. Yeah, so good luck working while you're dying, you know? It's just like a death trap. Look at the again, if you're gonna make that claim, Avocado, why don't you cite something on that particular subject? It doesn't seem like we do have a particularly good healthcare system. If not everyone can access it, it doesn't seem like it would be very good, doesn't it? You just mean like what? If you're like mega rich, it's good? Because I think that's a bad healthcare system. I bet like Russians are pretty good at like Russian oligarchs are able to have good healthcare systems in Russia. When it's like the guy who is, you know, for the rich ones. It's not? What do you mean by, what are your metrics for what you're saying American care is the best in the world? left and the right, but too much bullshit out there to distract us. Yeah, that's true. If you're saying our pharmaceutical industry is good, then I would agree with you. But I just don't think our healthcare system is very good. A lot of people don't have primary care. Yeah, I don't have a primary care physician. I just like went to one person. Just like I don't. There's a huge population of people that straight up can't access. I agree, Noah. Could be the best if you're rich. That's the yeah. I mean, like, sure that, but like, if we're talking about on like the whole. I think, call me crazy, but I think even if we can do the most crazy thing, if it's only like if we can do like mega cancer curing, that's kind of useless to like our country because it's not like that only is going to be provided to Americans. Like if that was only provided to Americans, for one, that would see I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but like that's completely useless. So what we're doing basically is we're just having really good healthcare for what rich people who don't necessarily even live in America that can afford it. That doesn't mean anything to us. Who gives a shit? Us sitting here like in our, you know, average ass houses or apartments, like what the fuck does that matter to me? That doesn't matter to me at all. Like if I have like cancer, I'm not gonna get this like mega thing. Like I mean the best I have is my family is kind of wealthy or whatever, so like I would have that, but like on an average level of being a person, like as something I would have to pay for, meaningless. I would prefer that, like, I don't know, nobody had that, but everybody had healthcare. I think I would take that trade-off. I think if the only way if all of our shit was into like one pill that could just cure it, but it's so expensive that only one person could have it, I would shit on that. I would say fuck that one pill thing. Why don't we just have it so all of us are at least okay? Because you know what's good is cohesion with, we talk about like health. Like we want everyone to have health, to be healthy. Because we're all going to be better off. Besides one, rich fuck who's going to die anyways? That gets to, like if Elon Musk is the target audience for all of our innovation on, because it's completely inaccessible to anyone else besides him, fuck it. Fuck him. Fuck all of that. That's dog shit. Absolutely, Noah. What are you, a socialist or something? What do you believe in actual supporting human life over profits? Obviously, it's a joke. You don't have to be a socialist to do that. I think that's why Bernie Sanders was such a yeah, socialism is gay. That is true. But I think that's why Bernie Sanders was such a strong message. You know, like why he's always been somebody that because it's bipartisan. Healthcare is should not be a partisan issue. Unfortunately, it is because the Republicans want you to die or whatever. At least I'm not saying like the average Republican. I just mean like the Republicans want you to fucking die because they don't care. They just want money. Like, do you think Donald Trump gives a shit about your life? Of course he doesn't. He knows he can, for some reason, have the best healthcare but still pays his weird hippie doctor. But like, he doesn't give a shit about you living a good life. I do think that there's plenty of left-wing people who absolutely don't give a shit about you like living a good life. But I think somebody like Kamala Harris, who's done her entire job to work to have a better life for people, like people underestimate how progressive her stances have been on stuff, especially like with healthcare. Where is it that crazy to think that sometimes people actually give a shit? Kind of. And I don't necessarily think the Democrats, generally speaking, like give a shit about. I don't think Nancy Pelosi gives a shit about you. But I do think that like we're looking at the side of who is okay with you dying and who wants to at least keep you alive to get your vote. You know, if we're gonna look at it like super cynically, at least look at it that way. You know, like, okay, the Republicans are okay with letting you die because we've already seen this happen. This isn't a joke. I'm not joking about this. This has already been seen to happen. Like, remember during COVID? COVID was who do you think died more from COVID? Republicans or Democrats? It's probably because Trump himself was saying, don't wear masks, go out, it's fine, don't shut down your businesses. Where Democrats, even though like some people like, I don't know, like Gavin Newsom did some hypocritical shit, they still were like, okay, well, don't do this because it's bad for you. That's being indifferent versus literally just wanting you to die. Which again is crazy because you're saying old people, and yeah, because that's crazy because that's the Republican base. They knew their voters were the most likely to die and they didn't care. They're like a rabid, like, fuck, I just finished reading Cujo, so that's why I'm going to use this metaphor, but they're like a fucking rabid dog that doesn't even understand how much they're fucking themselves over by, like, just going after, like, the whole thing in Cujo is, like, he has rabies, so he blames every person that he's around for, like, he feels bad, so he blames everything around him for it. It's like, this random person that I just saw, they're causing all of my hurt. And it's the same fucking thing that the Republicans do. Where it's just like, I feel really bad, so we're just gonna blame the other side, even though I'm fucking myself because I'm fucking my own base. By just being, so insane. And by, I don't mean like them individually, I mean like the messaging itself being so, it's not the Republicans that are causing the issue, it's the guy, person that's there, we'll just blame all of my, even though I'm on my deathbed, I still hate the Democrats, Where the real problem is just the Republicans, who just are literally there being like, I don't give a shit about if you die. Because they don't care about if you die. Anyway, vote for me for best stream 2024 and September 8th. I don't know if it's not a holiday, right? Hot take. I don't think 9/11 should be a holiday. I just feel like I had to heard about it too much that I feel like it should, just because I just don't want to go to work. That's my hot take. Speaking of hot takes.
Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Deedon.
I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance.
What the fuck is he doing? Why is he bobbing back and forth like that? He's like, oh my god, a black guy, now I can be racist? What? Why is Charlie Kirk so excited right here?
I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance.
Why is he doing that?
Women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think
if people to flag up, you're racist.
A lot
I say
of
jokingly, obviously.
people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths.
What are the flags for? The flags for are it's to set up like a really toxic environment for this, where which is intended, obviously, where if the audience gives enough audience being okay, so this is a room of 25 liberal college students, and if they feel like they're not doing a good enough job, they hold up the flag. It's like if you ever see like Destiny or like Vosh, like the debate thing where he'll go into a Discord server. And I know Vosh did one once with Doobie, where he went into like a political Discord server, and obviously it was hosted by somebody. It wasn't just like randomly. And like everyone thinks that they could do better, right? Everyone thinks that the person before them did worse, but they just don't necessarily even understand the rhetoric or whatever. This is just to kind of like make it even harder for the person, because they not only have to appeal to what Charlie Kirk's saying, they also have to, for some reason, appeal to these retards who also want to take over their spot. And that's the idea, right? The idea is to undermine whoever's speaking, to make it harder. It's all optics for the right, 100%. Gonna look bad against a right-wing hack who's used to this shit, yeah.
Out of OECD nations, right?
No, they don't do it when they disagree. They do it when they want them to not speak anymore. So again, it's not them disagreeing with the position. It's like having like, anytime you do a debate, right? Like I've done debates, and I can't look at the chat. I kind of glance at it, but if I'm trying to set up a point, if there's a bunch of people in the chat being like, "What are you talking about? What? Question mark? Question mark?" Like it's going to derail you. Obviously, if you're more confident and more like used to that type of shit, and that doesn't bother you, then that's a good thing, obviously. But for me, it's something that I think is just it's not particularly helpful at all to see like a bunch of naysaying in the chat, because then like your mind's not as focused. Where they're basically, just imagine when they pull up the flag being like a chatter being like, no, I could do a better job. I could do a better job. I could do a better job. That's basically what the red flags mean. The red flags mean I can do a better job.
And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth.
Also, the fact that they have to run to the chair is so insane.
Because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths.
That guy looks familiar. I think he's been on another Jubilee.
Out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while it is,
they're saying I can
definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right. Sure.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal, since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is all.
I don't know. I think they look like college. I think they look older. What, you think this guy looks like super young? He looks about the right age to be a college kid. I mean, these all look like, I mean, again, also being in college, it's college students, not college kids. I could, you at whatever age you are, if you're 40 or like 50 or whatever, or 30, like 32 like I am, I could go to college and I'd still be a college student technically. Who gives a shit?
Always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America?
I don't know why that's relevant.
Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, like he shouldn't have engaged with that. He should just be like, I don't care. What is that? Because the number doesn't matter, right? The thing is, he didn't really come in here with a strong position, which is why I think that the first girl did really good, because she obviously was both being defensive and offensive, and why also the guy after her did really well, because he was obviously came with the plan to be offensive. He didn't really come in here with a actual like plan. I think he did like, he did. I don't want to say badly, because like, it's not like he like shit himself or whatever, but I don't think he did well.
But it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6. Sorry.
He probably made him feel really uncomfortable, just from the manner of him being black, because Charlie Kirk has literally said that if he saw a black pilot, he would feel uncomfortable being on that flight. Like, this is the level of racist this piece of shit is. So I assume being like on like a really shitty table near a black person made him really uncomfortable.
Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why once after the reversal of Roe versus Wade,
Protection of those who can't protect themselves? What?
we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think.
Oh, that guy's been on another Jubilee too. Well, that guy
Go
that
down
just made that
dramatically
face.
in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi.
Oh, sorry.
We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, I think we've seen this guy in a Jubilee before. He looks familiar. Yeah, the number doesn't matter, and the reason to seek out abortion doesn't matter. He was too weak with the sexual assault example. Yeah, the sexual assault example is stupid. This is why I don't agree with the idea of the exceptions. The concept of them, sure, but like what they actually mean in practice is useless, because how do you prove that? In cases of rape, okay, well, have you ever seen any sort of like legal case? Like rape takes years to prove, potentially. Like think about like any like even high profile, like we'll just use that as an example, just to bear with me about the legal system of any like murder trial, right? A murder trial is probably going to take a few years before they start actually going to trial. A murder trial will usually last around like a month and a half-ish. And obviously that's not the same as a rape trial. However, it's in the same ballpark of, it's not like tomorrow morning you're going to go to trial, right? It's going to take, a bunch of gathering. You have to prove it. Like, you have to have the option, again, rape itself is also incredibly hard to prove because it is so much of a he said, she said. Like, what, just having, like, again, rape isn't just like getting beaten the shit out of and then like, and then randomly in an alley and then like they come in you. Like, it's incredibly hard to prove because of the, I guess, delicate nature of the case, right? So the idea of having to have rape as the only reason that you could get an abortion is stupid, because if it's gonna take a year, you're already fucked, For one, literally, I didn't mean that pun, but you're not talking about something that like, abortions need to happen pretty early on. We're talking about a series of what, like 5 weeks, like at the earliest, and then like at the latest, like a few months. Justice doesn't work that fast. Investigation is usually longer than murders, especially it is usually more yeah, there's a lot of unsolved rape cases because it's so complicated, especially like if you get raped by somebody that you previously had a sexual relationship with. Like, if your husband, like, maybe, like, I don't know, you were estranged from your husband or whatever, and you have moved on, and then he rapes you, like maybe you're, I don't know, whatever happens, like having that proven as being rape is so fucking difficult. So the idea of like, oh, well, if he raped you, like, well, why aren't you able to, you should have to carry the baby to term because, I don't know, you used to fuck him, so I guess you have to, like. Also, that still goes for the incest charge as well. When they say that there's exceptions like rape and incest, those mean nothing. That means that they're not exceptions, because how the fuck do you prove incest? The same issue that you have with the rape charges. It's really fucking hard for you to prove these things. It's like almost impossible to do it in a timely manner. It's like, well, now you already have a baby. Like, unless you like, I don't know, like have like video footage of it, like you still would have to go to trial and it still would take a long time. So that's why people like Trump say like the 3 exceptions, because they're actually meaningless. In the life of the mother. That's another one that's meaningless, because who fucking knows when the life of the mother is a thing? It's always a percentage chance, right? This is why, like, when we were talking about earlier about like how doctors are not going to even risk it, because it's all a percentage chance. Medical stuff is never like we're not playing a video game. There's no right and wrong answer here. There's not a yes or no. It's not an on or an off. It's just a percentage chance. Okay, so this person's probably gonna die if they don't get this medical care. You would think if we lived in a reasonable world, right, that you would go with like, okay, well, if there's any chance of this, really, like a reasonable one, like I don't know what a reasonable percentage would be like. What do you think was a reasonable chance for dying? If you have like, I don't know, like a 10% or higher percent dying, like you should probably go through with this procedure type of thing. Like I don't really know what their cutoff is, but that's not, obviously the medical field does understand that. They're not gonna risk if that 10% like could also mean like you go to jail. Because how do you prove that you did a procedure that wasn't for the life of the mother? How do you prove that? They could just say whatever, because again, it's all about percentage chances. Like, that's what the 3 exceptions are. Complete fucking bullshit. They don't mean anything. So I absolutely spit on the concept of the 3 exceptions, because they're, sorry, I meant to do finger quotes, but I did 3 quotes, but I guess that works too. The 3 exceptions, because they don't mean anything. We're not, again, talking about like yes or no on the quiz. We're talking about like the percentage chances. Nobody knows when somebody's going to die. Like a hemorrhage can be nothing, or it could be literally lethal if you treat it, you know? Medical procedures are complicated. There's something interesting when I was reading Stephen King's The Stand, like an appendicitis is supposed to be nothing, right? But like if we made appendicitis like illegal unless it was going to kill you, what does that mean? We just have to wait? We have to wait until they're literally getting sepsis? Because the condition itself isn't going to kill you, generally speaking. It's what it causes. If your appendix bursts, you don't die from appendicitis. You die from the infection that you're gonna get from sepsis, basically. You don't die from the appendix. You die from the complications with it, which is the exact same fucking thing that's going to happen when it comes to the life of the mother. Those things are not necessarily like giving birth is going to kill you. It's like the things that are going to happen related to it. It's annoying. Anyways, yeah.
I don't think a lot.
So
of
yeah, I
able to
agree
have
that
amazing-
the idea of talking about the exceptions and all of that is stupid.
Lives thanks
Bad
to
debate
reversal
tactic.
Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
It's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of
that's a
abortions
nice
that happen.
talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of
So
whatever data you're
that's
showing.
not true, but let's just say so. Well, if you
40?
if you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a.
What? Oh, now he's fucking adding Oh, the abortion pill doesn't count? Like, what is the majority of abortions, the abortion pill?
Chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things, and I'm not debating.
They are different things, but you can't. When you get an abortion, you can get a chemical abortion, like, I don't know, up until, I don't know, like 2 months, I think, or maybe, no, I think a little bit farther than that, like 3 or 4. But like a medical one, depending on what we're talking about, you can do up until 9 months, because if we're talking about just like a C-section type of thing, It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the conversation. He's just trying to fucking gish gallop.
I'm not debating you. I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering.
Yes, unjust suffering. So you would be then in support of not having somebody suffer through. Like, you have a wife, right? Like, was it easy for her to, like, go through all of the process of being pregnant for 9 months, carrying around another life, having them, like, you know, I guess if we're going to be silly about it, I would say, I wouldn't actually say this in a debate, but I would just, offhand, would be like sucking the life from you, literally. Not that you can't do it, of course, but, like, you're giving life to them. I guess I would say that to be more poetic. Do you think it's easy to give life to create a life inside your body? No, it's a fucking difficult thing to do. So why are you
Try and be faster next time. So let me ask you
acting
this.
like it's just
so
like
the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings.
an easy thing to do? Is that not suffering in a way?
Right.
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust
I've heard
suffering
what he
of
said.
anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred
They're
in
not
the
suffering. They don't care.
womb. And so that's not a woman's.
So are you pro, like, I don't know, people who are vegetables? Like, should we just always keep them alive or what?
rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education.
Correct.
Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that
So
happen.
what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education the last 30 years. We've had
Sex education.
Well, no, we have increased our sexual education and our. Wait. Whoa, no, she should have agreed with him. She does the problem that I do when you're getting, like, in a contentious argument where you just feel like you can't agree with them at all on anything, and that's something that I've been trying to get better on. Where she should have been like, yeah.
Education is so bad in America.
Well,
it is so bad, but we have increased it. It is increasing, and the birth teen pregnancies have reduced massively. If we want to talk about, like, unplanned teen pregnancy in states that have a non-abstinence only education has reduced to an insane level. Like, it's so obvious, like, what actually helps. Like, she was right in her first point, but she's getting tripped up.
By bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are
in those states where those are more accessible. The teen pregnancy rates have absolutely gone down.
learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more.
Oh, he also probably is thinking, you're right, about the abstinence sex education, like being like, that's not sex education. It's sex education. Hello, students. I am here to teach you about sex today. Don't do it. Goodbye. And then you put your hat on that for some reason you're wearing and then walk away. Yeah, that's not education. The idea of actually again, like, I've told this story a million times because it's so ridiculous. But I remember I went to a Christian school for 12 years. And I remember my sex education, like 5th grade or whatever, they said that men had sperm on their fingers. Obviously, the reason why they taught us that was they didn't want to have any sort of sexual contact with their fingers. It's like basically akin to saying kissing can get you pregnant. I was literally taught and believed for an embarrassingly long time, and I mean until I was like in my 20s, that men had sperm like spawn from their fingers because that's how I was taught. I know it's embarrassing, and yeah, what the fuck, I get it. But literally, that's what I was taught. That's what abstinence only type of education teaches you, and that doesn't teach you anything good. Like, what is that trying to do? It's like, oh, don't get fingered by, I don't know, your boyfriend when you're like 15 or whatever. It's like, what is that really stopping? It doesn't really seem like that's a healthy, like, you're just teaching a lie that's going to be confusing later when they realize it's a lie. Because what's confusing later when, like, you're like, wait, what? Well, Catholics are insane when it comes to the fact that they don't want any contraceptives. God, I don't know if you can watch this movie called The Last Night. Or no, The Last Duel. Sorry. Last Night I think is a different movie. I think that's the one with it was like a comedy. I don't know, whatever. No, I was thinking of The Black Knight. I'm mixing up all my stuff. Doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is The Last Duel. It came out a few years ago. And in it, one of the things is she gets raped by Adam Driver. And they said that because she gets pregnant, right? But he also, her husband, you know, being the good guy that he is, of course, is saying, I don't want him to be the last guy inside you. So then he rapes her too. So they basically fucked like right after each other in a way. But like she gets pregnant, right? And she's on trial, and all the dudes are like, well, as we know from science, you can't conceive unless you have an orgasm. So you must have liked it, right? Like you can't get pregnant unless you like it, basically. Very, very funny stuff. And this is why I love the idea of like saying we're not going back, because tell me that you don't know a fucking conservative that would absolutely believe that. That they actually do think that something like that would be, or could be convinced that something like that was real. Oh yeah, it was a Ridley Scott thing, yeah. It's okay. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it, but it's a decent watch. The thing that was fun about it for me was some of the main girl looks like somebody I knew, so it was like interesting. It's not, if you're looking for Gladiator, absolutely not. I would not suggest it. It's not very Gladiator-esque. It's a good movie. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it if you're looking for something like Gladiator. If you're interested in some like really weird feudal like shit, then sure, but it's a very, I guess, in a way, feminist story. But it's like well made. It looks pretty. U.S. Republican senator infamously believe that. Yeah. I also heard that some people think that people can control when their periods happen, which is very funny to think about, considering how inconvenient they are as somebody who has a period. I wish. Ah! Oh, that's kind of funny you say that, Tyrant Axe, because I watched The Last Duel, The Green Knight, and some like Timothy Chalamet thing where he's like a king or whatever. It wasn't Dune. Don't make that joke. But I watched all three of those at the same time. I really like The Green Knight. It's a trip. I would recommend it to people if you like artsy movies. I would suggest The Northman if you want to see like a on that kind of on the same. No, yeah, I love Dev Patel. He's great. But also The Northman is such a good movie. We're thinking like old school, you know, type movies. But the Green Knight is like a poem. It's very storybook, which obviously is the point. I'm a artsy fartsy person. I don't like watching movies usually, but when I watch movies that I'm really engaged in, I really like movies like that. They speak to me. Just like that in Kong X Godzilla. God, I got so drunk watching that movie. Sorry, that was a joke, but because I got so drunk watching that movie, it was so fun. because it was so stupid. You want a really stupid movie to put on? Like, I don't know, if you have friends over that are all just getting drunk and it's just in the background. I keep meaning to watch Godzilla minus one. I just forget about it. But no, the Kong X Godzilla movie is so stupid that I had a great time watching it because I was really drunk. I don't think that that's true for it. I don't think that movies overall aren't as good as they used to. I think that there's just more movies, so there's more slop. There are really, really good movies, but in the past, the only movies that would go to theater were really, really good movies, right? Now there's a lot of bullshit that goes to theaters too. Like, I just think that there's more shit. There's not less good. You think Alexander Skarsgård is a dreadful actor? No, I think Ethan Hawke was great. I think if anything in The Northman to have a criticism about, it would be not Natalie Portman. I don't know why I thought blonde lady. Fuck. What's her name? I know you're gonna know who I'm thinking of. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Eyes wide shut. Is eyes? Whatever. He was married to Tom Cruise for a while. Nicole Kidman figured it out. I said it first, Tyrannex. You saw it on the chat. You saw it. I said it first. Thank you. I think that she's just distracting because she looks very modern. Because Ethan Hawke and like Green Goblin, they're so perfect. In those roles because they just look like dirty old like Viking dudes. Well, they tapped it first, so they didn't hit enter quick enough. I feel like I haven't seen Buscemi in anything recently. Has he been in stuff? Okay, never mind. Let's get back to the video. I'm getting distracted.
Sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that, let me ask you just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all
Does
of these
that
other
logic
things.
apply to
Good point. No, that logic doesn't apply to that. What are you talking about? You're just trying to distract me.
stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does because those are results of different
Okay,
societal
so-
issues
so-
that you should be
Got it.
educating
So we
yourself
should
on
make-
rather than making it
so we
illegal
should
at
make-
the front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because
burglary?
they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from
No,
those
you got to
things.
answer the question. We want less.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter if your chat saw it earlier. If my chat is what you saw on screen, if I said it before you saw it, that's when I saw it. That doesn't matter.
For those things, should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's so stupid. I understand like her being like, that's so annoying. She didn't go off the rails. She was fine with what she said. What part of what she said do you have a problem with? I mean, what? So I noticed that it's not like everyone gets up to go. I feel like they tell like 4 people to run because that would be like literally chaos if they had everybody do it.
Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy.
I've seen him on, I think, another Jubilee video. Oh, he
So,
knows
like,
him.
pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles?
Like,
go
if
to
you could go
prison?
back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't
Hold
go
on
to
a
prison.
second, but it's not currently illegal.
Oh shit, he's got the Destiny talking speed.
Okay,
But
regardless.
pedophilia
At
is
that time,
current.
at that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively.
See, she wasn't actually saying that. He was just trying to make it seem like she was saying that. She's more. She shouldn't. I agree that she shouldn't have. In the way that she did. Concede that talking point. I get what she was saying, but I think for the sake of the debate type thing, I don't think that she should have done that. But I think she did decent.
Force laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout
Isn't it still technically illegal?
the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible. Right?
Well, hold on a second. So where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is the age of consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon, it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
Because you don't go based on what's generally agreed, you go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Oh, that's an interesting point that he's trying to do. Okay, I get what his approach. I like it.
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in the family?
See, this is good because he's not doing the thing where we get caught up with like the life begins at conception. He's conceding the life it begins at conception, but then he's adding a qualifier there, and then he's adding something on top of that. He's doing really well so far.
You got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree,
dead individual there are brainwaves as well. So the brainwaves necessary to produce a subjective experience are met until around 18 through 26 weeks in the womb.
Can you see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks those brainwaves
But
will
it's
actually?
all, yeah, I think he's actually coming off pretty well optically too, because he's able to get his points out quick. Like this is why I say like the talk speaking, the quick talking thing is a reason. He studied from the school of Destiny, I assume. I don't have that talent. It's physically difficult for me to speak. That sounds silly to say, but it is. Not like an RFK type thing, but like I'm hoping to get this fixed because I'm getting my bottom teeth fixed, but my bottom teeth are so impacted that my tongue literally rubs against my teeth. It feels like trying to get through a door that somebody's trying to hold closed from the other side anytime I speak. And yeah, am I making excuses and being a little bit of a bitch? Yeah, but I'm just saying it is physically hard for me to speak. So I really wish I could do something like this. And I don't even think if I didn't have that issue, I could do this. He's got the studying from the School of Destiny, and I think he's doing well.
Actually,
dead individual there are brainwaves as well. So the brainwaves necessary to produce a subjective experience are met until around 18 through 26 weeks in the womb.
Can you see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks those brainwaves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue?
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are sentient?
But the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brainwaves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain death is. I
Hold on,
didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring.
Avocado, I find it hard to believe that he doesn't watch Destiny. He's on Jubilee. Jubilee, they don't like ask random people. You have to, like, I could go on this show. You could go on this show. From the link. They don't like ask random people to go on this. They don't invite people. You ask to go on this. So my guess is if he's engaged in politics, he's a young person in college, and he's interested in debate. He's probably at least familiar with Destiny, and his cadences seem very similar. So
go back to
no, it's not. What's a red herring?
6 to 8.
No, go on the show. It's in California, I think. I'm pretty sure it's in San Francisco. You just have to like hit them up. All of you guys here can go on the show. They're not like particularly strict. He just doesn't give me a Destiny viewer vibe. He does to me, but whatever.
A red
We
herring
can disagree on
8
that one.
weeks when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain death is. I
Hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
No, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the
Ooh, he's turning
topic
around.
and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually what I'm saying.
That's not at all what a red herring is. Nice. He put him on the defense. That's not at all what a red herring is.
So ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become.
Or maybe that's the cut. Maybe I don't think. I think it's in California. I thought it was in San Francisco, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know why. I just had no reason necessarily to think that, and I'm just sticking to thinking that.
Sentient being in the future. The same way that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But
Oh, I'm
so
not.
let's see the process of development, right? Why
Do you wanna answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the
Should,
right?
should those child P3Os go to prison?
The process of
should the
development
pedophiles go to prison?
from 1904. How many pedophiles are
From
alive
behind.
from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past,
Okay, that's just-
hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive. Back
Okay,
then.
so
But
then you don't apply it based upon what people are deceived to believe.
But
You apply it
yes,
based
I
upon
do.
what you consider to be
That-
moral.
it's a
So the
separate
women who had
issue.
abortions, you think they should go to prison.
No,
so why should
no,
women
I-
who get abortions go
I've
to prison,
never- I've
but
never
someone
said
like
that.
my mom who
This
told
is
me that
not-
Santa Claus
this
exists
is
shouldn't go to
not
prison
going to
because
be
they're both
constructive
I was
debate.
kind of background. He's like me.
If you keep on talking over me.
Well, I
right?
was finishing my statement.
So-
You were talking.
Oh, he took an L. That you keep talking over me argument is always an L. When you're like the guy, and yeah, do you think that you don't talk over people? This is like what every argument is when the talking over me thing. This happens so often. I've noticed it like every single time I debate somebody. When I'm on a roll, they was like, "Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking?" That means that you're winning, generally speaking. When you're making somebody feel bad, which isn't necessarily winning, depending on what the situation that you're trying to do is. But like, yeah, like if somebody's saying like, "Oh, why are you talking over me?" Most likely you're probably not talking over them. And if you are, you obviously are because they're just, jibber jabbing or whatever the phrase is, They're just kind of saying their script. And if they're going to say their script, you know what their script is. Fuck it. Talk over them. Who gives a shit? Shut up and listen,
Over me,
But
but go for it.
let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes.
Because I think
all abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily
are you
better
against
unless it is
late-term
the case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health medically speaking.
Are you against
'Cause I think
late-term
women,
abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a
my
more
bad.
reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's 15 weeks.
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
But I think people
you
have
are where most
You're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you.
He did really well.
How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's
Wait, what? Go? She's the only person, so they just told her?
How are you? Nice to
Nobody
see you.
even, obviously moved to get up. Not that they weren't interested, they clearly just were told not to get up. So?
How are you? Nice to see you.
so I just have
So
one
I saw her. Oh, there's one question. This is already not going well. Don't you feel us dark-haired?
question. There's in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do
where-
think
hold
that
on
a
one
couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there should-
But people say that it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, that's retarded. The idea that an abortion is never medically... What do you think? A C-section is technically an abortion. Depending on what technicalities we're going with. Which are not standardized. Legally speaking, I mean.
So if
medically
you had a
speaking, they
daughter
are.
and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was
Well,
going to
I-
give birth
I
and
do
she
have
would,
a
no,
daughter.
wait. Oh, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her
Well, that's awfully
baby?
that's awfully graphic. To answer
It's
the-
no, but it's a real life
That's
scenario.
awfully graphic. Oh my god, what are you, a pussy? Get over it. That's awfully graphic. You're being nasty. This is him being sexist, by the way. He wouldn't have a problem with a man saying this to him, and I'm not being hysterical about this. Think about the way that he's reacted when it comes to, like, I know enough about Charlie Kirk, trust me, that, like, he wouldn't say that to a man explaining this. He wouldn't say, that's awfully graphic, because he's working off of this very antiquated, like, idea of women being these, like, delicate flowers or whatever that they should have dominion over, and unfortunately that shit still happens. I've gotten literally a very cold reminder of that recently. Okay, I don't know why I'm being so dramatic about it, but when I was getting our furniture, we bought a couch, right? A very expensive couch, and it was like, I went with Razor to get it, right? But I was the one, like, paying for it initially, and he just kept, we're sitting at a triangular table, and he kept, like, I'm the one asking him questions, but he would address his answers to Razor. Like, to the point where I had to physically get up to see what he was doing. Like, to see what he was doing, like, because he was not showing me it. And, like, it was a surprising wake-up call. Because I don't know if this is a California thing or just an ignorance thing, where I just didn't think that level of sexism would really be so overt. But fuck me on that one, I guess I was wrong. So I think I then realized after that, like, my pool company, right, doesn't fucking do anything. We have a saltwater pool, right? Obviously, Razor and I, we have things that we both are in charge of. He, like, in charge of talking to, like, the lawn guys. I'm in charge of the pool guys, right? And then I realized they haven't fucking listened to me about the fact that it's been a saltwater pool. I've called multiple times being like, this is a salt, you were not treating it like this. Can you please treat it like, normal shit that you would do, right? And I realized that, oh my god, I think the reason why they don't listen to me is not because the pool company is bad. Well, to an extent it is, but I think it is because I'm not a dude. I think that they think that I'm hysterical and wrong, which is why they don't listen to me when I complain about stuff. Because Razor called one time, and then they actually gave a shit. And I'm like, holy shit, I didn't think we were still in this fucking world where I was gonna get sex. And then I was talking to my mom about it, and she's like, oh yeah, literally I'll have your dad call sometimes because they just don't listen to you. And I'm like, it blew my balls off, dude. Like, I was so, I don't know, not necessarily surprised, but I just flabbergasted. Because I was like, are we still in this type of world where you just don't listen to me anymore? Before this event? Yeah, well, they didn't know about it, I guess. Maybe I should just do, like, literally I was thinking about, like, should I just call with, like, a voice changer? I mean, maybe, like, I can do my, my impression of, Kill 'Em All. My Netanyahu impression. Maybe I should just call it like that. I unironically think I might start doing that. Can you get Razor to start on the phone? Like, shut the fuck up, Spec. It's like, oh my god. This sex, I think I, like, because I do, understand the hysterical sexism type stuff where, like, people just, like, bitch about it, like, but I think, it's more prevalent than I even thought, because I didn't realize I was getting sexismed, because when, okay, so we wanted to get the lights in the pool fixed, right? So I called them, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna, because it was, like, I don't know, like, in December, yeah, we're gonna have to get, like, a diver, so we're gonna have to charge you, like, $3,000, because to get, I think they specifically said to have that poor soul go into the water, and for one, I have a diving certificate, So it's like, okay, well, I could just do it. But like, two, that sounded insane. I don't understand why that would be the case. So then I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna call. Razor, can you call? And then he calls and like, oh yeah, we can do it for like $150. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, the day up. God damn, I hate everybody that does this shit. Stupid. Are they? Yes, 100%, because they think I'm too stupid to realize that that doesn't make any sense. Because I didn't do it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, that's insane. I literally said that straight to the face. You know me, I'm very crass, and I don't like temper my conversation towards people, and I think that a lot of people get off put by it, because you know I have a feminine voice or whatever. What happened? Some assholes said that it would cost like $3,000 to check if my pool lights are working, because they had to put somebody in the pool in like in scuba gear. Which again, what? I don't know why you would need scuba. My pool isn't like 40 feet deep here. We're talking about like a 6-foot deep pool. Yeah, why not a snorkel? Good question, right? But they're like literally like yeah, it's good because they think I'm stupid. Because they think I'm stupid. I mean, yeah, I'm confused. I don't understand how the pool works, but why the fuck would Razor know how the pool works? He doesn't know how the pool works either. Because the thing is, the lights turned on the other day, and clearly it doesn't mean that the light itself is burnt out. There's something obviously wrong with the wiring, and I know that, but they think that I don't know that. Which is why they wanted to charge me like $3,000 for it, and as soon as Razor calls, they're like, yeah, no, it'll be like $150. And I'm like, are you I'm so annoyed about that. I think I just need to find like a voice changer, or like, I'll just talk like Netanyahu. I'll just have to talk about having to kill all the Palestinians, though. That's what I'll have to do to talk, so people can take me seriously. Like, also, if it's an electrical component, I would imagine you'd have to drain the pool. Like, it doesn't make any sense that you would have to snorkel your way into the water to change an electrical component. The thing is, the light's not broken. It's just that, the wiring system is fucked up. And I knew that, but, oh, do you think that they're gonna listen to me? Like, because it's like, oh yeah, no, the wiring still works because the light came on. Like, well, we're gonna have to send somebody into the water, and it's really cold out, so the quote was, to send a poor soul into that water, we're gonna have to charge you extra, so it's gonna be around like $3,000 to $5,000. And I'm like, what? Again, because they think I'm fucking retarded. Oh my god. And literally they had to fire a guy because they weren't treating our pool like a saltwater pool, which I told them 4 times. Because I'm like, I don't think the salt like thing is working. And I'm calling him and they're like, no, no, they're cleaning like a salt pool. I'm like, I don't think you are. And then it turns out like, oh, they had to fire a guy because our pool was about to fucking break because they weren't treating it like a salt pool. This happened multiple times that they had to have different people come to the house because they didn't qualify it as a salt pool. Which it is! Which I told them from the fucking second I got that company that it was. They didn't, I guess, give a shit about putting it down. Like, they don't even have to do like that much with it. They just, like, I don't even understand how, like, they just don't give a shit about, like, when I... To be fair, I'm really annoying, but I know it's not because of that. If they actually... They're probably just doing, like, the roll your eyes, like, whatever, this person doesn't even know what they're talking about. But all of a sudden, when Razor calls one time, all of a sudden they give a shit? Insane. It was actually really nice here. No, it wasn't in the summer at the time that I complained. That's what I'm saying. It was almost a year ago, or it was not almost a year ago. It was months ago because it was cold at the time. But again, they didn't have to go into the water. They came the next day. They came the next day when razor cold. They came the fucking next day. And obviously they didn't have to go into the water because it's obviously a wiring issue. And to be fair, we haven't heard from them yet, but maybe they've sent something to him. Anyways.
That happens to
down.
many
Speaking
people.
of
And she
other
was going to give birth
retards.
and she was going to live.
Not
Would
her,
you
I meant
want
him,
her to
but-
go through that and carry her
That's
roughest baby?
That's awfully graphic. The answer
It's
to-
no, but it's a real life
Okay,
scenario
well,
that happens
calm
to
down.
many
The
people.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in one is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Which one is a dolphin fetus? Wait, is he trying to do the dolphin fetus thing? Which one? This is a dolphin fetus and this is a human fetus.
Your daughter was
which
probably
person here was
hopefully
which person
conceived by
here?
a somewhat
Which person here
loving
was
couple.
conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights
But
and it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So
It's about your
do-
daughter who has to give
no.
birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
rest of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going to
Every
ruin
freedom.
her life. She's
Okay,
going to
she's kind of crushing with like just yelling over him. I don't think like necessarily like she's obviously doing an appeal to emotion thing, which I don't personally like, but I get, you know, but I think she's doing really good at talking over him.
grow up and she's going to
Abortion
be
is not a
attached to another
victimless
thing.
crime.
Like she's
The
not
point
gonna
is
she's
how
not
you
stopped.
were conceived is-
Also, I think it's because she's tall. Look at like she's got tall bitch vibes.
It's irrelevant what human rights you get. But hold on one second. If
Women want sex without repercussions. Well, what's their argument? I don't really know what her argument is, to be fair, but I think she's just doing a good job of talking over him.
a person conceived in walks down the side of the street,
I think she's trying to talk about like I think she's trying to advocate for like the rape, or she's trying to get him. Maybe she's like 5-heading it to make it so the rape and incest inclusions are useless because he just said, because what she did actually do is prove that he just said that the rape, like as I said or what we were talking about earlier, and my position is that the rape and incest inclusions are worthless. He cannot use that to run away from anymore because he just said that, oh, it doesn't matter if it's a rapist baby, it doesn't matter. So to use the exclusions of like rape and incest, he can't do it anymore because she already got him to admit that he doesn't give a shit about that because they're all the human life. So in that way, I guess she did a good job. Like again, I don't really know what her argument is, but I do think that she's doing a good job of talking over him, and I do think that she's did a good job to at least set that down. I guess like they're already done with the topic, so to some extent it's worthless in this particular conversation, but it is still on the books here, you know?
it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to that the daughter is to then say, hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you.
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being?
Wait, I think she literally just by being like a tall and aggressive kind of like put him on the back foot. I feel like her presence here, like she came in here like, I don't necessarily jive with her message, but like she's kind of doing a good job of flustering him. And I don't really know why. I assume because she's tall. And she looks similar. I don't know.
Because we're gonna pander
How you
to
doing?
the
I
evil.
hope you're safe. Yeah, it was good word when we don't see you for a little bit. Arguing for like 20 minutes? Yeah, he came here to do that. Do you think I get tired of arguing after 20 minutes? If it's the same retard conversation, yeah, but it's different people, I can do this all day. He seems oddly flustered by her, which is interesting.
What makes the West
Candace, we got new emotes. Guys, use a new emote.
great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm
I know,
speaking. No, I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
clumps
No,
of cells.
Why
I'm
did the frame rate die? Was that me?
speaking. No,
We're
I'm
both
speaking. No,
clumps of
I'm
cells,
speaking. No,
okay?
I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
I
the
know you
person.
don't
No.
Okay, that was funny. The way that she said it first in the highlight, I didn't like her, but that was funny.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the person who is dealing with.
Should have held him to her points. Yeah, I kind of am just appreciating him being uncomfortable at this point.
The pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't
the
care.
cells.
No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in
5-year-olds
utero,
can't get pregnant.
actually
Okay.
they have, and they have given birth. There is
5-year-olds have
yes.
given pregnant.
There
I
is
stand
one.
corrected.
There is one.
Lena Medina of Peru gave birth via C-section at 5. Jesus Christ! 5 years old. The father identity is unknown. The pregnancy was possible because she was sexually developed, which some call precocious puberty. I know precocious puberty is a thing, so that tracks. God, that's so gross. To think about that? Jesus.
Recorded case of a
Okay, I
5-year-old
stand
girl who
corrected.
gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and it's
Okay,
if they get pregnant,
5-year-olds
I think they should be
pregnant,
able.
Yo, he's so scared of her.
To have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many, I'm curious, how
I
many?
hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, that was a little... that... Woo! That was... that was burner. I couldn't think of the word. Jesus Christ. Well, shit, Queen, go off. See, that's tall bitch energy for sure.
So that is really nasty.
That is really nasty. That's always one of those dog whistles for being sexist. Is saying nasty. Calling a woman nasty is a sexist term, generally speaking, to say something like that. Would you call, like, that guy basically did the same thing, but he didn't call him nasty. He, like, shook his hand. But damn, she went ham, bro. Go off, Queen. Yeah, the cope really means that he got so uncomfortable by her. I think it's just because she's like 6'3" or whatever. I don't actually know how tall she is, but she looked like she's very tall. She came in with the intensity of a tall, and I feel like he was uncomfortable by.
So her belief system, just so we're clear, is that.
The time's up.
Yeah, no, I got it. Fine. I mean.
Boss bitch, let's go.
It's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam.
College is a scam. To some extent, yeah. I don't feel particularly strong about it.
Hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you doing?
Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will
It's really weird to go from that conversation to this one.
go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's
Wait, he's pro-liberal? What? I heard the word liberal out of his mind in a positive way. What? So Charlie Kirk is a liberal?
not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least,
Well, a liberal arts, that can mean like a BA, I assume, is what he meant by that. Like a Bachelor of Arts is like something you would get, I guess, like in English or even some science fields, like sociology would be you get like a BA. It kind of depends on what system we're talking about. The idea being the education, I guess that is why they should have probably maybe been a little bit more specific, but it doesn't really matter.
So it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
Could be preparing somebody for the job market. Yes, but also not necessarily. I think that, again, there is an element of, just if I was answering this question, I think there's an element of school that shouldn't have to be, like, that shouldn't necessarily have to have, like, ROI type of thing. I think that there are really important roles that are, like, not necessarily financially beneficial for the individual, but are beneficial for society as a whole. For example, like if somebody is taking care of their autistic kid or whatever, or like volunteers in like a nonprofit, they're not necessarily going to be making a lot of money, but their contributions, like social workers also, like their contributions to society are not something that you can quantitate. That's initially what I really liked about Andrew Yang's message, but he completely threw that out the window when he just wanted to do this dumb forward party bullshit. But like, I still stand with the messaging there, where like I there are so many thankless jobs that really do help society, even though you're not necessarily making a direct profit from them. What the fuck? Okay,
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money.
Shit, what am I, pre-watch Andy here?
I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to society?
It depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would.
Yeah. Sure. I imagine, well, what would your job in gender studies get, or what would gender studies get you? Probably like some sort of like counseling position, or even going into like a therapy position, or like a sociological one, like where HR positions, which I think that we would all agree, right? That HR is an incredibly useful part of the company, as much as it's not as beneficial to the to the individual as it is the company. I get it. I'm not acting like I don't understand that HR is not to help you, it's to help the company. But still, you can, yeah, I think it is beneficial to have HR that understands what gender studies is. You can absolutely get an HR job with gender studies degree. Like, I don't know why they act like a gender studies degree is completely useless. Also, you could be a writer with a gender studies degree. And that's just like, you can also, not that you have to like pick either or, but you can be in academia with a gender studies degree. I think that gender studies are incredibly important. I think that it benefits men as well as benefits women, and it benefits non-binary people. Gender studies is a really interesting field. I know it's like a I don't know, like a I'm down in the pub with the boys and it's like a joke or whatever, but it's not a unuseful degree at all.
Agree, yeah. Why would studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right now?
A lot of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth, they say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think men can give birth? I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give birth.
Assigned male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that...
Oh, God, he looks so like, well, I gotcha.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying...
Okay, good. He's getting back on track. That's good.
Gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding
of gender?
I
don't think gender... We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I think that there are two sexes, infinite personalities.
No, keep him on... Yeah, you got to be aggressive like that one lady. You're like, okay, well, no, we're talking about, do you think that gender studies are
genders.
useful.
However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, can I ask my question
Scam.
again real quick?
Well, I
Why
want
do
to
you
get back.
think?
Yeah,
I want to
okay,
get back
yeah,
to
that's
my
what he's
core
doing.
contention.
Okay, he's doing a
Scam.
good job.
So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job
Okay, just don't let him talk. He's just gonna do his fucking stunt speech.
at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from that.
So tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Oh my god. Don't. Okay, he's falling into this. No, this is bad. Just be like, why are we talking? Why don't you tell me about them? Because all he's trying to do is make you look stupid, right? Like you don't know what you're talking about. Don't even engage with it. Just be like, I don't. Why are we talking about this? Let's stay on. This is the often trip up that I'm not immune to myself, of course. I understand.
Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies question.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
That's what Oh, because he's like a hippie. I thought he did pretty well there. I mean, he fell into some traps, but again, you always do. He did. Again, I guess I shouldn't say well. He did okay. He did okay there. Oh, shit.
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender?
Does he have like a crush on her? Why is he so weird with her?
Studies major and it matters to them. Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that. But I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like
she gives me autism. Like she seems a little autistic, but it's like she's got like the autistic riz, and I respect it. I like her.
Maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college.
Oh my god, and she's like putting an ass in his place, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Get a degree and use it, and that is super important because
avocado. Yeah, because you're one of those people who've never done an actual debate. When you're in the hot seat, so to say, it always looks easy from the outside. But trust me, I thought the same thing, and then doing it myself, different ballgame. And you gotta start somewhere, right? I think that like where a lot of people are coming, like I don't think I'm being like overly nice. I'm just saying I think that they do have the sauce, you know what I mean? Like they have the sauce to become like a great debater, because they're working uphill from this particular setup especially. And Charlie Kirk is literally somebody whose entire job has been to do this for I don't know, like 15 years. He's like, what, like my age? A little bit older than me? And I didn't start even like considering doing debates until like, what, like 2 years ago? And I'm not good at it necessarily. I think I'm better than some, but I don't think I'm particularly like good because I'm not a good orator. And that's what I wanted to do them for. I wanted to get better at it. But these things take time to learn. So I want to appreciate when these young people are still able to come out swinging, and sometimes they just have the sauce. Razor's incredibly good at debate, and he doesn't like doing it, but he's very good at it. Because why? Because he's a fucking English teacher. He used to teach high school students. Of course he's good at debate. I never had an experience like that, so this is my learning thing. But also like the point being, like, we got to give them credit where credit is due. You can't just say that they're all bad. Then that means that you don't understand what is good and what is bad about what they are doing. You just don't like any of them because they're not all Vosh. Like, okay, sure, they're not like a Destiny. Like they're not destroying them like in every single way that they possibly could. They're not doing a perfect thing, but they're doing pretty good for what they're capable of.
Imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course,
like,
doctors.
Do you have a video of that, Avocado? Or are you just talking as you had like an argument with people? It's a completely different story than having a conversation with somebody as a debate and having a publicly shown debate.
And lawyers need credentialing, right? But
So college.
Well, less than 5%.
Obviously, this is the context that we're talking about. Yes, avocado. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
About people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the
Do
humanities.
you think that I'm not good at arguing people? Of course I'm good at arguing people. I'm not good at doing debate. Debate itself is inherently in a forum that is public.
So you're in college or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
you know what?
hold on. So they're taking your money.
Wait, has Kyle Kalinske not talked to Charlie Kirk? I find that kind of hard to believe just because they've been in the same space for such a long time.
And they're forcing you.
The question is
that
if
they're a
college
waste of
is a
time.
scam.
That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
depends.
Okay. Are you
On
going?
what college you go to
Are you
and-
going into debt?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that's
No, I'm
a
sorry,
school
that's
that
fine.
wanted to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
we're talking
it is. No,
about
we're talking
is
about the scam element,
she's doing
right?
good.
So you said
Right.
that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for,
Right.
would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
I would suggest watching the Vosh debate with. It was on Tim Pool. It's kind of hard to find, but if you Google it, there's like a Reddit post that like goes to it. But it was on Tim Pool's podcast, and it's actually very interesting if you want to analyze. Because Vosh is very. I wouldn't say low energy because that makes it seem like he's like doing something bad. He intentionally is very low key, and he's coming off like a very like Charlie Kirk wants to get a rise out of people. Like he's like very Steven Crowder in that way, where because you can tell he gets like really like hyped up, which is why I think she's doing such a good job and like weirdly like making him uncomfortable because she's just like super confident in her answers, where he feeds off of like people who are like unconfident. Where obviously Vosh is very confident in what he says. So it's a really interesting watch.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time knowing about your country and your history.
Oh my God, she fucking turned it around. What is with her? Like she's got like some like witchcraft that she's like turned it around on him.
Well, but I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time knowing about your country and your history. And
well, but I'm not going to use that
Madison.
in my career. That's what we're talking about in the career path for college.
Let's go back to what I said, right? We said
these
traditional
Asian people
college,
being racist?
right,
Okay.
for your college. And what a scam is, or a
Kindergarten
majority,
is a scam.
of the
Right.
people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention, which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask
What? No, having a degree itself will help you find a job. Whether or not it has anything to do, this is what my answer would be. Obviously, I'm too autistic to actually say this as eloquently as maybe I would say right now, because I have to make eye contact, and that's like my biggest terror, of course. Would be to say it doesn't matter whether or not you're using your degree directly of what it is in, but having a college degree is incredibly valuable when it comes to getting a job. Whether or not you think the merits of that should be changed, whatever, we can have a conversation about that as well. That's fine. But even having a college degree is basically like a prerequisite for most jobs, regardless of what it is in. That's also a good point, Bo. Yeah, it makes the employer also know that you're able to complete said a 4-year degree. Like you're able to learn something that it's like taking a training course in like scuba diving, right? Like the idea is that you can complete something like that, right? You're able to, I mean, obviously that's a more reductive situation, but the idea being that you have the discipline to be able to complete a training course But obviously on a larger scale of obviously getting a 4, it doesn't really matter that much what it's in, but the college degree itself is incredibly valuable. You already up like your, like, I don't have a college degree, and my ceiling for what I can apply to is, you know, generally pretty low because I don't have that. If I got a college degree, even if it was an AA, which I'm like 3 classes away from, it would probably go up. I just like the job that I have now. So if I get fired or something, then I'll probably do that. But point being, am I really less of a good employee if I have that degree? No, but how do I prove that to my employer? The degree, you know?
Ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are going to
not everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed. People still buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet and they get scammed.
Okay, that's their own personal choice, though.
Of course people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying...
Okay, does he want to fuck her? His weird behavior with her and him talking about erectile dysfunction makes me feel like he, like, just... It's got a weird thing with her.
Saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, Flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step
He's kind of like flirting with her. Oh my God, what is happening here?
back and like, oh, the consumer is not being well served.
You want to shut down a bunch of majors in colleges that you think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would...
Gay hater in the closet. No, his wife's unsurprisingly blonde. But she's pretty hot. I mean, she's not like a bad looking person. But yeah, she was like a beauty pageant. She's not my type. Yeah, she's like a cliche, like, blonde wife. Wait, that's not his wife. That's somebody else. The fuck? Why is this coming up when I looked at... That's what's her name? That's not his wife. This is his wife. Looks like... She has that, like, type of face where she looks both like she's, like, 45 and she's, like, 12 at the same time. It's really creepy. By the way, yes, I am racist against blondes. Like, doesn't she look like simultaneously like a child and also like she's like 60? She's a natural. Well, she's always been blonde according to all these pictures. No, she's definitely naturally blonde, considering her kid's blonde. Unless they're dyeing the kid's hair blonde, which would be weird. She's got the type of hair that looks like... I mean, this is obviously extensions, but I'm just saying. Look at how indifferent he looks there. That's so funny. Future Fox News host. Well, if she was the proper conservative wife, she should shut the fuck up and just, I don't know, be cleaning the floors or something.
Your proposal be to fix the scam of college think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to fix the scam of college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam.
So then what's the point of that statement?
To get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix in college that's going to help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that
Yo,
college...
I love her. She's Christian. I don't even know their names. Fuck.
Is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me, I'm using a degree that's going to help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay, so, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So psychology and criminal justice.
So he's saying that I love how he's trying to make like a scholarship like bad looking by saying that it's paid by somebody else. Kind of, but like that's the point of a scholarship, is that they're so good. Like, if you want to talk about the ethics of scholarships, you have to have a different conversation, you know? That's a way more complicated conversation. Yeah, absolute cope argument. Like, he just wants to, like, shit on her. for whatever reason. Like, even though she's like done everything right, she's good at what she's doing. He's crushing him in the debate. He's being like kind of petulant, I guess, about like being like, oh yeah, well you scholarship, that means somebody else paid for it. It's like, and she's not gonna. I like that she's not taking the bait of being like, well, I mean, like to get distracted with the idea of like, well, you can say that it's being like, she's not even going to engage with that. She's doing a really good job of doing that. So she just kind of did like a little like eye roll. I think that was great.
Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to?
Oh, that's true. He did say that there's nothing wrong with it. So I guess that is his belief, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So psychology and criminal justice. Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, like I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experience. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So
that's
only
helping
people that
me
get
go through it.
internships
No,
go to
it's
college?
just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree.
Okay, then the people.
Wait, that's it? Wait, there's only 11 million jobs that doesn't require. That's, I assume, incorrect, because that seems so I don't think it takes a college degree to work at like a, I don't know, like a restaurant or something. You're telling me there's only 11 million restaurant jobs in the entirety of the country? Obviously that's not the only thing. There's a lot of jobs that seems like an incredibly low number. What does he mean? What does open mean? Like they're trying to hire? That's also, again, a very low number. So if you don't have a college degree, the only opportunity that you have right now is 11 million jobs. That's not very many. Like, why would he even bring this up? Like, this, yeah, to be fair, YouTuber's always a job, and you don't ever need a degree. So that's basically 56 million jobs if we're talking about the U.S. What's the population in the U.S. now? U.S. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, there's 333.3 million jobs if we're counting YouTubers that don't require a college degree.
People who want those jobs can go get those jobs. I am not one of those people.
Do you think we push too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%.
We push
If I ask
too
the
many
room,
kids. I'm thinking how I would answer. Like, no, I would agree. I think I would say no. We push too many kids. The phrasing of push too many kids, I would say no. In this context, I would say that we glorify it a little bit too much, as I said earlier, and I think that it is a weird pressure thing. I guess maybe I might have disagreed with that. I don't think I should have said yes, or if I was in the hot seat here, I should say yes, because obviously it's Charlie Kirk. But if we're talking about just like what I would think directly, I think her saying no is obviously the correct thing because he wanted her to say yes. And I think to stay on topic of what her position is that college is good. Why would you then undermine your position by saying no? Or sorry, why would you undermine your position by saying, yes, we push too many? Because again, he's just trying to like push sand into your eyes. He's just trying to distract you. Like my fucking camera is slowly falling over sideways. We're at like a weird Dutch angle here.
everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate.
Yeah.
Right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and to push yourself to get a better education and go further in your life?
Leaving with debt's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like, of course,
leaving with debt's a bad thing. What? So yeah, you shouldn't buy a house because technically it's debt, right? I mean, it's called like a mortgage, but like, oh, so I don't know why you would buy a house because you would have like debt then, right? What?
Opportunity thing.
But when an institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see
I'm sorry, what? For college graduate, hold on. College. Oh my god. You tell I didn't finish college because I can't fucking spell for shit. To be fair, my sister can't either. It's like a weird family brain fuck. That's why I'm marrying an English teacher. So together we'll fix that issue. College. Wait, did he say? Wait, are Gen Z people even out of college? What is? Wait, hold on. I guess that's a question I have to ask. Gen Z age? Oh, so yeah, I guess they would be 27. Oh, I'm kind of on the low end of millennial. I'm 32. So okay, so 27-year-olds. I don't really think a 27-year-old is going to be making, you know, like 6 figures unless they have like a crazy job. Like the average 27-year-old, like you're just out of college at like what, like 20, 22, 23, and you're just working up like the corporate ladder here. Like what? My sister makes a shit ton of money, but she's like at 34, and Razor makes a lot of money and he's, you know, in his late 30s as well. You don't like come into like all of his coworkers aren't like a bunch of 22-year-olds, you know? He's saying that it's being raised. So wait, what did I say? Gen 7. How did I type that? Or did it autofill? Am I having a stroke? Gen Z. Oh, I did type that. It autocorrected. Age range. What did he say? Let's just repeat exactly what he said.
More people involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials.
Okay, incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. That's more of an inflation issue, I suppose, or like a... Is he talking about college graduate? Okay, let's see if I can find... Okay, college graduate income over time. Hopefully that will give me what I want. In lifetime earnings by education entertained, men with bachelors earn approximately $900,000 more in a median lifetime. A lifetime, I don't know why I put an accent on that. With graduate degree, okay, this is... Oh. Where is this from? Net with controls, gross with controls. Okay, bachelor's degree, gross with control. Wait, what is this? Estimated lifetime earnings 2.4. What does that mean? 2.4 what? I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's just look at the numbers. So, over time. Wait, this isn't over time. This isn't what I'm. Ah! Oh my god, it's thinking that I'm asking for graduate over time as in like through... God damn it. You can tell I didn't get a sociology degree. Gen Z is unprecedentedly rich? Well, shit. I guess I'll never know how. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just assume, because I know Charlie Kirk likes to not necessarily lie as much as mischaracterize statistics. I'm guessing that maybe the average Gen Z person is not making as much, but I don't think he's at all factoring in that he's talking about college. I think maybe Gen Z people are not making as much money as... what was this phrasing?
Actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials.
If college was so great, we would see income going up for college, or for Gen Z and millennials. He didn't say college students who are Gen Z or millennials. He just said Gen Z and millennials. So let's just go with what we know about Charlie Kirk, right? He's going to mischaracterize. So it might be true that incomes are not going up for millennials and Gen Z, but that is in this conversation completely irrelevant because he didn't specify that it was college graduate millennials or Gen Z. So let's just assume that he's mischaracterizing because there's no reason to not, because he didn't say that he didn't say college. He just said in general. Because I obviously, like, what? Am I going to pull my hair out finding what his weird study is? I don't know.
We'd see more people able to own homes. Kids wouldn't.
Wait. Owning homes is not an issue with... God, she's, like, giving, like, the death stare. I love her. More millennials and Gen Z went to college. Yeah, so he's just wrong. It's not surprising.
I'm telling you, this is so ableist what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alize.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they signing them up
Hold on,
themselves?
forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging and
Okay.
forcing are two different things.
Nudging and forcing are two different things. Oh my god, what are we getting into the semantics war here?
We also subsidize college through the federal government, so you guys get.
That's not a nudge. That's just a good thing. Wait, should we not do that? Should we not I think we should have all universities be free. Why not? Education? Like, does it really cost? Okay, I don't know if you guys went to college, but I did for at least a year, and then I went to community college for a few years. Community college, very reasonable. It was like $900 for an entire semester, right? Including like all my books and shit. When I went to college at a university, I went to Sonoma State University. It's like a state college, whatever. It was whatever. That first year cost like $25,000. And I do not feel like I got at all a better education than I got from going to a community college. I actually think I got a better education at a community college. Because a lot of like my professors at the community college gave so much more of a shit. As in like they're like weird but like very passionate about their subject. Like my history teacher was so good. My art history teacher was amazing. I absolutely loved his class. Like I never felt like so inspired when I was going to my $25,000 a year college than I did at going to my like $900, $1,000 a year college or semester college, whatever, like 2,000 at most. I don't really remember the exact pricing. Like I really don't. If we're talking about that level of like, I think college is a scam in that way. Where I think that you can have the same amount of educational value on a community college as you can through like an. Let me phrase this correctly. I think that universities have more opportunities if you want to, like, it's like a cruise. Universities are like a cruise. Like a 4-year college is like a cruise, right? Where if you're doing absolutely everything, then yeah, they probably are more worth it because there's more things to do. There's more like clubs to join. There's more fraternities, whatever. There's probably more better gym or whatever. However, if you want to just cut down to it, if you go to a community college, you're getting the same actual education, if not a better one, as a 4-year. So I think that's why they keep fucking raising their prices on shit like that, because they know that they don't actually, because it's, what is your, I remember when I was in a 4-year college, right? I couldn't even get in contact with my teachers, barely. It was like a whole mess, like, to try and get into contact with them, like, where you'd have, like, the TA or whatever be teaching some of the classes sometimes. Grading stuff, like, you're in, like, a hall with, like, I don't know, like, 200 people. And in community college, there was, like, one teacher that was super passionate. I remember I always sat in the front row because I really liked my teacher. and was super excited about them, and they were very open to like talking to you about stuff, and I thought that was really great. Like I remember having an English class and like talking about our stories and stuff, and we did like a whole more I don't want to say intimate because it sounds weird, but like I guess that is the first word that comes to my mind, where it's like, are you really getting a better education going to a 4-year depending on what you're trying to do? There's a great system here with SUNY, too expensive, but that's widespread. For teachers, well, I am marrying one, so maybe. I just like people who are passionate about what they like to teach. There's like so many teachers that just don't really give a shit. And I feel like seeing it like a teacher that loves I love history and I love art. Those are two things that I absolutely love. But I always remember my dad saying this to me. This is something that's really fucked me up, I think. To have a little bit of a therapy moment. You guys are going to be my therapist, right? How are you going to make money doing that? How are you going to make money doing that? I was like, oh, I want to get a degree in, like, I really loved my history. I wanted to get a degree in history. How are you going to make money doing that? That is so fucked, looking back on that. Where then I just felt like, well, why? Well, I don't want to get a degree in anything that I don't. I guess I can't get a degree in something I like because if it's not financially viable, but I'm not good at like, I don't know, like I don't want to go to like law school or something, you know? So I guess I can't do that. So then I just like, I feel like I'm like surfing Netflix here where I just have a paralyzation of choice where none of them are really what I want to do, but I have a lot of, I guess, options. I don't know. I hate my dad for that. Should have researched cancer. My sister was doing that. And also, I don't want to do that. That's not something I find particularly interesting. I liked history and art and architecture, which is why I loved my art history teacher, because it wasn't about like just memorizing dates and times for things. It was memorizing the context of why these buildings were built. Why were they built this way? Because, you know, they were worried about you know, invaders, or because of like the political context, where they thought that it was too ostentatious to have like crazy churches, so they were very simple, like where there was a pope that wanted to like cover all of the dicks of the statues in Rome because they thought it was an affront against God to have, like, so they literally chiseled on like fake, like they chiseled on leaves to cover up the dicks in Roman statues, which destroyed a bunch of classical Romans. That's why the statue of David is so important, because that was one that actually escaped that, because if of the time, because there was a whole campaign about it. That's what I'm saying. Really interesting stuff, you know, like and it's stuff that you can see now, right? Like it's when you see the importance of the statue of David, a lot of it does come from the fact that it was able to escape this Pope, like Francis, I don't know, like the third or whatever. I don't remember off the top of my head, but like he wanted to censor all statues and paintings. So there was a lot of people who again also rebelled against it, whose art was seen as obscene, which now we appreciate. In context, you really appreciate it, right? Because if you know the story as to why it is as it is, then that makes it so much cooler, and it really explains a lot of the love for a particular art piece. And that's what I think art history should be. Not who made it, when, and dates. It should be why. It should be why it was made. Why people give a shit about it. The why is the thing that I think is so fucking interesting and fun. How do you get paid for that? Well, you can work for a museum, I guess. Also, you could Oh, are you trolling me, Lupus? Being my dad? The thing is, he didn't want something you could just like make a living doing. He wanted something you could be like rich doing. No, I love that stuff. I'm here for it. I mean, honestly, making a YouTube channel like talking about how much you love it, I think would pop off. But again, the idea shouldn't be like, how are you gonna make money? It should be something that you love. Like, do you think like the best YouTubers are making videos because they're making money? No, the best YouTubers are making like content like that where they, I don't know, appreciate art is because they like it and they like want to be like autistically interested in it. I think of like H Bomber guy's video. Do you think he does it because he makes money? Yeah, obviously it's his job. But like, shut up. Mr. Beast, I think, hates his life. Unless I think he likes the game. He doesn't actually like his videos. I think somebody like H Bomber guy or whatever, like actually is interested in the subject that he talks about. I think the money, of course it does. But he would do it if it was for free. If he wasn't making any money, he would still be making those videos, I think. I mean, as long as it was like feasible for him to do so. Our history class in high school, and I remember how passionate my teacher was explaining Mr. Script's paint style. Yeah. Like this, like how the reasoning behind all of that type of stuff. And make all sorts of so I'm not familiar. Shersco gnome AI art. Oh, gross. Teacher's passion lives on in strange ways. Well, you kind of don't really appreciate the style, then, I assume, if you're using AI art, but I just... I'm on, like, kind of the AI art hater train. But I appreciate your love for it, you know? We love that. If you want to just use it to make a style, I guess, if you're not, like, particularly capable of it, I get it. Like, my profile picture is, like, an AI picture of me, just because I think it's pretty, and it is me. I gotta feed my dogs. Mr. Father is your beast? Yeah, kind of. My dad's still a registered Republican. And that like blew my balls off when he told me that. He was like kind of embarrassed to tell me that. And I was like, gross. Again, he's a pretty liberal person, I assume. Honestly, he doesn't talk about himself, which I think is also something that kind of fucked me up a little bit. Like, I don't know, like, anything about him. Which sounds weird. Somebody I lived my, like, entire life with. I know his, like, mom died, like, really young. And his dad died before I was... But he doesn't talk about himself, which I think is not good to do to your children. Or I guess to not do. Because I feel like I literally don't know anything about him. Remember him saying like, oh, yeah, you have issues, you always blame the parents. They always blame the parents, right? And it's like, that's so hurtful to say to somebody. Like, well, what else? Whom else am I supposed to blame? I just blame myself? I'm the kid here. What are we on about? All right, sorry, I'm gonna stop trauma dumping.
You can have
blame
nudging,
them, I guess.
Okay.
forcing, or two different.
Are they signing them up
Hold on,
themselves?
forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging and
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government, so you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you
to think I am into feelings and shit. Razor bought one for his dad, and I thought it was really fun to have him like. I assume you're talking about the ones where like they ask you like kind of mundane things. They're like, oh, what was your first vacation that you remember? And Razor's dad did it, and we would read it together, and I thought it was really nice, you know, to get to know them. Obviously, it's not like I grew up with them, but even if it was, like, it was stories he had never heard before. So, and they did like a thing where they'll make like a book of it later. I think it's actually a very nice thing. The thing is, I've asked my parents if they would do it, and they just straight up said no. I was like, oh, I guess, well, fuck me. I have some weird paranoia that my mom used to be like a Chinese, or maybe is still a Chinese, I don't know what she still would be, agent or something. Because I just remember her having a lot of Chinese connections when I was growing up. Like, she had like a whole... She's a programmer. And this is more of a joke than I mean at all seriously, of course. But it's just funny to think about. Because that's me coping about being like, oh, why don't they talk about themselves? It's just me coping to make it like a you know, a goof about being like, well, they can't talk about it because they were like Chinese spies or something. People have families get into more routine. They tend to ignore the actual issues. I have a Chinese... No, she got a jacket because she went to China to consult when she was working for some other company. And obviously when you go to China, you don't get to go to China. You get like toured around, right? So they like they give you like the Disney treatment, you know what I mean? It's actually kind of less sus because that would make sense. A big I mean, it is more and less, but like if you're gonna do any programming relationship with the Chinese government, you're not gonna just be able to wander around. You're obviously gonna get toured. Which is again more or less sus. So she had like a jacket. I remember wearing it or wanting to wear it for Halloween or something. Wonder if they still have it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. She's doing a very bad job of it. Also, this has nothing to do with her being a spy, but it always made me feel really uncomfortable. Anytime, like, I think a lot of people's living rooms, right, are near their kitchen. Anytime that I came from upstairs to walk to the kitchen to, I don't know, get a drink of water, whatever she was watching, didn't matter what she was watching. It was like usually HGTV shows. She'd pause it. She'd pause it until I left. Which I think was trying to be like, oh, hey, how are you? But it seemed like you're watching porn or something. Where it's like, you're like, hey, let me turn that off real quick. And then like she'd like replay. Really weird. Really weird behavior. She once came downstairs because she heard me open the refrigerator at like 3 a.m. Maybe she is a spy.
You would agree it is an expectation if
She's
you
like,
grew
yeah,
up in an upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that.
And I was
So
like
there's a
purposely
societal
trying to
cultural
open the
I didn't
fridge
grow
as
up in
quiet
an
as
upper
possible.
middle class, so.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Well, we're all over the age of 18, right?
Right,
When you're in college, so you're sending yourself.
That's on them.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a different
honest.
point.
I mean, that's a silly argument. Yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were
Why were you at a move-in?
co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out on extra
Wait, so they're sending them because they're paying for it? What is the argument?
night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that
It is super crazy that like if you want to be a doctor, you have to go to college. What?
it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree.
You aren't doing anything so they can speak to. No, the thing is, she would just do it regardless of what's going on. Like, she wouldn't even address me sometimes. She just would like pause it until I left. I get the idea of maybe trying to be like open, but it made me really uncomfortable. I didn't realize how weird it was until one of my friends pointed it out to me. Because the idea that like, it's almost like saying, I don't want you to engage in what I'm doing. The weird part about it is like, I don't want you to engage in what I'm doing. I don't want you to be a part of what I'm doing. Like the idea of like having somebody come down, like I live with a bunch of people, right? But the idea of me pausing it while they walk through is like, it's kind of like a, you know, like, hold on. If you guys are just listening, I'm making a face. It's like and then when they leave, you're like, okay. It's weird. It's really weird and off-putting. Like, it's like expecting you to say something or like why can I not be a part of you just living your life? Like you have to have mom time. Like you're doing your own thing and then I can't, there's no crossover. She has social, she's literally an MVP. Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna dox my mom too much. She doesn't have social issues. She's literally a professional speaker. Burned one time and she didn't stop watching. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, maybe it keeps her calm, whatever. But like, again, just the idea, like, it made me not want to go downstairs. Like, I would like, there was 2 ways to get into the kitchen. Like, I could go down the stairs and go to the left, which would go through the family room and then go to the kitchen. Or I could go to the right and then like, there was like this stupid room that nobody uses. And then go to the kitchen. I would purposely go the other way because I didn't like when she just paused. It was so awkward. It's not even a big house. It was just segmented in that way. Climb down the building and come in the front to buy bus. I would absolutely, like, to that level. It was so awkward that it was that level of doing that one. Go out the window, climb down, and go in the front door. Or I was like starting to, I don't know. I will say I am very bougie. I will not drink sink water. I am a bouge bitch where I need that filtered shit. What's the new emote? Well, y'all know what it is. Good old I think Russia's gonna be pretty pissed about that one.
You have to put the work in.
Thank you, Taranex.
You have to put the work in. You have to make connections.
Lupus, that's just because you want to. Never mind.
And some people, I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to actually put the work in. And if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to.
52 of college graduates end up in jobs where their degrees aren't required. Yeah, no, again, this is what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't matter that their particular degrees are not required. Just having the degree itself is its own value. Again, most jobs don't, they say 4-year degree. They don't necessarily say 4-year degree in, I don't know, psychology, like, or something. Like, most of the, just any 4-year degree is fine for most employers.
To get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And 86% of people with a degree get paid more than people with just a high school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study.
No. That study just said degrees. It didn't say in their particular field. Did I read that wrong? Oh, wait, what the fuck? That was a quick one. Those with bachelor's degrees typically earn 86. Again, any bachelor degree earned 86 more than those with just a high school diploma, according to the Associate of Public and Land Grant Universities.
Paid more than people with just a high school diploma.
That's only.
I was gonna say his face actually seems like it's getting bigger somehow.
if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count
See,
humanities.
again, Charlie Kirk's like main superpower is to have the right statistics, but completely mischaracterizing them. He's like a sociologist's fucking nightmare. Like, he knows the stats, but he always fucking mischaracterizes them, so you have to know every single fucking thing that he's saying. He's better than that. He's better at this than Steven Crowder, but it's basically the same thing.
Not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities.
Humanities is an incredibly large field, so I don't know why you would discount that. Like, humanities like teaching and shit. Like, I'm not saying that's the only thing, obviously, but like sociology is the humanities. Like, any sort of like research is basically like humanities. Like, what are we talking about here? What does that just sound like, womanly or something? And then like they're not like about it.
Are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree.
I think most political poli-sci is a humanity degree. So what the fuck, like, that is actually how you would generally get into doing law, is you would start with like a humanities degree, like poli-sci. Like, how, again, like, you don't start going to college to be a lawyer with I picked the lawyer path. Yes. No, you pick a 4-year like, it's like you don't go to a doctor being like, yes, I picked the doctor path. You go to it for like biology, or you go to it for like anatomy, or like you have a particular section, but it's obviously a broad implication of what you can do with it later. If you want to go into law, you would probably pick a humanities degree. Even an English degree is actually pretty good if you're going to go into law. Poli-sci people are retards, correct, but it doesn't mean that they're not important. I accidentally took because my fucking dumbass friend was like, hey, we'll take this senior level poli-sci class, and then I'm going to drop out of it and not tell you about it, so you're stuck with it for the rest of the semester. Which, I got a solid B in that one in my freshman year, so maybe this is why we're here now. I actually would wonder if, like, now that I care more about politics, that I would kind of like to take that class again, just, or like, not like realistically, but theoretically take that class again. Why would your friend do that? Because she sucked. I don't know. She was too busy getting fucked and cheating on her boyfriend with like 3 different people.
Guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year. Yes. Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college degree entrance.
Sure. That doesn't mean that college itself is a scam. Again, the prompt was college is a scam.
Salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86.
Poly history. That's what I wish I could have gotten a degree in, I guess. I don't know if that's a thing, but I like both of those things.
% of people with a bachelor's degree
In
earn
sociology,
more.
I guess. I guess what I should have gotten is a degree in sociology. But again, my dad's like, how are you going to make money doing that? How are you going to make money doing that? I wanted to get a degree in philosophy. How are you going to make money doing it? How are you going to make money doing that? How are you going to make money doing that? That's what my dad told me. Like, he really fucked me up with that. It's kind of funny. I was at dinner with my family and Razor, and obviously I've told Razor this like a million times, obviously. And then my dad said the exact same thing to him in a way, and he like just had to laugh. He didn't. My dad just like did it like casually with him or whatever, but he didn't realize that he was laughing because it was so. It's one of those things where, yeah, you hear it and then you're like, yeah, it's not like you don't believe it, right? It's just when you hear something so many times, you're like, that seems so crazy, but when like it actually happens, it just is very funny. It's like the audacity, yeah, in a way, yeah. In a way, but yeah, no, it's just you hear it, but you don't necessarily like, because I'm obviously talking about like, my entire life. So it's not something that you necessarily think still happens, but then he's still doing it. It's very funny. Saw a turtle, how can I make, yeah, that's what he does. He tried to explain to me the stock market once, and I didn't understand it, and I thought I was stupid for not understanding it. The thing is, I was right about not understanding. The thing is, he didn't understand it because nobody understands it. I was like, well, it doesn't seem like it makes any sense to. Why would you invest? Wait, so it's just worth what people pay for it? And he's like, no, there's a lot of reasons for it. I'm like, well, what are they?
I'm gay.
And he said, I'm gay, of course. No. And then I'm like, well, what are they? And then he like literally couldn't answer my question. And that man's made a lot of money off of he did not say I'm gay. It would be funny if he would have said that. I was like, yeah, wait, that sounds like, that's almost exactly what I said, spec. Yeah, I was like, doesn't that kind of sound like a completely like fake, like, so the only reason that it's worth that is because you think that it's worth it? And he's like, no, it's more complicated than that. I'm like, well, how? And then he like, it literally could, I mean, the dividends part made sense to me, sure. But the majority of it, like, I was like, well, why are you, the only reason you're investing in something is because you want to just short it for, not short it, but like, because you want somebody else to think that it's worth more. Like, I was really confused on how you made money off of it without selling it, which again was a concept that was like really weird. Like, well, why do you even give a shit about this if all you can do is make money off of just selling it? Which basically is a lot of the stock market, let's be real here. But, I mean, it's just gambling. Honestly, it's just gambling. If anyone thinks that the stock market is not gambling, they're just lying. This is a cope. So it is just gambling.
No, I've already
than
told you.
people with a
I've
high school
already
diploma.
told you.
No, 86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college.
Take the top percent of what?
So the reason that number, that average goes up is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average
Where's
so
you say that
significantly
avocado?
up. But let me
What,
ask you
my
a
dad avocado?
question. That do you think that there's any waste at all in the current
No, I know you can make money on dividend. It really depends the type of. I mean, all investing is not made equal, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, it is just fucking gambling for rich people.
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes, and it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
in high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that? Okay.
See, this is what's annoying, that like they don't let them cook.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Do you think that most people who make money avocado in the stock market are investing in like Shark Tank style investing? Like, no, they're not. They're investing in like Apple. And do you think that it makes it better for the companies? Like, do you think the companies have more ethical procedures to appeal to their investors who don't actually have any stake in what they do? Like, they don't give a shit if a company goes out of business.
Wow. I'm Emily. Nice to
What,
meet
did she
you.
shoot her gun? What the hell happened there?
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine.
Gambling is a chance. It's not a game designed to make you lose with a low payout. That's not what gambling is. Gambling is a game of chance. Rolling a dice is a gamble, right? You don't know what it's going to go with. Same thing, like, point being, it's not a skill-based thing. That's actually like a famous like myth that like being able to play the stock market in any like predictive way is possible, which is why Nancy Pelosi's husband is clearly like a piece of shit when it comes to the fact that he's to some extent pretty directly doing insider trading, because there's too many factors that nobody can just like know the stock market. The same way you can't, like, if you spin a wheel, you can't know where it's going to land on. It's not a skill-based activity here. It's all just bullshit. The dude that got hit with the hammer, yes. Unrelated to that. I'm not trying to say I support that or anything like that. But yeah.
Law and engineering, was it?
Let me clarify.
Sorry.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Hi, Emily.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering, was it?
Let me clarify.
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
as far as they are going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will.
Wait, most society makes money? Most of society. Do you make money off of the stock market? Or do you just mean like in a general sense that like stocks go up, stocks go down so your companies can perform better or wrong? Oh, so you mean pensions. Okay, so you're not even really talking about what I'm talking about. You know what's really great to think about is somebody's gambling with your money. So what they're doing with your pensions is they're investing it into other stocks, right? So if they do a bad investment, say they, I don't know, invest your entire pension into toenaillicking.com, and that goes bust because toenaillicking.com is not a particularly popular thing, your pension's fucked. You don't have anything to, and what? What do you do then? Doesn't matter. They were able to do whatever the fuck they want with your money. That's not how it works. It absolutely is. How do you think that the 2008 housing crash happened? That actually literally happened to my parent company. I'm not going to say who it was, but that literally happened to my parent company. They did a lot of investment into something and it fell through. So then we had to literally fire like 5 people from every part of our company. Really, they changed dramatically since what, like 2003? They're not regulated. That's the entire point of why the stock market's so fucked. It's that they're really poorly regulated because a lot of it is investing your funds. Why do you think the bank, it wasn't, again, just a housing crisis, it was your bank investing your loans, or your debt basically, to say it in a weird way, but like into bad ventures. It was a complete fuck up on a very widespread level, but it was a very simple fuck up. Thank you for... Are wealthy and don't invest in one venture. How are they wealthy then? Also, you're Canadian. Why am I even talking to you about this?
Will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses,
You probably have more parameters on it. I'm talking about United States pensions. So I don't know what the fuck your system works. I don't even know why I'm talking about this.
or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has
5%?
a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Has a, like, what, like in my basement? Not anymore.
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
yes, I do,
doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only
Think about our voting parameters. 5% is literally would, if you could just secure 5% more when we talk about on voters, it would be like a slam dunk for the election. I'm just saying 5% is a very large group of people.
only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid of gender studies, get rid of So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender norms?
Of course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of
Okay, retard. Do you think they don't? All right, good point. She has a really good point here. Also, retard, what? They don't know the Bill of Rights?
Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in high
Marbury-
school.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I'm. Good. That's good.
What is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not
I thought
trying to
you
be a
said you
lawyer.
learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like,
was
it's
Brown,
public high
what was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools.
No. Okay, so this is she fell into the trap. She fell into the trap. He's saying her personal knowledge. She should, instead of not knowing the answer to the question, be like, I don't care. We're not talking about me. We're talking about this. That's what she needed to do there. I understand falling into this trap. I do it too. I get it. But that was unfortunate. She was doing really, really well until she fell into that. But it's a common thing to do this. She just got to get up. She can get back on track, and she can definitely recover this. It's a little bit of a trip, but I think she can recover it.
Good.
Yeah, which Project 2025 wants to like defund the Department of
So
Education.
who wrote the Constitution?
Founding Fathers, 1778. I
Oh
don't know.
no, she's fucked. She's cooked. Damn it.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know.
Close, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school is not learning it. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia.
She was doing so well. I mean, I think she still did well, but like she just fell into that trap. Because the idea that they're gonna do is they're gonna try and Notice he does this a lot with women specifically. I've had this happen to me like a million times during debates. They just try and like be like, how do you know? You have to know every single fucking thing. Be like, well, no, just what is that noise, Ben? Hey, squeaky. Oh, because the dog's barking. You don't have to respond to the dog barking. I know they're calling you racial slurs, but you don't have to respond. I assume when dogs bark and my dog needs to bark back that they're like calling my dog racial slurs. You don't have to respond. It's fine. I still love you. You're the dog. You don't have to respond to them saying that they're like fucked your mother or whatever, or you're like I don't know, what's a racial slur for like an English person? You're a colonizer because he's a corgi. I don't know. You don't have to respond. You're not a colonizer. You haven't colonized anything. Okay. Because the fact that I didn't respond to you saying hi and you said hi again, I feel like it's sussy. And you made your account like literally today. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and preemptively ban you.
Trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking you very basic civic questions, and you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer them.
That's so fair, but I think.
Thank you. Sorry.
Jesus, fuck.
Yeah, I have a question. Is church a scam?
Is church a scam? Yes.
No, because church is honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the true and the beautiful. Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of
hold
everlasting
on.
life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory logically speaking.
Do you want to get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk
Absolutely.
about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm
an
happy to
imperfect
have
creation?
this discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole.
Why does
Tell
he
me
keep
what that
saying
has to do
red
with college.
herring? I think he's literally using red herring in the wrong way. I guess what you would want to say is what, a distraction? What would be the right word to he keeps saying red herring, but that doesn't seem that makes any sense in every time that he keeps using it.
College being a scam.
Well, I do think college.
It's not a red. I mean, in the context, yeah. I guess pivot. Yeah, pivot would be a better way of saying it. Like saying a pivot would be way more. Because that's what he means, right? He's saying like a pivot. It's such a weird way to use red herring in that way. Like usually, red herring is more of like a literary device.
can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a
Okay,
scam
so
for
we
everyone.
agree.
though.
So
I don't think a red herring is synonym for pivot, but whatever. You get what
For
I'm saying.
people like me, college was very beneficial.
You know, I
for
think
sure.
Lupus
I
is
told
right.
Who is it a
I'm
scam,
asking
though?
you, based upon your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them
Wait, but if
goodness. and-
Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
but we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also people are not paying to go to church, are
But
they?
it's a reductio ad absurdum. Do you know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that
You guys don't think he's a Destiny viewer? Come on.
means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am I
your
right? I didn't go to college. I knew that.
I'm
But
taking your
let-
particular position.
Let
that
me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
You guys still
I
don't
know.
think he's a Destiny? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you-
Some people
hold
do.
on,
They're forced to pay based upon
Hold
their
on.
particular
Looks like he has
denomination.
a life. I mean, he's on a Jubilee video. Of course he doesn't have a life.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No,
That's
no,
why
you don't.
Chicken hasn't gone to one of these because he's got too many of a life.
Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some
Because you said
circumstances,
you were going in talks with going to one of these. What was it? Chicken?
people do because they have to give
What?
up 10% of
What-
their income to
well,
be able
hold
to do that, which people
What-
can't
what
Oh,
afford.
yeah.
circumstance?
Shirley
Well,
Kirk
they're
is
LDS. You understand?
101, gasoline 101.
And a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah,
That's
they
Christian.
don't require it. And what you're
They
talking
do
about
in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking
Destiny would not. No, he would actually, like, I think do what he did where being like, okay, so, wait, can somebody do the N-word Sarah thing just because it would be funny for this situation? Oh, wait.
Young men want pussy.
That's the wrong
They're
one.
going to have to stop being so unfuckable.
Oh, does it not play?
This guy would have been an
Oh, there it
N-word
is.
Sarah if he would have gone into 4chan instead of Tumblr.
There we go. I don't really know the relevance of that in this particular context. I just thought it'd be funny. Yeah, no, I think that his fast talking, like him having his points like all in a ducks in a row, so to say. I think that if he watched any content creator of the three debate people, which I don't necessarily think that Hassan is, but I'm gonna just put him into this question. Which one do you think he's more likely to have watched? Hassan, Bosch, or Destiny? Which one do you think he's more likely to have watched? None? Oh my god, you're being such a Canadian right now, Acorn. Are you guys just gonna be contrarian as fuck? He just seems... What do you think? People who watch Destiny? I watch Destiny. I'm not a fucking weirdo. Who do you think are Destiny viewers? Who do you think is the average Destiny viewer? Bosch likes me? Maybe he's more of a Boschite. I think it's the fast talking that gives me the Destiny vibes. Destiny is Destiny spawned Vosh in some ways, I guess.
mainline Christian
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good
I mean,
enough.
to be fair, Vosh learned all of his stuff from Destiny when it comes to on-camera debates. So
You're
They
talking
do in
about-
plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well, you
So
haven't
just-
answered any of my questions
Well,
yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College
Church is the bride of Christ? What the fuck? Church is not a scam. It's the bride of... Is he fucking that building? Wait, so if you're going inside the bride of Christ, are you... Wait, this is a whole weird fetish thing. When you enter a church, are you going into their vagina or what? That's a weird thing. Hey, are you the sperm of God? What's going on there? That's a fucking psychotic thing to say.
is a scam, and college is
Yeah, does he copulate with the church? Is that how Jesus spawned? What?
people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge
So
that they retain from
52%.
it. Well, you say 52%.
Well, I went to a Christian school for 12 years, and I can tell you that was a fucking waste of time. And all it did is made me hate religion and give me a drinking problem. So I would say probably not a good investment on my parents' part, considering they paid like $5,000 a year to go to that school. Poor ROI on that one.
And I don't think you can grant a qualified 50.
And how like we all knew that there was multiple pedophiles at that school, but you didn't ever think about it because it was just normal. Because when you said something, they're like, no, that's not happening. Because everyone knew it. There was like a guy who would give massages to girls' shoulders, and they literally were like, oh, he would do it especially if you're not wearing a bra. Like, you were literally warned by your upperclassmen about him. Great place, huh?
50% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended like as like an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in like in my job on a daily basis. So I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed? Can you
I don't think anyone knows.
What percentage of kids that are... How could you possibly answer that question? What percentage of kids in college are getting scammed? Well, I don't know. There are a bunch of retards on TikTok buying like dumb bullshit. I'd immediately get... This is why they would never let me on. I would just say shit like that. Oh no, I love Luke Beasley. I'm a big Luke Beasley fan. Yeah, but like the idea of being like, what? Like, how could you possibly answer that question? Do you think he's done a study himself?
Knows that because it's dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Well, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
Yes.
I just did. So 41.
No, no, he didn't.
Not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for, or that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them use the information later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting
me? Well, you've
me?
interrupted me multiple times.
So since.
Okay, again, this is just like a fucking annoying. If anyone ever does this, they know that they're getting blown the fuck out. The interrupting thing, it's like, just interrupt over them, whatever.
You say college is a scam for some people. It's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating.
No, he's doing great, yeah.
Were they
sure.
scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled.
Do you
Some
think
people are
that
stigmatizing to these things.
Do you think
but
that
some people are misled in the church.
Do you think,
and you never answered my question on that because you're trying to
I did.
take that time down so that you don't have to answer
It's then you're trying to filibuster, motherfucker.
question about Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
I think
about
it's
college.
false. Or because I was saying,
Okay.
is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea
He's
that
winning because he's whiter than him. Just on the lighting, I guess. I don't know. It's my joke.
you're deceived into believing
I'll
that
be
there's
here all
everlasting
week.
life,
Okay, but you
specifically from
believe
Christianity.
that, again,
So Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the resurrection?
What's the argument?
You're going to let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator, I'm sorry, what?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's
He
just
literally
perfect.
is filibustering for the last 40 seconds, dude.
Desire something imperfect, flawed.
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation.
What?
Maybe they love
They
their
want to get to know them? He's all-knowing.
Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that his creation, which rebelled against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the...
I think when you enter a church and then leave the church, it's like a sexual thing now. Now I feel like he has made it seem like that's a sexual thing. If you walk into a church and then leave it, it's like, you know. He's kind of like weirdly made a church pornographic, and I don't really know why. Why this is where his mind goes.
The bride of America, save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them.
So we're not fucking college enough. Colleges are usually like really wide campuses, so maybe they're harder to fuck because, you know, they're usually like a really big area, where a church, you know, is usually just one building, where it's easy to like go in and out of it, where a college campus is kind of difficult. Is it like the pubes of Christ or something? I don't know, like the crotch of Christ? What? Maybe it's the inner workings, because that's a lot more complicated than like maybe you go through the church hole and then the I mean, I'm not the one making the metaphor, chicken. It's him.
And them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how he could desire something imperfect.
How well God can do anything.
Yo, he got blown the fuck out by this kid.
God can do anything. So
well done.
Even something logically contradictory.
No, it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect.
Can an unstoppable object hit a unmovable force?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact.
What? No gay Arrow News? Fucking bigots, am I right? Kidding.
an.com/surrounded, or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not.
Yeah, she's pretty. Move on.
That trans women are not women.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a fucking shit. All right, brace yourselves for some hot. Brace yourself from well-intentioned takes that are probably gonna be really fucking stupid, and also some really retard takes coming from Charlie Kirk.
Okay. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Sam.
Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is
That
somebody.
is literally it. That is by definition of, if we're gonna be like pedantic, that is the definition.
That identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No,
how.
it's not. A table is an object.
Well, tell.
A table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have
but
choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if that
But you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman.
thing
So
is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
There are a lot of circular definitions. Like the language is not like some sort of like, I don't know, sanctuary of one to like a desk is always going to be a desk. A desk is not always a desk. A desk is not a desk if you speak Spanish. A desk is, hold on, what is Spanish for desk? Deek? What the fuck? Did I type that? Jesus fuck. Desk Spanish is escritorio. 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 A burro? A boudoir? Whatever. Point being, obviously, those are right. These are words that mean the same thing, right? Saying a desk or saying a boudoir, in another language, it doesn't matter. We're talking about the same thing, right? All it is a different way. If we're going to be pedantic, right, we have to go all the way with this. We have to understand that a name for a thing is just a name for a thing. It doesn't have any definition besides what it culturally is relevant to, right? If you said my coconuts, you probably would think I was talking about my titties or something, right? Like, but that doesn't mean that coconuts mean boobs. It's just in the context of what I'm saying. Like, oh yeah, you like my coconuts? And I'm like shaking my tits or something. Like, it's all culturally relevant. That's how language is. It's all shifting and changing all the time. It's never something that's a hard-boiled, not hard-boiled, sorry. A hard, like, nailed-in thing where it doesn't the meanings of things don't change. Of course they do. That's how language works. So the idea of the what is a woman thing is so stupid. And that goes the same thing when it comes to, like, obviously this conversation, which is, again, very silly to be like, well, what is a woman? Oh, what is it? It's somebody who defines themselves as a woman. And then, but they're like, well, that's not an answer. What does that mean? Well, then you could go into like, well, it's somebody who generally might have these particular similarity with phenotypes of like a biological female, like the, you know, because again, it's not really anything that actually has to do with them. It's more about the social relation of what we think is a woman, right? If a trans person, you know, wanted to be what we generally think of as a woman, but the name was like, I don't know, Glip Glop or whatever, they would still want to associate with that because it's the association that's the important part. A trans person wants to be seen as that. So if a woman was changed to like Glip Glop, they would still want to be seen as a Glip Glop because that's what it is. It's the association with that. It's not that they think that it's a weird biological function or something. Like all of a sudden they think that they, I don't know, can have periods or some shit, which I don't know why anyone would want to do that. But like, it's all about like, this is why I fucking hate having this conversation about trans people because it's just, I don't know why you have a big problem with it. I guess that's where I have an issue with, like, where I don't understand why people have an issue with trans people. Who gives a shit? Let them live. I don't care. Like, what the fuck? Like, who gives a shit if you want to be perceived, you know, like you want to be treated like a woman? I can tell. I have a trans friend. I mean, like, I haven't talked to her in a while. I think she might have moved. She plays Pokemon, so, you know. I don't know what that actually means. I was just making a joke. But like, she's she's whatever. I don't think of her like she's like because I never met her, like, you know, before she transitioned or whatever. And maybe that's like harder to like square away. But like, I met her. She obviously is, you know, femme presenting. And I treated her as such, you know, like she would go in our pool sometimes. I'd give her a swimsuit. She'd wear, you know, she was just one of the girls, and it was not a problem at all. The idea, like, I don't know, she's like tall, I guess, but she would less than I did. And it's like, the only thing that I never thought of her like a guy at all because she's not. She's a woman. Because that's what she was. And the idea that, like, what I have to be like, no, I know that you look exactly like a woman, you act like a woman, whatever, like, but you're not a, like, stupid. Come on. Any use of the term, like, what I think Blair White always had the best example of this, of being like, which is funny because she was talking to like Ben Shapiro or whatever, or I think it was Ben Shapiro. And she was saying like, well, why would it be useful to call me a man? Because I clearly look like a woman. So like if you were being like, hey, oh, I'm meeting this woman, like you're going to a restaurant, right? You're like, and you go to the hostess, you're like, hey, I'm meeting this woman. It wouldn't be helpful to say that he's meeting a man because she obviously presents as a woman. So the idea of like language should be related to how useful it is, right? So like, if you guys don't know who Blair White is, calling her a man would be like insane. And I don't want to get into this whole conversation about like passing or whatever, but like, let's just say this on a direct level. This bitch, calling her a man would be completely useless. What is the utility of calling her a man? It would just be like, I don't know who you're talking about. Like, she's like a great example of just being like, nope, like, if you're like, oh, I think her thing is like, if I had my purse next to her and there's like Blair White and like a dude, if I said, oh, my purse is next to that dude, they'd be like, what? Because I obviously would be trying to, like, it wouldn't make any sense. The utility would be gone of the word. That's why, like, gender and like the word term woman should always be adapted to what it's used in common parlance. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be afraid of everything all the time. Well, not working. No, she sucks. I'm not trying to say that Blair White's a good person. I'm just saying that she actually had a good argument there, and we take what we can get from them, all right? Them being the shitty right-wingers. Still it was a good point. We gotta call it as it is, you know? A good point, it's a good argument to be pro, trans. If we're having this, like, stupid, what is a woman thing? Fuck you. Like, what? Like, does I don't know, like, is your grandma not a woman? Because what, she's, like, doesn't have the ability to have, like, babies or some shit? Like, who cares? I'm a secular humanist, I guess, where I just don't think that, I think that the human experience is more important than any particular marriage to a list of rules. And I think those things should always change.
Who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they are. I can ask them if I want to know.
But there needs to be, you need to tell me what that thing is.
Why?
Somebody who... Okay, sorry, we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere.
Well, no, it's important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a...
Well, that's actually a funny thing to bring up, because taxonomy? Like, the science of just, like, naming shit is very, like, haphazard. Again, this is why this is such a bad argument, because... like, an Ursa is generally like a bear family, right? But there's like other aspects of like that are genetically close to a bear. I guess a better example would be like an elephant. An elephant is incredibly similar to a manatee, but we don't generally think of them as the same, right? But they are considered in the same family, the same way that some other animals. Like, it's all arbitrary. We just make it up, you know? The idea that there is some rules that you have to, like, stand by, like there's a correct answer, this is the mind of somebody who's religious, who thinks that things just are. And he can't cope with that. I think it's a way stronger thing to be able to cope with things that just are. Like, understanding that there doesn't have to be a purpose for everything. There doesn't have to be a reason for it. Things just are, and things change, and that's fine. I think that that's completely natural, because if we look about, even when we look about history, like, things always are going to change, you know? Think about even, like, Darwin, like, think about, even before that, like, the Enlightenment thinking, like, all of these things were not meant to just be the right thing. It was meant to change. An infernal giraffe is less of a giraffe and more of a zebra. I have heard that. Oh, he literally would be on the front lines of burning a witch, Ford, for sure.
Like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning.
If he could,
you have to give me an actual definition.
He would be witch burning.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman.
Shared. What do you think that ancestry is based off of, avocado? It's all arbitrary. It's not arbitrary as in like just 100%, but generally speaking, it is arbitrary. Because who do you think made that ancestry? It's not like there is like genetic connections or whatever, but like the naming of such are arbitrary.
That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply...
What would you consider a definition?
I mean, now does not... Oh my god.
Definition then.
An adult female with XX
No.
chromosomes.
I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Hello.
Hi.
Is it Juliana?
Juliana,
I remember,
yeah.
okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. Intersex?
Yes.
So XXY
yes.
or YYX?
Or just, or like
sure.
X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially, right?
Yes. So,
but they don't.
Okay, avocado though. Similarities though are categorized, and those categorizations are the arbitrary nature of it. There are just obviously everyone has some sort of similarity when it comes to genetics because we, I don't know, exist on the same plane. Like it's an arbitrary like there. How much does a bear have difference than a I don't know, wallaby? You know, you can have. You would have to make the decision of like how much is of one to the other. Like how much is like I have a corgi, right? A corgi is a big mutation when it comes to a dog. Where do we draw the line between a wolf and a dog, right? Like my dogs have mutations because they are they have a dwarf thing. So are they less dog and more cat, or what? Obviously that's not really what I'm saying, but like what I'm talking about is like the difference between who draws the line between what percentage of wolf DNA says that a dog is a wolf. It seems like that would be something that we would decide, right? Because when we're not talking about just genetics here, we're also talking about like the because a wolf family is not going to be the exact same genetics. They're not clones of each other. The problem with this is also talking about like genetics when it comes to like race. Like, I don't know, like if I am in a certain area for a long time, I've been reading a lot of Stephen King. I live in Maine, right? So my family's been in Maine forever. Maybe my family originally originated from like, I don't know, Japan. And but I've lived in Maine, so my genetics will probably be more related over like thousands of years if I lived my thousands of years in Maine to the average white dude who lives in Maine. If it's like this, like, you know, thousands of years or whatever. Like again, those things you see zeros and ones. You see, you know, AG, whatever the DNA, what is it? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? The AG, you see a sequence of code and you get to say what that means. You're just putting a name to a sequence of code. That could mean, yeah, there's a lot of the same numbers in them. Or I guess letters in this situation. But which one is too far in either way? Corgi look a bit... They're actually like border collies. They're like a mutation from border collies. So are corgis border collies or are they corgis? Maybe not border collies. There's some sort of collie. Look at these little corgos. Oh, now I just want to look like corgis. Look at these little fuckers. They're so cute. Ton of crossover genetics with the Scottish, Irish, and Appalachia, and the Northeast Catholic Irish. We should kill them all. These little corgos. I wish my dogs had tails. I didn't make the decision to do that. They just didn't have tails when I got them.
Don't have both sex organs that both
just or like sure. X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially, right?
Yes. So,
but they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
Yeah, but that also I don't think necessarily works, right? Because if it's X,
one
just
is more
X
dominant
and
knowing him, he's probably just writing a long message, which he does. And we love him for that.
So you're either more male or more female, right? So you might have both a penis and a vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
Okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am. I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not
Stay safe, avocado. Jeez.
just their sex organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I
Getting
have
a car crash. I don't want to be I don't want the chat to be part of this. we don't want to be responsible.
vagina.
Totally fair.
I
See,
would.
no, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more
I think
of
you missaid something smart. God.
a woman than you are. Therefore, you
To their sex organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
totally fair. See,
I would.
no, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
That's a good question. That's a good question to talk about. What is a woman? That's why I think that the concept of what is a woman is not a bad conversation to have, because I think that it is an interesting conversation that you should have a lot of voices in if we're actually going to talk about this. Not only even on like an academic level, but just like on like a sociological, like just like, or not even sociological, but like social. I think it's a great conversation to have. What is about womanhood? My position about this is that it's complete bullshit and it's all just made up shit, which some people would make it seem like I'm anti-trans, and that's fair to have that position with what my thoughts are, but I want to have a conversation about that's a debate I would love to have, because it's not something that it's like in contentious necessarily. I think it would be really interesting to have a debate on what I think like a woman is, because for me, I'm a gender abolitionist. I don't really believe in the concept of like having any sort of like woman or man. I think that I understand we live in this like, you know, somewhat binary world, but like I personally don't think that we should. I think that we should just look at people as people. That's my hot take, my mega hot take, you know. And I think a lot of people disagree with me. Even like, you know, obviously more progressive people can disagree with me on that, and that's fine. I would be totally open to have a conversation about that. However, I just personally I don't want to make anyone feel bad about like if they're like a trans person that they want to feel more feminine or whatever, because I think that's totally cool. Like, go off, queen, whatever. I get we live in this world that we kind of have these binaries, but in my perfect world we wouldn't. Like I really hate. I identify as non-binary, if you guys don't know, but I understand that I like to look very feminine. I like having big ass titties or whatever, and like being more feminine. But does that make me feel like a woman? No. I don't like the idea of having any social pressure of like having to do the girls thing or like being relegated to in the kitchen type stuff. Like I remember growing up and like they would like act like I was being weird if I didn't want to go and ask like I grew up with my guy cousin, and it was really weird to me where at some age for some reason they decided that I have to now do this like weird like cliche women shit where I have to ask like to help in the kitchen when he got to just like, I don't know, go hang out and like shoot bows or whatever. And like I'm like, what? Because again, I grew up together, so I was like, why can't I do that? They're like, no, you have to do this. So then I rejected that, which means I just didn't do it at all, because I didn't. It's not like I want to be a guy. I just don't understand why I can't be who I am and do those other things. It seems toxic to like not to have like gender roles. I absolutely despise gender roles. I think that they're stupid. I think they're ineffective. I think that like that's why again, I'm a strong person like physically. I'm also very talented when it comes to like I can climb trees. I literally will saw like branches off. Like I burn all of our burnable trash. I like stuff that's like considered like man shit. I just like doing it, but I don't like the idea of like, well, you know what I don't like is the idea of like saying, oh, I can't do that. Oh, somebody else should do that. Can you make fuck you, Lupus? You're bringing up my trauma here. Also, I'm really good in emergencies. Razor's like a worry wart. Like, I'm a worry wart generally. Like, I'm concerned about my dogs all the time. But like, when an emergency happens, I just like shut down and just get very analytical. Like, the thing is, it has nothing to do with my sex at all. So the idea that like, oh my god, like I have to be hysterical in the sideline. No, fuck you. I am a utility that could be used because I'm very good in an emergency. Remember when our house was burning down? I was like, okay, so you called the like Ray's like freaking out and in a good way. Where he's like, okay, I'm like, we need to get all the dogs. I'm gonna pick up all the dogs. I'm gonna put them in the car. We're gonna turn the AC on. Okay, so you called the cops. Thank you. Okay, so what do we do now? Like, I'm like very just, what do we do? And I hate the idea that that's like, oh, well, it's like a man thing. No, it's not a man thing. It's just a person thing. I'm also like a fucking anxious person. Like Razor's doing all of the planning for our wedding basically because I don't, not necessarily I don't care. I don't think I'm very good at it because he's like, oh, what do you want to do for food? I'm like, I'm not going to eat anything. Like, I know I'm going to be too anxious, so I don't care. But he's like really passionate about it. So again, like the idea that it's like a weird gender role thing that like what he does that, but like I'm supposed to do it. I hate it. Like the idea that also like I have to take care of like the kid more. Like I hate that. Really don't have time. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna get really drunk. I assume I'm not gonna remember my wedding. Inshallah. Well, I'll probably take a shit ton of Adderall or something. Non-binary is someone who doesn't feel fully masculine or feminine in their gender identity. They use they, them as pronouns usually, though some also go... Oh, I thought you were saying that to me, Tyronox. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what are you trying to talk at me? But yeah, no, I like having like titties or like looking very feminine, but I like in terms of like my personality, I've always been very non-binary, we'll say. Never fit in with the girl shit. I don't like girl stuff. I don't like kids. I don't like being around children. I'm not saying that necessarily is feminine in itself. It's just, I think it's a weird uncomfortable thing that it's an expectation that I always had where I was supposed to like kids. They'd be like, oh, we'll leave the kids with this person because they're they got titties or whatever. And like I always thought that was gross. Yeah, I imagine that'll be the kids' chicken. I mean I love my dogs more than like anything. Like I'm a very passionate's the wrong word. Loving person. I'm a good mama, I like to say. And I care about stuff, but I don't like the idea that I should be expected to. Like, don't leave me with your kids, because I'm just gonna be really awkward with them. Like, what? Need to clean your kids? Eh, whatever. I'm not afraid of poop. Who gives a shit? But the idea that the kid is solely my responsibility or something like that, like Razor's not gonna be. I'm more leaning on Razor because Razor was a teacher again. He was a teacher, and he knows how to deal with kids. Like I'd never had any family growing up that had kids. I've never been around kids. I was gonna make a joke about me legally not allowed to or something, but I think that that would be in bad taste. So just fill in the gaps on the joke I was gonna make. Obviously, that's not a real thing. I just don't have any friends that have kids. Yeah, I just don't want the idea of, because I feel bad sometimes because my dogs, Maki woke my ass up on a Sunday morning at 7 a.m. because she does this thing. She knows, she's trained me, and I hate it. She's trained me. She goes, when she does that, that's her I need to go out to go potty noise. And I've like, she's trained me to know to wake up. So if she's doing it, if I'm like, go away, like if she does it, she wakes me up. Like but it's so annoying because it doesn't wake Razor up. It just wakes me up because she knows that he won't wake up. So I feel like the one left holding the fucking bag here, where I have to be the one to get my ass up in the morning every single time, and I don't want that to be my life. I think I'm just gonna Sudoku if that happens. You throw your baby in the trash can, it will magically reappear in your front door the next day. It's true, I swear. Yeah, I have heard that. Women be shopping. The kid will be responsible. Oh, I thought he should be responsible for both of you. Yeah, actually, I think the kid should be responsible for us. Let's just sue them if, I don't know, I stub my toe, I'll just blame them for it. Don't wake up dads, by the way. I refuse that. I refuse that. I refuse. I don't want that to be my life, because you know what it does? It does make me feel spiteful. As little as it is, like it's not like a serious thing, but it makes me feel very spiteful. I'd be like, I fucking hate that I have to be the one doing it. It's like with arguing with Republicans, you know? Like remember when we were when we did the hippy dippy thing, where I was talking about how I don't understand why I always have to be how us like lefties have to always be the adults in the room, while you retard right wingers get to be as fucking stupid as you want. Like I feel like it's a level of that where it's just like, why do I have to be the adult here? Sometimes I want to fucking sleep, okay?
I think it's, well, that's the thing.
Something accomplishes
Yeah, again,
womanhood.
same thing
What
with
is
Charlie
that?
Kirk. Like this guy's like acting like a fucking child.
I think
like if the right wing got what they wanted, we would be like, I don't know, sifting through a series of ash. We wouldn't have anything that we have now. They are so willing to just destroy this country. It's like someone with a bomb being like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And like, why do we always have to, why do us lefties always have to be the one like, okay, stop doing that. No. Okay. Like, they're like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. They're just like constantly, they're like holding us hostage basically. In a way, when it comes to like the fucking left, like that's why, or the right, when they talk like, it's so fucking annoying. Why can't you guys be fucking adults? Why do we have to be the ones that have to be the adults? You don't think I want to be a child? Like a petulant child that gets to just say whatever? I bet it's more fun. To drag the right along from the past and always, yeah, that's why we're not going back, bitch. We've hyped you up to Diamond 5. I've done my series. I used to play a lot of League of Legends, okay? I used to be very good at League of Legends. I used to boost people in League of Legends. And fuck! I didn't think I'd have to keep doing it, because I was like, okay, we know what to do correctly, and then, like, get their asses up to, like, you know, Diamond or whatever. It was pretty easy if you played with a duo, you know, who obviously was above that grade. But I feel like we're constantly doing that when it comes to politics. Like, why? Like, there's so many people in like bronze fiber. Like, no, it's your problem. It's your fault that I. But like, again, they're like, I'm feeding currently, and it's your fault. I'm feeding. I'm running down mid. Like, and it's a funny thing actually. That happened once, and we still won because well, I don't play League anymore. That's fine. We can admit that, but it didn't matter because I was 80 carry playing Jinx, and the guy like literally was trying to undermine our entire team. But again, we're playing as bronze players, so it didn't matter. I still like steamrolled and won the game. Very cute. That guy probably killed himself because he didn't have any sort of sense of control in his own life, which is why he was such a piece of shit. Now Razor's playing the Baldur's Gate 3 update. The rest of the class is on page 150 and the Republicans stuck on page 3. Yeah, basically. Like, again, the Republicans don't want to live in the world that they pretend that they do. Like, do you think Charlie Kirk, somebody who has not gone to college, would want to live in the world that he advocates for? No, because it would suck. You would be Saudi Arabia, basically, which again, nobody in Saudi Arabia likes the fact that it's a dry country. They all drink. They all whore. Like, nobody actually likes that world. The Taliban don't like that world either. Yeah, exactly. Like, they don't like that world either. Nobody who actually is like a conservative, like, likes the world that they, for some reason, pretend to like. Mid-lane Zed main. Oh, of course. Oh yeah, the Riven mains. Jesus Christ. The Zed mains and the I'm trying to think of the other really shitty mains. Oh, the samurai one, the one that didn't think, like, obviously a guy just like started playing the game and it's like a samurai with the wind. My brain wants to say Zuko. I know it's not right. Help me out here. Now I feel like my credit on a League player is falling through. We have the wind. Yasuo, thank you. Yes, the Yasuo mains were the worst. The mid Yasuo mains were, oh my god, the worst. Right? The mid Yasuo mains were the worst. In League. What are you doing?
My fantasy stuff.
Did you win?
Beaten.
She's beating you? Hit her in the stomach, she'll be vulnerable. I'm not gonna stop making those jokes. Who's Stroud? Is it good?
What?
Why did you buy Stroud?
I bought this at the at
The food? So you just said you bought it at the food?
the farmer's market.
Did they just make that themselves, or?
It's definitely like a fake jersey because it was cheap.
There's no like tag?
It's had like NFL stickers on it, but
What? Doesn't he look skinny? Oh,
no.
You're not on screen, so. You don't even see a belly. Great body, Lupus says. Stop. What are you, Ashley? My friend's pregnant and I'm using all of my pregnancy jokes. He lost 8 pounds. Thank you for being supportive. He's on Ozempic. I don't love that he's on Ozempic, but it does seem like it's to this point helping, you know? I pledged in 2 frats. Did they know about each other? Because that'd be really funny if you did it where it was like they were enemies. I thought about going to a what's the bitch version of the fraternity? Sorority. And then I realized I hate all of this because it's all superficial, like, and I don't necessarily think it's like their fault by any means. It's just I don't feel girly. Like this, like women be shopping shit. I don't like shopping. I don't like going out and doing stuff. I don't like talking. I don't like you know the cliche girl shit. And it's like I feel like I have to play a part to do that, and it's like that ain't me, fam. Another tick on my non-binary identity. I never really associate with any particular gendered activity. I just don't think I'm too autistic for that shit. Doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't understand why am I doing this? It doesn't make any sense to me. You'd want to go. I wouldn't want to leave. I would order those though. Yeah. I mean, I built my computer and I really need to update it. As in, my hard drive is just sitting like halfway out of my computer. I just need a new case, really. Also, my graphics card does this sometimes where there should be an image here, but if I highlighted it, it would do the thing where you'd have like it just didn't want to render it anymore. Hazing rituals. I'm just not very womanly, okay? Thought my tits were enough, okay? The thing I do love about women is that they are way more upfront about stuff and honest, which I always find is so fucking funny with men are like being like, yeah, women are such like skeevy bitches. It's like, they're really not. I think men are way harder. Like, I had a guy who was like in love with me who was like one of my best friends, but again, he like was too much of a he would like literally say, I asked him specifically because he wanted to like move in to with me, and I was like, I get the sense that you have feelings for me. You have to promise me that you don't have feelings for me. He's like, no, I don't. And then like, lo and behold, he did. Like, women don't do that shit. Men do that shit. Classic man manipulation on that one. It was not John Zerka. Why do people always say that? John Zerka and I never had a relationship. That would be crazy to even think about. Yeah, you manipulated him. Yeah, that's exactly what he thought, right? It was Sigma Phi Epsilon. I don't know. I should assume that those letters are still around. You're too old for Zerka. Yeah, we're the exact same age. So yeah, I'm too old for Zerka. Correct. No, it was not Zerka. Jesus Christ. He was such an asshole too. He tried to turn all of my friends against me, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do an autistic thing because, you know. So I got all of our friends in the same Discord call, and I'm like, okay, so did you or did you not say that you did not have any feelings for me, and that's why you moved in, or I allowed you to move in with me? And he said yes. And then I said, did you? I went full lawyer mode. I was like, did you or did you not say to our friend Panda that I was trying to tempt you? Oh my god, this guy was such a piece of... Did you or did you not say that when I had food poisoning in Europe and was literally on the floor dying in my sister's bedroom with my towel slightly off, did you say that I was asking for you to fuck me? And he said, yes, I did say that to our friends. What he said was, I was saying, oh my god, I literally should have gone to the hospital of how food poisoned I was. And I was sitting on the floor of my sister's bedroom because I was visiting her in England because she was going to college, or she was doing like a thing where, you know, they kind of like an exchange. She was going for like a semester. I went to go visit her, and I was like on the floor, like barely dressed. Like I was like dying. Like I probably ate like a total of like 2,000 calories over a period of like a week. Because I just was so sick. Like I literally should have gone to the hospital. I don't know why I didn't. I guess because I didn't want to be, because that would be kind of annoying. But I really should have gone to the hospital. I was that level of sick. And I was like, oh my god, I feel so bad. Please make me feel better. And I'm like on the floor. Because I'd just taken a shower. Because the showers and the toilets are next to each other in my sister's bedroom or whatever. In the college that she was at. And he was in the room, and he thought that he thought that I wanted him to fuck me. Which, think about having food poisoning. How do you... That would be literally the last thing that anyone would ever want. If you have like insane food poisoning that if you eat something, you're either like shitting yourself or like about to puke. You would also think, well, that's a problem with you, Lupus. That if I was on the floor being like, oh my God, please help, that they would think that that the dick would be the good thing. Yeah, in Amsterdam, well, it started in London, but yeah, in Amsterdam, horrible situation. Anyways, that's a big problem. God, it was such a bad time. Yeah, I can't throw up. I literally can't. I think I've thrown up a total of like, I don't know, like 2 times my entire life. I literally cannot throw up. I can't burp either. Like I can kind of do it, but I'm not saying good at it, but like, I don't know, something's wrong with my body where I don't have the ability to throw up. But I covered earlier on stream. It's mostly just this. You didn't really miss that much.
Well, that's the thing too, and I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for sure. But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she
So
lives
women are better people?
Correct. Just say yes, fuck it.
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
But what makes a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else go.
That's all good.
Thank you.
Okay.
This goes back.
All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one. XY chromosomes in a
Okay,
adult
but does God the Father have XY chromosomes
Okay,
prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
he's
topic
he's a
later.
father and he's he/him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait, so
topic
a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't
He's
have
trying
XY
to run away! Trying to run away!
chromosomes, yet he's still a man and he still uses preferred pronouns?
It's actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in this...
Wait, God's not binary? I always knew that, of course. Duh. Oh, we made a little rainbow chat with your colors. We did a little gay. Oh, and Crystal here too. We did a little rainbow.
And actually in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine.
It's many? What do you mean it's many? Oh, so it is they, them. We all fucking knew they were non-binary. Wait, hold on. Am I becoming religious? Am I God?
Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the...
But God the Father's a man, right?
Well,
Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a...
Oh, who's the Holy Spirit? Oh, the Holy Spirit's such a fucking retard. Is that even like a Jewish thing? Or is it like a Christian thing? The Holy Spirit? That's like a New Testament thing, right?
Trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top of it.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language...
Wait, so then he's burying himself by saying, like, then the pronouns don't really fucking matter then? What?
Language is structured. Again, it is so... God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
Then why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding.
Yeah, then why use him? Good point.
Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him.
No, you don't. You have to say they. he got all mixed up. This guy's crushing.
Her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to... I'm happy
Some
to get into
fathers
that,
aren't men and boys?
So I'm
So
not,
some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys. Not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not...
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on. God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek?
I don't know. I'm asking you, bitch.
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right? Which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my questions and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No,
okay?
it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it because
See, he's also way wider than him. So on so many different levels, this guy's crushing him. He's wider than him. He's righter than him. He's got his shit down more than him. He's younger than him. All of it.
He's not a man. You know.
Lupus, your fucking language is insanely silly looking. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong thing.
He's not a man under your worldview, yet you still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
But
man.
you don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity, okay?
Before incarnation,
Okay.
there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no small
hold
gametes.
on a second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a
Did he fuck him? What do you mean? What's the argument here? Jacob saw the face of God and what?
body?
Yeah, I also thought it was an angel, wasn't it?
Well,
Or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to
Yes, you are.
Does he actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you.
Well,
what
it doesn't-
biology
it
does your
doesn't-
God have?
You guys really don't think he's a Destiny? He's either a Vosh or a Destiny viewer. You can't be this prepared to debate Charlie Kirk without doing your legwork, right? And who are two people who did a really good job debating Charlie Kirk? Vosh and Destiny. He's a TikToker? Cool. We love that.
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I
You
don't
don't
think
know?
the scriptures
So
are.
you don't know
little-
what a man is?
Well,
You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video,
God-
the largest video on TikTok is what is a woman? 20 million views. But you don't know what a
Yes.
man is under your own worldview.
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Oh my god, he's crushing.
Wait, but
Am I
God
looking
the
at a
Father
man?
doesn't meet that criteria.
Who is Charlie Kirk? He is a, you ever heard of TP USA? He's like the main guy for that. He got like a shit ton of money. Oh my god, who is it from? He's basically what his purpose was. He's not good at this, by the way, but his purpose was to he kind of like grifted, getting funded by a billionaire. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. I think the Koch brothers. To be a conservative for the young people. That's why TP USA is. It was supposed to be to get young. His whole thing was he was supposed to be messaging towards young people, to make young people conservative, which is why, why give him attention? Well, what do you mean? He still exists. He's too well funded to just go away. He doesn't exist on the fact of just like Andrew Tate notoriety. He's literally funded by billionaires. He's not going away. He has an entire fund. It's like, why give Tim Pool attention? Why give I don't know, I guess Candace Owens is becoming irrelevant, so it's not a good example. Why give RFK attention? Like, these people are already in the cultural zeitgeist. They're not going to go away. So we're not giving them attention. It's that they already exist and then making fun of them. We're not giving them anything that they're not already getting when it comes to attention.
Am I looking at a
Yes,
man?
you are.
Okay, good. Just making
A
sure.
man that's beating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question, though. So,
Sorry, what was that?
Own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but
Am I
God
looking
the
at a
Father
man?
doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a
Yes,
man?
you are.
Okay, good. Just making
A
sure.
man that's beating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question, though. So do you think that anybody
Pivot.
can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria again?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, Beard, but I think that that's a little myopic there.
cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with
Got
a
it.
set of social and
Can I-
cultural
can I-
norms.
can I
It's not
become black
society
if I
is
wear
right.
blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance
I
with a
don't.
particular set of
What
social
if
and
somebody
cultural
wants
norms.
to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But you're by some standard you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think? But Rachel Dolezal that said she is.
Oh, they always try and do this, the Rachel Dolezal thing. So stupid. Because, yeah, to be fair, I got tripped up by this before in a debate with Andrew Wilson because he's like a little skeevy bitch, like Andrew. It's not Andrew. Sorry, like Charlie Kirk is. Where again, he's not addressing anything that we're talking about. He's just trying to distract. And this is something that, again, I've fallen into. It's a lot harder when you're in it, okay? But he's doing a good job of not addressing it. Like the Rachel Dolezal thing about, like, yes, of course, race is socially constructed, but the idea of like having that conversation within this, you should just accept whatever and then just move on, which is what he's doing. He's doing a better job than I did when I got distracted by that. Because this is skeevy bitch shit where it's like I'm like playing one of those old school games where I'm like having to like debating one of these assholes is like having to like do one of those old school games where you go onto the rope and then jump over like the alligator trying to snap at you. It's just a series of pratfalls that like you're having to fight against. It's not like we're doing a 1v1 fight here. It's a series of him trying to set up a bunch of just pratfalls for you to fall into.
He is black and culturally black. Is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate
Define
with people who are black?
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word means.
Phenotypical.
He doesn't know what okay, so he knows what phenotypical means. Oh no, he's falling into it. No. Just say like, oh, I don't really know. That was what I did to get out of it, and it worked pretty well. I was like, because I'm not really particularly, I was like, oh, I don't really understand the case of what you're talking about. Can we get back to what we were talking about? That's what I said. That's actually something that I think I did a good job of avoiding, because I didn't engage with it, because it's like, I don't really understand where this is going.
The expression.
So
of
melanin
particular
content, one
characteristics.
skin.
Yes.
No,
okay.
don't fall into this. No, we're in the pit.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait, so she doesn't.
Brianna Joy Gray, yes, used to be. I'm not saying that she was like the campaign manager or something like that, but she used to work within the Bernie campaign. Yes.
Have the melanin content.
She's borderline.
No.
Heavily.
Okay, so then she's not black.
Okay, so you're able to say who is black and not black?
That's how we define it in society. No shit.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective?
Oh, that was good. Okay, I thought it was gonna go into that, but that was actually good. No, she wasn't a campaign manager. She was just like, I don't think she was. I don't know. You can look it up. That was actually good that he engaged in all of that correctly, and then did the no shit thing. Because the main point of what they're talking about is societal understanding of it, which is why I guess that makes sense why they tried to trip me up with that. Because again, we're not playing with a full deck of cards here on both ends, right? Like when you have a debate with a conservative like this, all they're trying to do is do like gotchas, which is annoying because I don't know, I guess fuck me for trying to be genuine and have a conversation, but that's why I appreciate his like anything that could be perceived as like skeevy, which I don't think he's done anything like that, is I think incredibly useful because they're not going to play fair.
Definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguists.
I like to play. I'm a tribal green.
Professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used
Does he not think it is?
was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
Got it. No, now
you
we're
might think it's created by God, but even then it's still
Got
subjective.
it. But now
because it came from
we're
God.
getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective. But you think it's subjective too because it comes from God.
That's interesting.
Wait, does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's
If it-
transcendent.
that's
It's transcendent
subjective.
human beings.
That's
No, it's not.
subjective. Yes, it is. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what
it's
you just told me is
God
also
objective
compatible
morality.
with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand
right?
meta-ethics.
Well, hold on a second.
What does subjective morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality
Define
means
it.
that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God is a stance, and that's the truth
Hold on
of
a second.
morality.
So if let's believe. Do you believe if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a 10 Commandments and we should live by them, right?
Again, if you legitimately like full-heartedly tried, this is unrelated, but like if you full-heartedly tried to believe in the 10 Commandments, you wouldn't understand anything that happened in the Bible. Like it's incongruous. The Bible is a complete like it's basically like a series of short stories. It's like reading like a Stephen King book that's just a series of short stories. Like they're not, they might like somewhat be related, but like they're not, you can't take one as law because they're directly at odds with each other. You shouldn't murder? Well, there's a shit ton of murder in the Bible that God's like super pog on. He himself loves killing people. You ever see like the killing of the firstborns in Egypt? He loves murder. Well, that's out the window. Oh, thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, he had his champion David, right? Who had her, Bathsheba or whatever was, I think that was her name, who he lusted for, and then he had her husband killed so he could like fuck her. Like, okay, well, I would consider that cheating. Like, what are we talking about here? He got punished for it. Doesn't matter. It was still by God's will that happened. No. He's still allowed that to happen. Is that by any issue of Bathsheba? Did Bathsheba do anything wrong besides just, I don't know, having a solid rack or something? No, fuck you. They're all pawns on the playing field. The only the Ten Commandments are only relevant to the main characters. Well, she got punished because her husband died. Is that not a punishment? If somebody killed Razor because they thought I was hot or something, like, yeah, that would be a punishment to me. Oh, shut up, chicken. Bare fault and witness, how often these people lied. True. Yeah. We're gonna go through all of them. Be kind to your neighbor when but as long as they're not black, or we're gonna blast them or whatever. Like, come on. Like, they don't live by this at all. It was Shiva. No, they pronounce it Bathsheba in, I don't know, American English. I don't know if that's Bathsheba. Because Bathsheba has been like a thing in multiple like stories, so they always pronounce it that way. Okay, well, you can't give me a bunch of lines and shit. I don't know how your weird oh shit, what did I click on?
Tonight.
I don't know your weird language with a bunch of lines and stuff. What?
Breaking news as we come on the air. Did the FBI halt an alleged terror plot targeting Jews in New York City? What we're just learning. Also tonight, the dramatic scene in court.
Well, good for Lupus. He doesn't live in New York City. What?
Today, the 14-year-old alleged school shooter. Moments later, his father shackled and in court too, both charged. And later tonight here, we remember a music legend.
What about the Jews? There are timestamps. Georgia high school student, don't care about that. Judge Trump, hush money. What about the Jews? Heat wave. Wait, what? Why did they come up with the Jews and there's no section on the Jews? Am I having a stroke here? Intro. Georgia high school. Judge, hush money, turn or case. Dick Cheney. Oh yeah, Dick Cheney. Worded Kamala. Americans in the West remain under heat alert. Official American fatality in the hands in the West Bank. Is that what we're talking about? Aaron Reed trial. Going. Community. What? I know you didn't really mean that for me to click on it, but I accidentally did, so here we are.
Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective.
Okay, then what?
Again, independent of a stance.
What is
agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality then?
What is objective? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. What is it?
Sorry. Thanks. We'll be back at it next time.
That's fine. They don't need to know the difference.
Mason, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Mason's been on other Jubilees.
So I think.
Whoa!
I hold on a second.
What is subjective morality?
The fuck just happened?
You're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay. Some people you explain your point of view.
Yeah, I mean,
whoa, went too far. Hold on, went too far. Went way too far.
God is a.
We should live by.
But again,
Mason, hello.
So
I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Walsh thing. Like your thing is the worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender exists. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler.
Hold on. Progressive take? This is what it always turns into. They literally always turn into like gender abolitionists when they talk about gender because I think they kind of accident themselves into it.
Created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for personality.
The gender came in the last 40 years, yeah, famously. You ever read a book? I mean, I'm a gender abolitionist. My reasons are not bigoted. My reasons are for basically, if I were to do my campaign of why I think gender abolition should be a thing is I don't believe in gender roles. I don't believe that you should, whether you look or portray yourself in either way, should be directly put into any box. I think you should be able to live the way that you want to live, and it shouldn't fucking matter. You should not be subjected because of your sex or even your gender identity to be seen as, I don't know, lesser or greater than. Like, who gives a shit? I think that gender is fine, but I think generally speaking, like in terms of identity, I mean, gender is fine. But in terms of like any sort of social standards related to it, I think that shit's retarded as fuck. And I think it's very stupid if that didn't come with the first wave I said it. I don't think there's any reason to have any sort of gendered positions. I think that it's not helpful, and I think that we're kind of hamstringing ourselves. It kind of makes me think of like, okay, so what if we really were like insane when it came to like World War II, right? World War II, the Rosie the Riveter thing, like the women were the backbone of the society or the home, like making a bunch of stuff for the war, right? Not only that, but also keeping the family. A lot of the guys were gone, right? Does that not mean that the men couldn't do the same thing? Are men incapable of doing everything that the women did during World War II? Because you would have to say yes. You would have to say yes if you disagreed with the idea that of gender equity. You would have to say that, oh, men couldn't have done those things. Because the thing is, they stepped up because that's what they needed to have done because they're human beings, and that's just what us as a society will always do. It's not like one gender or sex is better at doing something than the other. We're all on a spectrum of maybe guys can, I don't know, lift stuff more. They're maybe stronger, sure. But like what we're talking about in a society is irrelevant on like doing like an arm wrestle. When it comes to who needs to get our shit done, we all come together as individual people, not as any particular gender. It doesn't matter what sex or gender you are. And that's why I think gender is fucking worthless. As much as I think sex is worthless outside of like, I don't know, like going to the doctor or whatever. Because it doesn't matter, because we already can do this. We can all do this together. There's no reason to, like, I don't know, hamstring ourselves to be like, oh no, women need to be in the kitchen. Fuck you. When it gets down to it, they can do everything too. So why aren't we utilizing our entire, what, we're only going to do half of the population? I thought it was really funny. I was, you know, I've said this a bunch of times, but I was watching Dylan Burns, and he was, I think it was actually when he was like talking about the Tim Pool thing, like not before the big thing came down, but before that. The original video of him saying Ukraine is like the enemy of the West or whatever, and he like the idea of like you're gonna have your Tim Pool was saying you're gonna have your sons drafted, and I have said this before, so I'm not just copying this off of Dylan's position, but Burns is a good man. No, wait, I heard that he's a morally corrupt, bankrupt man. But I think as long as we have the draft, I think women should be drafted. Fuck it. I don't agree with the draft at all. And I think that we're never going to probably see it again. But I think as long as it exists, I am 100% okay with women being drafted as well. I think I'm maybe too old for it now. When do you not have to do it anymore? In like your 40s or in your 30s? I'm in my 30s, so I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm trying to... I've always had this position. I would be absolutely okay with the draft being both. I don't like the draft at all. But as long as it exists, might as well fucking have it. Yeah, I mean, lupus, y'all got that shit where you got both. Was it 45? Yeah, well, fine. I'm okay. I will sign a paper right now to say I get to get drafted. The same dumbass paper that, like, men, like, oh, bitch and moan about. Like, oh my god, why don't you have to sign this paper? I'll sign it. Where I basically say I'm willing to be... I love this country. I'll fucking fight for it. It's not like you have to be on the front lines to do it. And even if I do have to go on the front lines, I'll do it too. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but, like, I care enough about this country that I wouldn't necessarily want to do it if it was like some dumb bullshit. But if I don't know, mega, you know, the Mexico-Canadian alliance happens, and they've been like sneakily planning this for a while, and I live in Texas, so I have to fight off the Mexican invasion. Whilst in the north we have we're getting pincered. I don't think that would happen, but fuck it. I love my country. If the other option is what, being Mexico or Canada, fuck you. I want to be America. I'll fight for my country. You think I won't? Yeah, I'll snipe all of them with my bow. Vote for Canada. Shut up, Acorn. I'm gonna ban you for I'm gonna ban you for 30 seconds. Get banned for 30 seconds, you Canadian fuck.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact same thing, would you say sex is binary by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're already incorrect.
It's not.
It's like sex is not binary, it's bimodal. So if we look at a distribution graph, we're going to see people in two camps majority of the time, but there are going to be externalities on both ends of the spectrum and in the middle.
For example, like
so we already talked about intersex.
Right. However, with intersex, though, they are mutations.
The idea of Russia being able to get overseas is laughable, considering they can't even invade there. It's like if we couldn't invade Mexico if we wanted to. Like, imagine if America tried to invade Mexico and we just floundered. That's basically what Russia's doing right now.
Of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but
we're talking about an entire spectrum.
Which
you're by definition defeating your expression of what a binary is by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question.
Also, I think we should annex Canada as North America.
But like XXY.
For example, you're trying to create this own box and then use any examples that are outside.
Yeah, honestly, white skin is kind of like shit. Like, darker skin is like way better for like I mean, it's all based on the climate, right? It's like the kind of like the Finch argument in a way, where it's like having darker skin is, if you're gonna be in the sun, is way better.
That box,
you brought up
to justify that box again.
You brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that?
obviously you have more female characteristics and male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YYX. One of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
Okay.
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can if you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, Mason's great.
So besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution
Like-
graph. Are you aware what bimodal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding. Yeah.
Okay, well,
So
you
I'm-
can
I'm-
be presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you. But it's actually a bimodal
So
distribution.
just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just
here,
trying to match
but,
your
like-
energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a
Got
conversation.
it.
you know,
So
talking.
trans
It seems
women
like-
are not women. Do you
Okay.
agree with that?
I would say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category of women, people that exist under the category of men, are still humans.
Got it. So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit
Good
it to things
question.
like genitals or things like chromosomes, which it seems like you want to do. What type of genitals would you say I have, since
I
you're
don't
so
know.
obsessed with genitals?
I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now.
I'm not obsessed with Gemino's.
I can see exactly what you are because every single one of your trillions of cells are either coded with XX or XY, no matter how much surgery or whatever. I think that you are man, but you could fool me. You could take hormones. You could play camouflage. Like I could fool you to be Hispanic if I had the right Hollywood makeup.
He wants to have another thing where like Antonio Banderas plays an Arab or something. He wants to go back to the good old days where like blackface was like super cool or whatever.
Director. That doesn't mean that you are the thing, though.
But you're going from an objective biological perspective.
What do you mean, you people?
Which we've already talked about with sex. I'm talking about a social construct or a social utility.
Yeah. So
like if we were at a restaurant, right? I'm
I
sitting down
think
at
you're a man.
and I'm sitting down at the table, and you're telling the waiter, "Hey, I want to go sit with blank. What would you use?"
With you?
He doesn't know my name. Yeah. Well, I'm sitting over there.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
That guy. You're going to typically use he or him, or you're going to say that guy, like you just said.
Correct.
Because you're ascribing
Yeah, this is the big thing.
male gender to me based on my
Yes, and
performative characteristics.
I say I could be an error. Maybe you are a biological woman.
And then you'd
that
correct
takes-
yourself, right?
That take maybe not.
So that's what that is exactly what we're trying to say.
Hold on,
is-
so the question is that
But if I look like Blair White, obviously, you could say I'm tricking you, sure, but you would still say her because the utility of language would mean that it would be ineffectual to use the term he when referring to somebody who obviously is presenting incredibly feminine.
do you think that womanhood can then be assumed just through costume design?
It's not costume design.
What is it?
Costume design? That's a weird phrase. Costume design? I mean, to some extent, yes, but that's silly to use that phrasing. I would not agree with that phrasing. If you mean costume design as in like the way you portray yourself, then sure, because that's what everyone does. That's what like a man does. Do you think that you wore a suit today because, I don't know, it was the most comfortable thing? No, it is a costume that you are putting on to be professional. Everybody has, to some extent, a costume designer. We'd all be sitting here in fucking yoga pants, you know? Like, or not wearing anything. Like, everything's a costume design to an extent. Like, what?
It's performative social characteristics.
So you could,
yes,
you could act
that's
it.
what gender is.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. So you
Yes.
could, it's like a theater troupe.
It's not a theater troupe. These are social. These are social
womanhood
categories.
can be appropriated.
No,
Oh, I didn't realize he has kind of like a small hand. Whatever.
they're categories. That's
so,
what it is.
So there's nothing inherent about the chromosomes. There's nothing that.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, we disagree. So there's nothing inherent about having a period or being able to give birth or the specific hormonal
In
makeup.
different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to other cultures spanning thousands of
Yeah,
years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when
No,
it comes
I know.
to those
Like
types
for
of
example, the
categories.
Mayans had plenty of people that were
You
schizophrenic.
know,
right?
when they highlight that?
Right? So that means nothing to me.
Yeah,
right?
it's all good as long as, you know, you're able to function. Who gives a shit? Whatever.
Okay,
So-
we have people that say they're hearing
Sure,
things
it's
from
probably
God.
not as easy, but Doesn't hold him back for
Would you say
anything.
that's
it seems.
schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily.
Especially
It
not in
built
this
Western
conversation.
civilization and
Okay,
common
cool.
law and due process and
All right.
individual rights.
I just
and
wanted to hear that
Oh,
your
did I miss that? What
priority.
did he say?
or the specific hormonal
In
makeup.
different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to other cultures spanning thousands of
Yeah,
years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when
No,
it
I
comes
know.
to those.
Like,
So
for
I
example,
always think about this in a really funny way. Like he's talking about like how cultural, like being what a woman is. Like in Greek, like Greek history, like women were like the horny bitches who were like borderline rapists, and men were like a little bit more chaste, depending on like the time period, you know. Like all of these things are like just a complete cultural they're just completely culturally relevant to the time, which means that they are in a sense arbitrary. They are not genetically like made. They are a symptom of whatever culture we have, you know. Like the idea that women were like a bunch of harpies was very prevalent during the Roman times, because they always want to, you know, be fucking dudes or whatever, and we love that for them, and we should bring it back. I agree. But also the idea is very funny, because I think that we see kind of a holdover from that, because if you think about like the Andrew Tate types, right? The Andrew Tate types, they want women to be doing all of the work. Andrew Tate doesn't make his money off of himself. He very much has bragged about making money like his ladies are the ones that make the money. So if we're looking at like, it's like this weird cognitive dissonance that doesn't really make any sense if you think about like trying to like shoehorn the trad thing into it, where it's like, well, they're working all the time, they're the ones making all of the money, why then could you say that the man should be making all the money when you have, in your situation, the women making all of the money? Like, we see that all the time because we've gone through so many different time periods of stuff like that, where it, like, honestly, being a house husband, I would say I would support more of. I think that's totally cool. Like, whoever, I think it's just more of a practical situation, in my opinion, that you should always just do what makes sense for you. Like, don't treat like your partner as in like they're like a different human being. Like there's somebody you just, well, obviously they're not part of you. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Don't treat them like they're a different species. They're obviously like a human being and they're your partner. Like the idea of like, you have to fulfill one role or another. Like, I think it's stupid. Like the idea, I like burning shit in my fire thing because my uncle used to burn shit. And I thought it was, I don't know, not that I thought anything of it really, it's just I like doing it. Not necessarily even that it reminds me of, it's just something I like doing. And it's effective. All of our cardboard, like if I didn't burn our cardboard, holy shit, we would be backed up with our trash cans. But it's just like a thing that I like to do. But is that have to be a gendered thing? I mean, some people would say that, like, oh, the man has to burn things. Like, no, that's stupid. Or like, I'm very shut down analytical when it comes to emergencies, where Razor is more emotional, which is a perfect balance, because he, as happened the one time when something was lit on fire, he wasn't like hysterically like screaming or something like that. I'm not trying to make it seem like that was what he was doing. He was just he was like, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. And I was like, okay, calm down. We called the fire department. They're coming. Let's just do a checklist. What do we need to do? We need to make sure the dogs are safe. The dogs are safe. Okay, what else do we need to do? And like, that's just good partner stuff, you know? We just worked well together. And the idea that like, oh, I have to be a screaming hysterical lady, like, it's stupid. Stupid. I also like climbing trees and like Rachel like literally said I was lying once because I was climbing up the trees and installing a owl thing, and I was also like cutting off parts of it. off the tree, and she like literally didn't believe me until I showed her. Like, these people don't actually have any realistic like, who gives a shit? Just do what you want to do. Fuck gender roles.
The Mayans had plenty of people that were schizophrenic, right? So that means nothing to me, right?
Okay,
so,
we have people that say they're hearing things from God. Would you say that's schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily. It built Western civilization and common law and due process and individual rights.
I just wanted to hear that your priority.
Defense of the unborn and the greatest civilization ever. You know, that voice from God happened to build the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That's
okay.
Fine.
I think the Mayans would say the same thing.
Yeah, by no fault of, or by no help from you, Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk was in power, we would literally not be the most powerful country in the world. These people literally do want to take us back.
That's the problem with presuppositional arguments.
Yeah, let's go down.
Is that you could say anything.
Can we go visit?
I mean, God's telling me right now that you're a fish. Do you think that's real?
Can we go visit the Mayan nation? They didn't last that long, did they?
Yeah, over
Well, they did last pretty long, but that's not important to the conversation.
killing and violence, and you can justify that if you like.
You mean all
like
the
keep
child
going into it.
sacrifice?
And this is the
on
condescending
top of
tone
temples?
that's why I'm trying to match it. Is because
You mean
I'm
all the
just
child
matching
sacrifice the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incans did on the top of temples? Great
Do
civilization.
you want to go back into the Old Testament? Let's bring Parker up in here and talk about
hold
all
on.
the child marriage, and we can talk about the justification of rape.
Where was child sacrifice ever in the Bible?
Are you fucking retarded? He did not just say that. Where is child sacrifice in the Bible? Well, I can think of the first one that I already said already. Death of the firstborns? What? Cain and Abel? I can continue, but like, do we really need that? Jesus Christ.
When Isaac was almost fucking sacrificed by his dad.
He wasn't though, because at the beginning of Genesis.
So God just said like, nah, just kidding, dog. Don't actually kill us.
Because at the beginning of Genesis 16 said, I'm going to test
to prove
Abraham.
obedience. Yes,
yeah, that's
correct.
right. So now you know it. So actually, there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. It was a prohibition on child sacrifice in the Bible. But anyway, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you understand it?
No, child sacrifice was very prevalent in the Bible. You remember the Crusades? Not that that's in the Bible necessarily, just saying. What?
Lise, can you sympathize with our perspective?
Okay.
That
I'll calm it down a little bit. I apologize for the condescension.
No, it's fine. I mean, but you're doing it's fine. But did you see where this could get wildly out of control? At least on the extreme.
I don't see how it would get out of control, because
even in sports, for example, you think that there's no.
So this is something that we might be able to agree upon, right? Sports were not archaeologically dug up, right? The rules of sports, they are things that we've created as a society. We have decided as a society the most fair categorization is male sports and female sports. Now, as we've been able to understand, or at least bring into the forefront, people who don't identify with the binary, we still have to allow all people that are women in the women's category and all men that are men in the women's category. That includes cis and trans. If you'd like to change that category because you think it's unfair, we can do that. That's what's awesome about arbitrary rules, is we can decide hormones.
I might not know this, but like when the Greeks started the Olympics 2,000 years ago, did they have like a bunch of dudes wrestling
Naked? Correct.
with women?
They had a bunch of dudes wrestling naked, so I don't know why that's an argument.
I think they allowed women to compete.
Well,
I might be wrong on that,
but that kind of proves the point, though, that there was.
Why? No, I think it was because a bunch of dudes wanted to wrestle with a bunch of other sweaty dudes. They didn't want some like bitches crashing their boys' club there. Think meme in Discord where? I don't have a message from you. Oh, in general? I should build a high-speed rail. No, cancel it. We'll make a hyperloop instead. What is this relevant to this? Nothing. Are you just trying to shove this in my face, you asshole? You don't think I feel bad about this already? We will have a prototype in a few more years. Ah! You bitch. Sparkles. Oh. circles.
Yeah, and what did we do to allow women? We changed the rules.
Right. No, but that by definition, therefore, there is something from body composition, bone mass, lung density.
No, he's not. No, but they still can compete, my guy.
Testosterone and estrogen rates.
Yeah.
So endocrinology is
So
different.
if you'd say the majority of males in the bimodal distribution graph, we're going back to that, you can say, hey, we want this level of hormones in this particular category,
But
and we can separate it by
have-
hormones.
we have
I
a
agree with you that a majority of men or a majority of
Well, not
cis
even
men
majority.
are.
You got to be like 99.9%.
I don't know. Ronda Rousey could kick my ass. I will say that.
No, for sure. But I
Okay.
mean, but could she kick Conor McGregor's ass?
Well, now we're talking about the peaks, right?
no, but she's at the-
Yeah, the peaks. This is what is so fucking annoying that men always talk you out. They're like, "Oh, I know that she could kick my ass, but what about mine?" It's like going back to like Greek mythology. It's like, well, my champion. Can you beat my champion? I know you could beat me, but is my champion going to be better? Like insane, like logic to base your thoughts. Like I've had this conversation so many times where it's like, okay, well, let's say like Gwendolyn Christie, the person who plays Brienne of Tarth. Yeah, she could beat the shit out of most dudes. She's tall and she's strong. So can she not do all of these jobs that you're saying that women can't do? Because then I'm not having a situation where women can do every single job, right? I'm just saying the idea of excluding them would be silly, which I'm correct about, and is annoying because I know I'm correct about. What is this? I'm watching this TikTok the other day on Reddit. Well, you can't distract me. I'm not even going to read that spec. Come on.
Cisgender.
No, because you're talking about the peaks of two different categories in the same sort
I
of.
want to at least get through a video.
Because why?
You
She's
can't
a
distract me
cis
like that.
woman.
That's not fair.
Well, she's a cis woman and
Correct. A cis man.
But yes, and he
Correct.
could kick her tail, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay, for sure, right?
Because cis men and cis women have different hormone levels.
No,
If you want to change the hormones, we can change the categorization. But you're saying that you want men and women, bar none, and you say that's the most like fair category. Then we have to allow all women and all men.
Well, but again, those things don't. So I just want to be clear. So because I think I'm tracking your argument, is that in the University of Pennsylvania swim team, when Thomas swam against biological women, you're perfectly fine with that.
I think as long as we have the categories that way.
Thank
I would say, like, if we want to, let's just do it like weight classes, okay? Like, we'll let the sports scientists, delve that out or whatever. But I don't think that, like, I mean, when I played tennis, I played against guys. I didn't win often, but that's not because I was bad. I thought I actually liked playing against guys more because they played differently. They played very aggressively, which is kind of a fun way to learn playing a very defensive way of playing, which I think I was actually very good at, but I just wasn't. I played tennis for like a year, okay? I wasn't like somebody who's played tennis my entire life, right? And like all of a sudden I'm up against a guy and I can't like hang or whatever. No, it's just that it's a different way of learning how to deal with an opponent. I'm not, the only times that I did win is when I was being very aggressive, which I think it really scared them because I think that they weren't used to playing against somebody like very aggressive. But I actually liked playing against guys because I was very quick. I was a very quick person. My doubles partner, which I fucking hated, she didn't give a shit. She always thought we were going to already lose. So, I'm not a big hype person. I'm a very competitive person in like a bad way. Not that it's bad to be competitive. It's just if I'm really in the game, I'm not like a hype person for my teammate. And like she didn't try and it made me so fucking mad and I scared her. But point being that like I basically was playing against a doubles team as a single because my teammate didn't do anything. And I still think I put up a damn good fight because you just adapt to how it works. Like what?
Thanks.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. want to get him in. This isn't debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. Here. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
P-R-
He just said Brittany? Oh my god, that's so funny. Her name is Preeti, and he heard Brittany.
I want to get him in. This isn't debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. Here. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet
She
you.
clearly said Preeti.
Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
P-R-E-E-T.
I'm sorry.
You're totally
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a little earlier. You said that Parker
Why do I feel like the volume... Did my headphones like go out? Yeah, it's a pretty name.
has lower T than you. So would you say?
It's all a joke.
Yeah.
I
No.
think I'm right,
I'm fully aware it's a joke. But I guess like on that point,
Yeah.
do you
You don't gotta objectify her.
think that like T has to do or testosterone has to do with your manhood?
No.
Like your,
Well, yes and no. I mean, if you are looking at typical testosterone estrogen rates of women, they are far different than those of men. But
Right,
for
but,
example, like your testosterone rate goes down when you have children. For
Okay,
example,
but
when you're a man, that doesn't make you less.
What? Is that true? Testosterone goes down when you have children? What do you mean? Like, you just... How does that even make any sense? I just assume that would be more likely like you just get older. So if your wife or whomever births a child, I mean, yeah, as you get older, of course that would make sense, but like, is it like a physical proximity to the baby? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me that it would just be an age thing. Unmarried could compete in the ancient Greek Olympics. That's interesting, huh? So he was even wrong about that. We love that.
Less of a man. They go down by about 400 points.
okay, but like
400 points? What is there a testosterone point scale? Your testosterone goes down 400 points? Is this like a thing that you men do? Like you like, I don't know, like testing like your blood sugar, you have like a thing that tests your testosterone or something, and it goes down 400 points as soon as like your wife spawns a baby? Again, that doesn't even like jive with like so are we saying men should not have children so that they would be stronger? Yeah, is it like a proximity thing? Yeah, if you have your newborn baby in your arms, what are you, a fucking pussy? What are you, a woman? Did you give birth to that child? A fucking loser. And then your T levels go down or something? Like, what are we talking about here? Do we not care about, like, I think it's manly as fuck to give a shit about your kid. Call me crazy. Call me a crazy, not even feminist. Call me a crazy misogynist? Manist? What is like the version of being a feminist? Whatever that is, because I believe that feminism is about equality the same way I would think that whatever manism or whatever would be about equality as well. Call me a crazy supporter of male rights, but I think that it's pretty cool for a father to give a shit about his kid. But I don't know. No, misandrous. That would be like calling a feminist a misandrous. That's not. It's not to demean any other. It would be to prop up one. Like being a feminist isn't to like shit on the other gender or sex, right? It's to just support the equality. I was the real. What if Male Rights USA has been me the entire time? I just preset all of the things that he says.
when we were talking earlier about like sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying that the reason why it's unfair for like for example, a trans woman who used to be a man to be like competing in women's sports. You cited that they have higher testosterone levels.
One
right?
of about 50 characteristics. Also lung density, their men's hearts.
Cool. So does everybody. Everyone has, that's literally what sports are about. Sports are not supposed to be fair. This is what I get so pissed off about. The idea that sports is supposed to be fair is asinine. Sports are supposed to be unfair. Like, what's the... What, do we all get a medal for, like, what are you, a lib here? Will we all have to have a participation medal? No, they can't fucking handle it, just whatever, I don't give a shit. I understand having weight classes, sure. So if we agree to the concept of having weight classes, those things would also be relevant to, like, having women and, like, the issues of having people compete could be easily solved by just having weight classes, which we already have. If we wanted to add testosterone classes or like bone density classes, like he's super concerned about, we can do that. We already do that. Sports are not fair. If sports were fair, then nobody would win. The point is that one team should be better than the other. If sports were like everyone is of the same like ilk, then what the fuck are we talking about? Obviously the competition, it's not like you want to like be playing sports against like a 3-year-old, but like generally speaking, we're not talking about everyone should be exactly on the same level, because that would be insane. That doesn't make any sense. We're talking about your, like, okay, do you think like a 6'5" person shouldn't be on a basketball team with a 5' person, even if they're equally as capable? Obviously, the entire point of sports is that it's who can do the game. Again, sports are not that important. I think we also need to take a step back here and realize that who gives a shit about sports, generally speaking. Like, yeah, there's a lot of money in sports, sure, but who cares? Do you really think that there's a lot of money in women's sports that like a trans woman is like completely shitting on somebody over? Like, the only people who bitch about it are people who like, who is that one that is a Fox News correspondent now? Who, she was like, I don't know, she finished like last, and she got pissed off because the trans swimmer finished like 2 spots above her or something, and she's just a sore loser. Like, come on, this isn't a real issue. Like, it's stupid, not a real issue at all. Yeah, right. Like, because the person that she was swimming against, like, they didn't win. They got like 3rd or whatever, and like the competition that she was with, and it's like, yeah, you suck. That's not, like, again, it wasn't like a going for a 2nd place and this person got the 1st place. She wasn't anywhere close to it. She was like 7th. Just bad sportsmanship all around, honestly. It's a big deal to them. Tomoko, you're falling for it. The thing is, I don't think... If somebody's a serious competitor, I don't think that they would... You notice how no other competitor in that swimming competition came out against that trans woman swimmer? It almost seems like it's completely a made-up thing that, like, a real competitor really doesn't give that much of a shit about. She wasn't good. Riley Gaines was not a good swimmer, in terms of, like being, like, top tier. Like, obviously she was good as in she was competing in college swimming. Sure. But, like, she wasn't, like, good as in she was number 2 and then she got eclipsed by somebody else. And that's what I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Because they don't give a shit either. Because if they did, there would be a lot of other swimmers besides Riley Gaines having a bitch, being mad about it. But you know what? There's, like, none. Nobody who's a professional actually gives that much of a shit. They're worried about themselves. They're not worried about their competitors. The only person that gets mad about their competitor in swimming is a sore loser. I'm not going to click on a link without you telling me what it is.
Are bigger. Okay. We have greater bone density. Men's hearts are bigger. Okay. We have greater bone density, muscle mass.
Okay,
but your hearts are bigger, but your bodies are bigger, so it doesn't. This is also such a stupid thing. Yeah, men's hearts are bigger because your bodies are bigger, which that doesn't mean that they're better. That just means that there actually means that they're worse typically. Why do you think that men have such a big issue with having heart attacks? Because you got some big ass fucking hearts because y'all are bigger. We live in a scalable world here.
Faster.
Yeah, a big woman will have a bigger heart. Exactly.
Stronger.
I understand. But like those factors all come from the hormones during the development process, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
I mean,
what? Is it your soul that it comes from?
Most of them do.
Well, not all of them. So, for example, you could try to pump a young girl's body with testosterone at 8 years old, and you can get them stronger. You cannot necessarily get them on par with a biological male at puberty.
You absolutely could do that? I don't even know why you would be doing that. That's fucking weird as fuck. Yeah, if I took a shit ton of testosterone, I could beat the shit out of all of you.
You cannot. You could try.
Yeah, do you think Gwendolyn Christie, Brienne of Tarth, you think that she couldn't beat the shit out of the average dude? Ronda Rousey, they said? Yeah, she absolutely could beat the shit out of the average dude. I mean, I used to wrestle with my cousin at 8. We grew up together. I used to be able to beat him quite often because I was more flexible. Just because I did gymnastics, not because of any, like, biological trait. Like, you don't really have that much difference gender-wise when you're 8 years old. When you're 8 years old, you don't even have you haven't gone through puberty. That's when the guys get stronger, is when it's puberty. Prepubescent children are famously not particularly different when it comes to their strengths. Like physical, I mean. Sports argument is to start by acknowledging that sports already have rules that they use to try to maintain a relatively fair play fielded by gender. When you're bringing it up, it's just to try to insert a bunch of people that don't know what the fuck you're talking about into the decision making. And the reason they do that is to rile up morons against trans people. Oh, 100%. Correct.
Because there's something in the coding of our genetics.
Right. The coding of our genetics, which is often like controlled by like different, like, I guess, parts of our DNA and also the hormones that are produced that affect the effective coding of how
we're more than endocrinology, but it's a big part. Because, for example, if you just
endocrinology is just talking about hormones, yes. So he's agreeing with her.
Give a kid testosterone, that doesn't even get them close to becoming a male, or estrogen giving them a female.
Okay.
They might get characteristics that are close to that.
Right, okay.
But it doesn't.
I mean, to some extent, your DNA or your sex can change via hormones. Because if we're talking about classifications of what sex is, like, you could have not necessarily all of them, but not necessarily even cis people have all of them, right? It's a categorization, right? So like if you have like a lot of like, you know, female hormone levels and stuff like that, where you got like, I don't know, like your natural grown titties and like whatever, like if we're gonna talk about like classifications of sex, like it's not like you have to be able to have a baby, because really what the conservatives always want to say, they always want to say it but they don't, is you have to be able to have a baby to be a woman. But obviously that would be retarded, because that would be like, what, is your grandma not a woman? They always falter on this argument, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. Because I'm not necessarily even pro-trans as in like I'm like a super left cucked lib. I'm pro-trans because it makes sense. It makes sense to let people, trans people have existed forever. I don't really care what they do. It doesn't hurt anybody. I have no problem with what they do, and it's all their business. Whatever. If somebody wants me to call them a woman, I'll call them a woman. Fuck it, I don't care. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, the idea that this is like some like menacing issue that the transes are coming for, fuck off. Like, stop being stupid. It makes sense. It makes sense to think of gender as it is, which is not a series of immutable characteristics. It's just a social it's like saying I'm like gamer, you know? How do you prove you're a gamer? How do you prove you're, I don't know, a Jets fan? Like, who cares? I don't give a shit that you're a Jets fan. Like, I might not like you if I guess have a opposing team, but like that, like who really actually cares? In the grand scheme of things, who cares? It's them living their own lives, and it doesn't bother me a bit. So, I mean, yeah, trans ladies are annoying on Twitter, but that's like the most that I get annoyed about, because trans ladies are really catty. But we love that for them. We're talking about actual things you want to be annoyed by, but like, there's nothing wrong with them being trans. And they're also taller. That's bullshit. Trans bitches get to be tall, and that is bullshit. I guess that's the only thing I am a little jealous about. If you think that transes are coming to you, that speaks more about you than the people you think are coming for you. They're not. They just don't give a shit. Yeah, 100%. They're probably like, it's like a snake. like a snake is more scared of you than like, bad necessarily metaphor, because you could see like a snake being like evil, but like the concept of it, where like they have like a bad rap, you know, like snakes are cool, whatever. Like, the average snake is not coming for you. There are dangerous snakes, which are the, I guess in this metaphor would be the annoying Twitter trans woman. But like, generally speaking, snakes don't give a shit about you. They just want to go about their business and move on. Like they don't care. And I think that's fine. I get, this is America. You get to, you know, identify as ever you want. I don't care. Why is that my business? Or highly intelligent and super nice. Yeah, it's kind of sucks that they have to be like overly, it's like you kind of have like similar things with like I guess like the cliche like with the black people. Like I think trans people have to always think that they have to be perfect, because there's so many people who are targeting them specifically, like, oh, this is, if like one of them is just like an asshole, then like, oh, this is the bad one. So they have to like overly, it's stupid. It's stupid. Let's be real. Your trans friends are probably just really annoying when it comes to anime. That's my biggest criticism. They're way too into anime. And that's my anti-trans rhetoric. Not like weird anime. They're just way too into their anime that they like.
Just for example, but I mean, like, there's no perfect image of like, this is what a female looks like. This is what a male looks like. Like, we all get our periods at different ages. Some of us like, and also like, for example, like, there are many circumstances where womanhood is just
trans people are like normal people. Some are nice, some are dipshits. That's, people don't construe anything from it. Yeah, absolutely, 100% Beard. I would say that there probably are more trans people that are a little fucked up because of obvious reasons. You know, not having a good family life because of their trans identity. It's not their fault, obviously. But I think generally speaking, yeah, they're just like normal people. It's just, again, the same normal people who, like, you know, like men grow up with like, or women grow up with like really abusive families. Some people come out of that well, some people don't. They're just people.
It's not one thing, right? It's a multitude of experiences that every single.
Can you define?
I haven't seen the anime, but I do like the art, so I will agree with at least half of that, Lupus.
Define what womanhood is. That's an interesting question for you.
Well, no, I can't define what womanhood is, and the reason why is because it's something that's an individual experience for every single person, right? Like, my experiences, what I have experienced throughout.
Yeah, how would you answer this question? Okay, I assume most of my audience are dudes, just because we're on Twitch. But if you're also a woman, I asked both or NBs, what would you describe as manhood?
I'm gay.
Or womanhood? I think this is like kind of impossible to describe without like trying to keep it from one or the other. Like, I always hate that like being a man is like taking charge. It's like, what, can women not do that? Like, oh, being a woman is loving your family. What, can a man not do that? Like, this is why I'm a gender abolitionist. I hate the idea that womanhood or manhood is like something that you inherently have that the other can't do. I think that's horrible. I like vaginas to be, well, news to you, slippers. There's a lot of women who also like vaginas. We're all dudes. Yeah, we're all dudes here, right? What do they identify as? Good question. I don't know. What do you identify as? So I'm a non-binary. I instead of being like, which party do you want to go to? The girl party or the guy party? I'm like, I'm just not gonna go to the party at all. That's my non-binary identity. I'm just like, well, I like parts of both, but if I have to pick, I'm just not gonna do it. It's a little autism on that one, huh? How would you describe a woman who has only guy friends and is considered as one of the guys type of girls? Probably a broho. I don't know. Or like autistic. I don't know. I'd have to know the person. Most of my friends have been guys because I don't identify with a lot of like girl bullshit, which I think is really cute with my friend group I have now. Because one of my friends, Ashley, who's pregnant, is like very, you know, girly, and I think it's so cute because she loves me for like being like, she knows I'm gonna be like, I don't want to do that when if it's like a super girly thing, and I think it's like kind of funny. And then my friend Claire, of course, is like the in between. We're a three amigos in that one. I think it's very cute. Where Ashley's very girly, and yeah, her bitch ass got pregnant. That's pretty fucking girly, right? And I'm very I wouldn't say like masculine, but I'm just very I guess I could say that, but like she's she's not. She's very not single. And I'm very autistic or whatever. What, Ben? Hi, Ben. You're giving me the I need to pee. You need to pee? Can you go out? Do you think they need to go out? So do you need to go out? All right. Stop it! You're being mean. You're gonna protect yourself. Jesus, so dark. He wants a snack? No, I already fed him. Jeez. My earballs.
My life is not going to be the same as another woman who is because it's something that's an individual experience for every.
What, having friends is female coded? Kind of true, where I think that's a weird social thing where men are way too stupid about being vulnerable with each other. It's like, I feel like men relationships are constantly like holding a pistol. Like where women will be the one to like put down their gun. Where men are constantly just like holding their guns at each other. Where it's like, it's super weird that it's like playing a Rust and like not trusting anybody. Like that's what I think like a lot of like weird like man culture is. And I think that's horrible. I think y'all need to have a cry on your friend's shoulder, okay? Yeah, you might get backstabbed, but whatever. You still have better cohesion. Read The Sleeping Beauties. No way men kiss all the time. Well, we do love that. Is that an Israeli thing to do the kisses, or is that more of like a, I don't know, like Turkish thing? That's like a European thing. I just don't know how far that goes. Yeah, the cheek kisses. Yeah, we need to have more homie kisses. You only do it in Turkey. It's okay to. That's bad. You should. It's not. It shouldn't be okay to show weakness to. You should be able to show weakness to your homies. Like if they're your guys, you know. What do you like not like when a guy shows weakness to you? Does it make you feel uncomfortable? Because that's kind of what it's supposed to do. You're supposed to be mad and feel weird about it because that's what it's supposed to do. Because I get really mad about not being able to do anything about it. That's why I think I'm really good in emergencies. Because I think like very analytically in emergencies. Like, okay. And I get really frustrated when like, I don't know, if Razor's sad about something. I just want to fix things. I have black hair. Okay. Thank God. I was gonna say we don't trust blondes here. A man would know how to fix it. Shut up. I'll fix you. It's dark out. Up you go. Hey! Go, buddy. Good puppies. That was so good. I'm gonna give you a cheese it. Want a cheese? Oh. Oh my God, they're good. It's getting cold outside. Like the August to September transit. What? Why do you link stuff and then tell me what it is?
Sure that the spring floods came in a more controlled way. In fact, the Sumerian language has a vast array of words to describe the different
Is this gonna come with just saying the N-word?
kinds of canals, reservoirs, dams, and lock gates required to control their water.
Linkstuff.com, goddamn. I almost
Gradually, the landscape of southern Iraq transformed.
Why did you link this?
Every single person, right? Like my experiences, what I have experienced throughout my life is not going to be the same as another woman who
Okay, please, when you link stuff, I don't have a problem with you guys linking stuff. Just describe what you're linking. So I know if you have it timestamped, what I'm supposed to watch. Because it's just confusing. If not, like, what am I supposed to watch the entire video?
Yeah, grown up in a different environment.
We have disagreement, but not clarity. I say that being a woman,
linking people stuff to other people, then that's not your fault. But I'm just saying,
our womanhood is an objective thing.
Right, but
It is objective outside of.
No, she's saying it's subjective. I don't know why she said right, but she's obviously describing it as womanhood being a subjective thing.
One owns opinions or experiences.
So, but are we at the point where we're discussing where this is like not something based on your chromosomes, but something maybe based on a construct?
Well, no, it also can be objectively witnessed in empirical ways and biological.
You linked a photo of Tim Walz? I do love Tim Walz. This is what you get when a sane, non-weird, uncreepy guy doesn't randomly spiral out speaks if anyone else had forgotten. Walz, this is what these folks are focusing on, like reading about those two male penguins who loved each other and somehow going to turn your children gay. It's a fact of life. Some people are gay. But you know what's not a fact of life? That our children get shot dead. I love him so much. And I still think it's so cute, like his son being like, "That's my dad." I bet you, as a child, I would imagine you would feel kind of jealous of not like of any individual person, But like, cause he's on the job. Like my parents worked a lot when I was growing up. I don't know if you guys had the same situation here, but like, I was a babysitter kid, you know, and I, whenever we went to dinner, my parents worked together, so all they did was talk about their jobs. So I was in a sense jealous of their work, which to this day I think I'm. Ford, do you not learn anything? I'm not clicking on that until you can explain what it is. Right, back to Charlie Kirk's
Logical
dumbass.
ways, in scientific ways.
Okay. So to clarify, we're still discussing whether womanhood is on chromosomes or not.
If you'd like to discuss that, it's deeper than just chromosomes. But
Right,
yes.
right. I'm just trying to like.
Wait, so she kind of got him to do the exact. Oh my God, she got him to do a switch. He's saying that womanhood is deeper than just chromosomes. Holy shit.
Define exactly.
For example, if we look at SPECT scans or brain scans of men and women, 98% of the time, artificial intelligence can tell you which one is the men.
At the NYU, I don't think 90. As NYU study found that the AI can detect the difference in male and female brains 92 to 98% of the time. That's not really that surprising. That doesn't really mean anything. Because obviously if your study is based off of like, okay, let's say we have a bunch of people who have been taught to act a certain way, right? So their brain patterns are going to be a certain way because they're taught to be a certain way. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's inherently female or inherently male. It just means that it's a social thing, right? It just means that like their brains might be very similar because they were taught to, like, your brain is something you control in a way. As in, like, your memories are going to be as they are. Things are going to stick in certain ways. Like fear, for example. Some people have a fear of heights. Like, that is a physical thing in your brain, right? So you're going to have a different brain than somebody who doesn't have a fear of heights. The same way we can have habits be taught similarly. So if, like, I don't know, what, like, 98% of the time there's a higher fear response to men or something, yeah, it's probably going to be a woman, you know? So if your factor for determining if it's a man or a woman is how scared they are of men, that's probably going to be a woman. Does that really mean anything in the long run? Kind of. I mean, it's a cool thing to think about how you can like determine brainwaves, but I don't think that we should extrapolate that into being anything more than what it is. That's a good question, Rox.
And which one is the man?
Wait, okay. It does this by spotting patterns in brain structures invisible to human. Well, yeah, no shit. How else do you... What does it do by spotting brain structures that are visible to human?
The female.
Okay.
So our different parts of our brains fire. So for men, for example, our amygdalas are not as high working as women. You know what amygdala is? The threat assessment part of your brain.
Obviously, like your birth. So there.
Wait. Am I doing really a pre-watch, Andy? So what he just said absolutely backed up what I said, where it's not. It doesn't really mean anything. Because he literally just said, "Oh my God, I didn't even know he was gonna say that." I swear to God, I did not pre-watch this. Because literally this came out like, what, today? What date is it? The 8th, yes. Yeah, he did exactly what I said, where there's a fear response more likely in women because, of course, they're taught to do that. Do you think that it's like an inherent thing that you're taught to be more fearful? Or not taught. An inherent thing that women are just more fearful than men? Of course not. This is a taught behavior. So the idea of man and women brains would be like, okay, well, it's all about social conditioning. So a man brain, finger quotes, could have the exact same properties as a woman brain if they grew up in the same situation.
there's a difference between the concept or what sex is, which is a biological aspect, and what gender is, which is a social construct.
I
right?
reject gender completely as a different word.
Oh my God, he's a gender abolitionist. All right, progressive Charlie Kirk out here. I didn't expect him necessarily to say that, but I don't think he would actually continue through with this. He's gonna still think that there's like women roles or something, I assume. I don't believe that he actually. I think that he, if you were to like logic your way into it, you would be a gender abolitionist. But like, I think that he is gonna realize he has to keep doing the talking points.
It's really
okay.
personality.
So that's where the debate is.
Yes.
Is the existence of gender.
Gender means personality.
Gender means personality, kind of. All right, base Charlie Kirk. What?
Okay.
I don't doubt
Base
that
gender
biological men
abolitionist Charlie Kirk.
might
How
have
would you
feminine type
define
characteristics.
race on that point?
How would I define
How would you
race?
define
Wait, why is she doing the right wing talking? Oh my God.
Race.
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay, because I think that it's a really important thing to discuss when it comes
here's
to
the thing,
terms of
if
this.
I draw,
because
if I draw blood, if
is
there
it ethnic lines?
if you have
Wait,
a
why is he getting frazzled by this? I feel like he would just, I don't know, just say the N-word, whatever.
blood sample of a black individual and a white individual, I can't tell you which one is which. If I
No shit. Yes. Wait. Progressive Charlie Kirk all of a sudden? He got. Wait. We did it. He got college student. He's around too many libs apparently that he got libbed up.
If I have a blood sample of a man and a woman, I can tell you which one is which, just by running very simple elementary blood tests. So, for example, if there was a Hispanic or a white, there is no difference in
why
did he point at somebody?
Tests. So, for example, if there was a Hispanic or a white,
I guess one of them is a Hispanic.
there is no difference in
why
genetic
is it?
coding. There just isn't.
Why is
don't
it
see-
important that someone's
Honestly, our genetics are not at all similar. A white person who like had like a history of like, I don't know, like maybe you're Irish. I think we're talking about Irish people who lives in like Africa or whatever. Like over a long enough period of time, like what was the whole? It's about sickle cell anemia, right? I guess maybe that's the wrong way of looking at it. Like what I think would be more useful is like, okay, there's a lot of black people in Africa. I know, crazy. There's a lot of difference between people in Africa who are also black because of the color of their skin, because they have different origins when it comes to where they live in Africa. So sickle cell anemia is more prevalent in a specific black African community that's not at all the same with other African communities. Like, even though it would look exactly the same, so to say, that like they do have different genetics. They would actually be more in common with. I think it has something to do with like their exposure to the sun. I don't remember. I'm paraphrasing. Stay with me, okay? Where there's like if a white community would still have white communities have had that same issue where their DNA would be very similar to that, and or like even like a country over from another black person in a country over from them would have less in common with those people than a white person who had that same genetic issue. Yeah. I mean, again, the only reason you would give a shit about genetics when it comes to talking about race is if you're a fucking Nazi, basically. Because who gives a shit? Again, this is always what I say. I mean, this is my campaign line. Who gives a shit? Why does it matter that, like, I don't know, like, black people have a small bump? Because, again, it's not it's a useless term, really, to talk about like race when we're becoming like such a mixed race. Like, okay, I'm half Japanese and I'm half white, right? So when I have kids with Razor, who's half Polish and half Italian, they're gonna be half Polish, half Italian, I guess, but also like or not half, sorry, they're gonna be 1/4 Polish, 1/4 Italian, but they're also, I have a little Polish too, so it'll be like 1 point or 15.2%. You know, whatever. I mean, my Japanese side is just gonna be 50% Japanese on my end, so it's gonna be still at 25%. But my mom's like English, Scottish, Polish, German. Like, it's meaningless. Like, do you think that my ancestry is really going to be that meaningful outside of like the here and now? Like I don't know, my grandfather, my great grandfather, like. I don't think it gives a shit where my origins come from farther than that, you know? Defining things, but for what reason? Yeah, true. Ugh. Would be NATO, Indo-Pacific. Yeah, they'd be NATO's strongest soldiers.
Oh, okay.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate.
Yikes. By the definition, my response would be, by the definition of DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that mean? But let's just take that at its face, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So she is a candidate that was included, to give somebody of color equity, and she's diverse? Sure? But like, what are we talking about? That's so stupid. Like, I mean, sure, if you want to be like weird about it, as in like she's a minority, basically. I mean, honestly, when they say DEI, all they mean is they want to say the N-word. Let's be real here. When people like him say DEI, they don't mean anything besides just wanting to call them like the N-word. So if I were to answer that directly, I'd be like, by the definition of diversity, equity, inclusion, sure, because she is both diverse and was given a fair shot in California. Okay.
A lot of competition, Mason.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Can I define what a DEI candidate is?
I think that you're going to say because she's black and she's a woman, she was appointed because Joe Biden promised that, and it's not a testament to her success.
Not only that, but also in her getting the nomination of the Democrat Party, they said repeatedly, we do not want to pass over a black female.
Okay.
So just those two things.
Hey, I mean, I was not expecting to be so excited about Kamala. I don't know what you guys were at, but I was the balls were blown off, like with her and Tim Walz. Because I never really thought anything of Kamala because she was like very muted, and maybe this is exactly why. Like, because she had a lot of energy. Obviously, I knew about. She's from my neck of the woods. I'm from the Bay Area, bro. I'm from like the suburbs outside of Oakland, of course, because my families were programmers, but I wasn't like in the hood, we'll say. But it's my neck of the woods. So obviously I gotta support my girl. But also I didn't expect her to be such a fight, because I remember watching the initial debates like back in 2020, 2019, and thinking that Kamala did really well. Again, I'm a little bit biased. But, and then when she was she dropped out first, I think, right? And then obviously I would imagine what happened was the promise of being the VP candidate, blah, 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 blah. What is DEI? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's pretty meaningless. It's just like some weird, it's basically a way to say like diversity bad from the right. It doesn't actually mean anything in any words besides just like some weird kind of lib speak. No, it's literally just what it sounds like, diversity, equity. It's like, for example, in my company, Lupus, they would just like celebrate Juneteenth or whatever, and they would like spread awareness about civil rights movements, or like, it's nothing more than like a flyer, really. It's not like a huge thing. There are some really stupid DEI trainings that were a complete scam, but that's a completely different story. That's a very specific thing. But DEI in general is just kind of like whatever. It's like one of those things where it's like rainbow capitalism. Rainbow capitalism being like, oh, it's like Pride Month, so we're gonna have a bunch of rainbow shit. Cool. Like it's generally speaking nothing. It's just kind of like, yeah. It's just whatever. In terms of like the general senses of what the DEI is, and like the average, like again, like they're hysterical by freaking out about it. Has been much better than my experience. Yeah, I think Tim Walz is also like a huge plus. Like, I think he was such a great pick because she's very like establishment, like Dem. She was an attorney general, obviously. She's a person of color, which, I mean, again, I don't really give that much of a shit about. I don't even really think about it when it, like, that's what I think what, like, Hillary fucked up with, where, like, they went too much on the fact that she's, like, a woman, and it's like, that's cringe. Like, I don't want to just vote for some bitch because she's a woman. No, I want to vote for a candidate that I like. Like, it was kind of oddly sexist, like, to have the I'm with her. Like, how much can you fucking trip over your feet with that one? Like, nobody wanted that. It was like some really cringe, like, yeah, we're all feminine. Like, it's like the cliche feminist dumb bullshit, you know? I think that doesn't play. I'm a feminist. Don't get me wrong, of course, but like that doesn't play with me at all because it seems a little misandrist. The I'm with her thing, I think that really didn't play well at all because the aspect of it being like, well, what, are you a sexist if you don't vote for her? That's gonna turn people off. Not even like that they're sexist to not do it. It's just the idea of like that is like, it's so gross. Where I think that Kamala seems like an actual person. Like, honestly, I think getting drunk with her would be really fun. Getting drunk with Hillary Clinton, I think, would not be fun. I mean, the cliche of having a beer with somebody, right? Like, I think getting really drunk with Kamala Harris would be super fun. Or Tim Walz would be super fun, as long as he's not driving, of course. But getting drunk with Hillary Clinton would not be fun at all. I feel like I'd be like she'd be like annoyed the whole time. Higher moralists don't win well, they never have, Christopher, to be fair, in terms of the history of the world. But yes, it does suck that you can't just be right. You have to, play the game. That's why you play the game. Because you can't just be right. Because that doesn't work. That's what's so fucking annoying about those retard lefties who are like, oh my god, Kamala's not doing every single thing that I want from my, like, I want to do, like, a complete embargo to Israel or what with weapons. It's like, that's not going to play well to anyone. That's not necessarily good policy at all, And why the fuck would they capitulate to you when all you do is bitch about them? Like, if your votes, like, you're not that important when it comes to, like, if you're a voter base that is proven to be inaccessible, nobody's going to be interested in doing anything that you want. I don't know how you could play a video. Can you just explain what it is? I don't like that you're doing that, Ford. These pro-Palestine communities can learn a lot from the pro-Ukraine community. True. That's actually a good point. I think that being pro-Palestine is not bad at all. I just think that, like, the way that some of them go about it is so reasonable. Like, if you wanna talk about how, like, okay, they need to do more, don't do it when the other option is worse. Like, Kamala will listen to you, Trump won't. Make sure she's in power, and then bitch about it. And then bitch about it. You don't do it right before she's going to be in power, because the other option is what? The asshole who's gonna, like, be okay with, like, nuking all of it? Like, all of them? Like, what the fuck? What? I hate you so much right now, Ford. I'm gonna ban you if you just keep randomly linking shit without any context. Alright, I'm gonna click on it again. I'm gonna be mad though. Wait, you didn't say what? Fuck you!
But the first one is stronger. You're right. Joe Biden said, I'm going to put...
Yeah, Trump will absolutely glass Gotham.
on my vice presidency a
Yeah,
black...
because they're not pro anything. They're just using it as... Absolutely. Did a video covering the stream from AOC and how Jill Stein is running... Oh, no. Yeah, absolutely. Jill Stein is running a grift. She's like, famously known for having a lot of Russian ties. Jill Stein, I still remember the, not Majority Report, Last Week Tonight, where, again, it's a 5-minute video. If you tell me what section you want me to watch, I will do that, but I'm not going to watch an entire 5-minute video. We're midstream here. Where, she has, like, a shitty song. She used to do, like, a weird hippie shit. This? No, that doesn't seem like that's right. Huh? Seems around the right time frame. This isn't even what I'm looking for, but I feel like this is a great point to go with what I was trying to say. This is how you should think about our party. Just this, like, this music, because it's, not, like, particularly annoying, but, like, some people might like it if they're more into, like, a chill vibe, but it's actually kind of, like, soulless and weird. This is what she's trying to do to the Democrat vote. What I'm here to do, I'm trying to fuck you. I want Russia to win. That's what I like to do. I want Donald Trump to win, 'cause I'm paid by them.
People got the music. People got the music. Gonna use it. Gonna use it.
To be fair, she's hot for an old bag. I hope I look like her when I get older. Hasn't just not been appearing on RT. Who gives a shit if they didn't appear on RT? She literally has gone to Russia multiple times. She's been ahead of her party for, like, years. Like, since 2016 at least. And they haven't grown at all. The Green Party?
Female. Right. So his criteria was,
kept.
yeah, and there was like Karen Bass and Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So she was not chosen because of her intellect or her accomplishments.
Why? She was literally the vice president. Oh, are they also saying that that's just so fucking racist and sexist? That's amazing. They're like literally saying, it's like literally saying, yeah, this woman, I know she's done all of these things, but she must have sucked her dick, like, she must have sucked dick to get there. Like, fuck off. If there's anyone you cannot even have any close remark to that, it's Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris sucked the dick of America, which is what you need. It's what you need is somebody who's sucking the dick of America, because that's what we need to support our country. I need somebody who sucks the dick of America to make it better, because what does that do? What is sucking a dick? It makes it feel good and it makes it better. Because I love America, and I hope you suck the dick of America too. Were you telling me what you think sucking the dick of America is gay, loser?
Or because of any of that, it was because she happened to fit a couple boxes. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, the vetting at the time was that Amy Klobuchar would have been a better VP, and Kamala ended up getting it. So it's just a statement of fact that she is there not because
their only
of her
argument against their nepotism. Is that even really an argument? I mean, I'm not saying that they have an argument, but sure.
brilliance or accomplishments, but because of her ethnicity.
So Kamala Harris, first and foremost, there are a lot of criticisms that you can give to her on why she wouldn't be an effective president. It shouldn't be because she's a woman or because she's black. And it seems to be that you're saying that is
no, I just want people to understand and agree she didn't earn this.
She absolutely earned it. You don't get to VP by like what? Just like she just woke up and then. Again, I think we forget how well she really did in the 2020. The reason why she dropped out so early, obviously, was because she was going to be Joe Biden's candidate in 2020. Or I guess 2019, sorry. Because, again, remember, Kamala, in the debates in 2019, she did really well. I remember, like, being like, oh, shit. And I was surprised when she dropped out so quickly, but it made sense in hindsight, because obviously she was promised a VP spot.
Absolutely. She has a career where she's been not only a DA.
DEI stands for
one of the biggest.
Didn't earn it, just so we're clear. But like
it stands for.
Wait, did he just say DEI stands for didn't earn it? What does the E stand for? Wait. Oh, didn't earn it. So that would be the E. Okay, sorry. I was like, what? That was so stupid. It took me a second to even register it.
For diversity, equity, inclusion. I like the meme though.
No, I get it. Sorry. Now, maybe I didn't earn it.
I know what it is. But do you at least admit and acknowledge that when Joe Biden was searching for a VP, he cared more about skin color and a female than the smartest, best person?
I always get weird with contractions. Like didn't. Like I would be like DNEI. I hate when they do like sloppy stuff like that.
So the whole conversation with this affirmative action with DEI, the whole reason why people bring it in is to make this imaginary scenario.
It's also amazing how like we're really like hyped about. Do you think I'm hyped about Kamala Harris because she's black? I don't give a shit about the fact that she's black. Or I don't even really give that much of a shit about the fact that she's from my neck of the woods. I do like it. I think it's fun that she's like from California. Like not even like from like LA, California. She's from real California, which is the Bay. If you know, you know, the Bay. But she's from my neck of the woods. I might have like come across her. It's kind of cool. But I think that it's not anything to do with that. I just think that her and Tim Walz are fun. I like not fun, but like yes, fun, but like not that that's the only reason. Obviously, there's a lot of hype behind it, and I'm with it, dude. I like her candidacy. I like her high energy. I like her positivity. I like her, especially in contrast to having Joe Biden, who was like we're like all kind of like, oh god, like anytime we would speak, we'd be like, oh god, like on like eggshells almost, like we're like concerned that he's like gonna die any second. I think that if we look at her voting history, she's very progressive. I think that she's a strong person, and I love Tim Walz. Tim Walz was a fantastic pick. I'll be honest, I do like Tim Walz more than Kamala, but who gives a shit? That's what he's there for. He's there to be like the cute, the cute sidekick, so to say. It's kind of funny because Joe Biden was, if you guys remember back in the day, there were so many funny memes about Joe Biden being like the cool like sidekick, when he was VP for Obama. Anyways, I'm really excited about the ticket. I'm really excited about it. And I was going to obviously vote for Joe Biden, but I wasn't excited about doing it. Now I am excited about voting for Kamala and Walz. So I'm really, I guess it's because they're scared, because a lot of us are excited about it, and the idea that she's I like her because she's a black woman. I don't give a shit that she's a black woman. I like her ticket. I like what she stands for, and I like her energy. I think it's something that they just don't know how to deal with. The right has no idea how to deal with her. They just have to be like oddly racist. And I think people are going to be like, what the fuck? Because again, the right's not particularly creative. And I also like that they're being very aggressive about talking about Project 2025, where the Biden campaign didn't do that at all. So there was a good shift in that, on that front as well. So again, it's not just her as a person, it's about her campaign. It's about her obviously her running mate. It's about how her messaging. We're not going back. We're not going back. Do you do you love black? Are you doing like a Jesse Peterson? I do love black people. Yes, I love all people. Besides Charlie Kirk. I love everyone that's not Charlie Kirk. It won't get the majority of 2A maniacs, but I could do a percentage. What do you mean by the 2A vote? Is this something obvious that I'm just being a little bit of a derp? Disguised as a human. No, that's God, I even forgot his name. Trump's running mate? What is that dumbass's name? Who apologized because his wife was Indian? JD Vance? That man's a lizard. He's like, literally, I'm sorry, my wife is Indian. Oh, Chicken, if you're still here, I started reading How to Win Every Argument, and I love that Mehdi Hassan obviously is part of the audiobook, so he's winning me over in his own audio book, yeah. Yeah, by Stephen King. It was weird. It was really weird that it had like a bunch of like vampires and shit in it, but I'll try. No, I actually really related to the first part with talking about your audience. And I think that's actually a thing that I don't do well. When I was especially debating like Andrew Wilson, like I think it helped to just be like, yeah, you need to talk to the audience, right? Like to be super libbed up. And again, him saying it's not enough to be right. I know that, but I think it helps to hear it. Not enough to be right. You really get it in your head, you know? It's not something that like you know it in your soul, but like you gotta reinforce it. Reasonable regulations. Someone who is being fear-mongering about the 2A could be swayed by someone like Walz who isn't fully into the brain. Yeah, I think that's also, again, like, it was kind of funny that people were like saying like Tim Walz's brother said like he was like talking shit, and like he was like, well, no, I was just saying like I was just like doing a Facebook bitching. Like he like literally did like a back, I don't know if you guys saw that, but he did like a backed off, being like, I just we don't really talk that much. Which again, you have a conservative Trump-esque, like Trumper brother. Yeah, of course you're not gonna talk to them that often. reasonable having your Trump family member. And he was like straight up being like, yeah, we just don't really talk that often. And I just was like posting it on my Facebook. Like, I respect to him, he didn't take the bait. Like, because obviously they're like, say something bad about your brother. Say something bad. And he's like, no. I wasn't actually trying to say anything that bad. I was just, like, he didn't even realize how much like he would get for that, which is kind of cute in itself, that his brother like was like just kind of bitching on. Again, the man lives in Florida. Come on, like he's like in his like 60s or whatever, and he was also like he's like no, I didn't actually mean that he's not going to be a good presidential candidate. You know, it was again kind of cute. Where it's like, it's so relatable. You have that one family member who, like, you know, is like a Trump supporter, but he's not like a psycho. He still was like, no, I didn't actually mean it to be that bad. Which is me telling me that it's something they're making sure to put out there. Yeah, I mean, like, they don't have anything on Tim Walz. The best thing they have is like they got like a drunk driving thing at like 20 years ago, and like, yeah, who are you your conservative base who doesn't have a DUI? I think that you have to actually take your driving test drunk in Florida to even get a license. So I don't know, who are you trying to appeal to? Again, why he's such a fucking great pick. Amen.
But there's a super qualified white man who was overpassed by this unqualified, stupid, idiot person of color. Which is such a terrible analogy because it's not true.
His own team
It's absolutely not true.
Mason,
that's not what it is.
His
Joe
own
Biden
team
did not say, I'm going to choose an unqualified person and just
his own team. His own team.
He's saying that I'm going to have two qualified people. If one comes from a different experience, it might be better to have a diversity and have a better perception.
He said
in forms of government.
He said at the South Carolina debate that I
Gibbs, you should sign up to try and go on a Jubilee thing. Chicken did it. He could probably give you the link or whatever. I think it would be cool. I would love to see you on one of those. Lupus, you would have to go to America, so I don't really know. Maybe they'd pay for you. I don't know if they would, but I mean, fuck it. Might as well try.
I will pick a black woman as my vice president. Secondly, Amy Klobuchar came out.
Is this a random black woman that he plucked off the street?
Well, this is Jubilee.
Or is this a qualified DEA general attorney who's had a decorated career leading government positions? But you keep rambling about things that just aren't relevant to what we're talking about.
It is relevant. Amy Klobuchar in vetting came across as the more qualified candidate.
Why?
Because they said Kamala Harris wasn't very smart, wasn't very bright. That's their own.
Yeah, it's crazy how you're able to get a DEA position in San Francisco, or I guess Alameda County, which again, my county, shout out. Like literally, if I had jury duty, there was a possibility she would have been the district attorney. Like, it kind of is a little like star striking in in hindsight, I guess, or not hindsight, and thinking about the possibilities there, it's kind of fun, I guess. Like, holy shit, that's my district attorney.
Own vetting documents.
From who?
Joe Biden's own vetting documents.
So why would he go against that?
Because the base of the Democrat Party demands tribal politics and DEI politics over competency.
Tribal politics? Oh, I'm sorry. Does famously the Republicans are all independent and don't have a tribal policy. You're part of a party. No shit.
That's completely
It's like when we were watching the DNC, like people were like, why are they all disagreeing with each other? It's like, it's the DNC. What? That would be weird if they didn't.
He stated to Jim Clyburn said, I will only endorse you in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you. Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, I'm only going to choose from this criteria. And let's just think.
Whittles? Okay, honestly, who would have been a better candidate? I didn't think Kamala would be as good as she was, but she popped the fuck off. I thought we were going to look at somebody like, God, I can't even remember. It was only like a few months ago, but I was thinking like a Beto, you know, like, or like a Buttigieg. She fucking came out the cuts like going ham on like her campaign. Like her energy was great. I thought she did a really good job. I think that she was hiding her power level, which I think is very funny because obviously the conservatives were like, "Ah!" You know, they weren't expecting her to come out like that, which is pretty fucking exciting.
Think more broadly, if you're about to have heart surgery,
Yeah, don't act like you didn't do.
would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or
Oh my God, he's doing the racist thing.
someone that is a black female? So, and
What? Wow, that is incredibly racist. Would you like to see somebody who is a good surgeon? Option number 1, good surgeon. Option number 2, black female. What? Why are those things mutually exclusive? There's plenty of black females that are that's so fucking racist. He's getting annoyed.
only going to choose from this criteria. And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart
And
surgery,
sexist.
would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent?
Yes, I would like to have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, and I don't give a shit about the race of them. That's what the right answer is. I don't give a shit about who is. I don't give a shit. They could be, I don't know, my worst enemy, but if they're competent and they're doing their job, that's what I would want. Assuming that they're not doing it like spitefully. Like, and like this weird fantasy thing where I get to decide. No, I could have, I don't know, I could have if Charlie Kirk was, I hate Charlie Kirk. He's a horrible person and I hate him. If Charlie Kirk was my heart surgeon, if he was good and competent, okay, whatever. I would want Charlie Kirk to be my surgeon in this hypothetical situation. I don't care who it is, just do your job.
Knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female. So, and being president,
okay, we gotta run that
only
one more
endorse you
time.
in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you. Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, I'm only going to choose from this criteria. And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart surgery, would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female? So, and being president's more important than being a heart surgeon.
Aren't you on record saying that you'd be terrified if there was a black pilot?
Yeah,
let's flying.
Yes, I did say that, but why?
Okay, cool.
What was the full quote?
I personally, I don't know. If you want to expand on that.
Yeah, so this ties into this. United Airlines said that half of all their new hirees are going to be black or women, and that standards and pursuit of excellence.
And famously, black and women cannot fly planes.
Is not going to be taken as seriously.
By you?
As diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there because they're a good pilot.
Wait, but you just said when you're flying the plane. So, yeah, I do think that you should want to know that you, being the pilot, are competent. What?
But not because they fit some DEI box. Taken as seriously as diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there
I want
because
to know my pilot, being you,
they're a good pilot, not because they fit some DEI box.
Damn it, I wish we.
I mean, honestly, piloting takes a lot of it's more maintenance than it is actually flying the plane. Because a lot of it's just takeoff and landing and then a bunch of autopilot. It's more about programming it correctly and making sure that you're doing your checks. That's what really is the most important thing about being a pilot. Right, yeah, it's knowing how to deal with the computers, knowing how to obviously take off and land the plane. But God, do you remember that one time that I did Microsoft Flight Simulator and it was a 3-hour flight, and then the second I landed down, my game crashed? That really pissed me off. Because again, I didn't crash. The game did.
We could have a better conversation.
I'm sorry, man. Fast, man.
Okay, so let's say that Kamala Harris was the DEI hire as vice president. Do you think she's also a DEI hire as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
What?
they decided to go to her almost immediately because she is the VP.
Yeah, because she is okay again. So he's acknowledging because she is the VP. He's kind of tripping over his own toes here.
But also because she fits some criteria boxes. But let me ask you.
You don't think it's because Joe Biden nominated or
No,
said
for
he
sure
wanted-
that's part of it. Of course it is. But let me ask you,
Well, I mean, like, think about the most reasonable thing, right? Like, what I think he's trying to get at. So I don't mean to talk over him, I guess, but this is my stream, so I'm just gonna say it. She's clearly a holder. If she was a white guy, right? She probably still would be like the. Because obviously they want to say all of the good things that Joe Biden did, especially with labor. Labor was a huge thing. Again, Joe Biden was like the first president to ever be on a labor on the picket line. He did a lot of good work, but this is what my criticism was when I was saying, like, I don't know if they're going to be able to pick somebody else, because I didn't think Kamala had it, and I didn't think that there was anyone else. I think I was thinking another Californian. Gavin Newsom. I thought that he was what they would have gone with, but I didn't realize that she would have so much energy like this. And yeah, I was wrong to think that, but does that mean that I had anything wrong with my opinion on that? I don't think so. I think that was fair because she's been very muted for years. I don't think you could have really predicted that, which I think is a good thing. I think it's an absolutely good thing that she came at the cuts like that, like, and it was like completely unpredicted, because that means that the right didn't have any way, as we see already, they really didn't have any way to combat her besides just being really racist. Nobody gives a shit about the poop, Matt Gibbs. You're not from California. I don't know why you think that we care about that. Nobody gives a shit about that. Anyways, fucked over train workers. Well, the thing is that's not really true. If you look into like the train settlement, it actually worked out pretty reasonably. It just wasn't like particularly it was because they had to squash something because of his plan to get through. It was politics on that one, where he was going to have those, what they wanted was going to be in a plan that Joe Biden already was going to have to do, or was already planning to do, sorry, not have to do, was going to do about like a time off. So he actually wasn't that bad about the train workers at all. Because the problem is the train workers don't really have union. The same way that like, I don't know, like the Teamsters or like the car, was it 88? No. The car one, you know. So he wasn't that bad on as much as like people like to make him seem. But anyways, point being that like they wanted obviously all that goodwill and specifically also the money that was to his campaign. It could still be used for Kamala's. So I didn't expect her to be that exciting. But it did make sense that she would have been the pick to do a carryover for all of those reasons. Yeah, I love that you would say that, Kamikaze, because I don't think that you would really give a shit about debate, because I think that you just have your position and you don't care.
What's your greatest achievement or accomplishment?
Her greatest achievement or accomplishment? I'd say her greatest achievement or accomplishment is completely destroying the Republican Party within like 2 weeks of being nominated. Like in the polls, she's just absolutely...
Huh? Sorry. How are you? Nice to see you. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
So
Hi,
you
Amanda.
believe because Kamala is black and a woman.
The flag thing is, basically it's like if you retard chatters were naysaying, then they get to put up the flag so they can like tag in, basically.
Woman, she was chosen for
It's not
vice
my own
president.
belief. Her own team, Joe Biden said that. He said,
Joe Biden said that?
Yeah, he said, I'm first, because beforehand he said, I'm going to choose a black female for vice president. He didn't say, I'm going to choose the most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished.
Well, if you're giving a little hint of the person that you're going to do it, see, he's looking at it the wrong way. Like, if he, I don't think, also that, I don't think that he said that. I'm pretty sure he's getting it mixed up when he used, what he was really talking about was their pick for, Ketanji, Jackson for, I think he's actually mixing up his shit, because Ketanji Brown Jackson, like the nominee for the Supreme Court, I think that's when he said that. I don't think he said that for his VP pick. I do think he's mixing up his information there, but whatever. Who gives a shit? The fact that, yes, I'm going to give you a little hint of who I'm nominating. It's a black woman. It's not necessarily that I'm only picking a black woman. It's just like, yeah, I'm giving you a little hint of who I'm picking. Like, whatever. No, I know Newsom did. But like, who gives a shit? Like, yeah, I would probably pick a black woman because honestly, why wouldn't you pick a black woman? If you look at like statistics on like who are the most motivated like people when it comes to politics, especially on the left, it's fucking black women. Like they are like insanely like active when it comes to getting people registered, being invested in the voting process. They are a huge part of why democracy has not been fucking destroyed. Black women are fucking mega pog. If we look at like what they do to work for our democracy, they are so integral to the democratic process. Like, I think y'all don't understand. Yeah, I do think it's because of the double marginalization. Double marginalization. Absolutely. That's why they're so fucking passionate about it. Like, there's people who like will like, you know, black women who not only have lived through the fact of them as a black person wasn't allowed to vote, but also they lived through the fact of being as a woman they couldn't vote. So they love democracy. Black women are fucking fire when it comes to like giving a shit about the electoral process. Like, think about even like one of the most unfair things ever, where when Trump like I can't remember her name, but like the election workers, the mother and daughter who Trump said that they were doing election shenanigans or whatever, when all she was doing was doing the most like wholesome thing and like giving her daughter like one of those really shitty yellow candies, those old people candies. Like, again, I cannot stress to you how much black women are such a huge part of the electoral process because they're so fucking passionate about it. I'm not saying every single black woman you see is like this. I'm just saying, generally speaking, black women are very fucking passionate and they're very strong. So yeah, of course, having a black woman would be really good to have on, you know, as your VP, because why not? What, I have another white guy? Who gives a shit? Which is kind of funny to say, but obviously because Tim Walz is great, but like the idea that black women do not like stand basically like in the forefront to support our democracy is silly. I did not see Precious. I don't know what that's about. Trying to pretend it. Oh, I don't even know if he's good at pretending that he isn't. Oh, absolutely, Christopher. Strong black women are, again, very politically involved. So it makes sense that, like, they're not people who are there because of, I don't know, family ties. They're not like, oh, I'm a 17th legacy, like, Harvard graduate that, like, they're not RFK, you know? We're like, I'm entitled to having this position. No, they worked their ass off to get to where they were. So they're talking about a disenfranchised person who was able to rise above all of the bullshit that they were subjected to. Of course you should pick a black woman, because goddamn, you don't get where you're at being a black woman by being weak. You're not given that by being a black woman. They had to fight, you know, the cliche, go to school up, where it's uphill both ways. Where, yeah, Charlie's like, do you think that somebody who doesn't have a college degree, do you think a black woman who doesn't have a college degree would be in the same position that Charlie Kirk is? Of course not. Anyways.
He said
Oh, Jesus
president.
Christ.
He didn't say I'm going to choose the most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished.
Right, because he was trying to communicate that he probably already had somebody in mind.
He said I'm going to choose a black female.
Mhm.
And so by definition, that is DEI.
That is not the definition of DEI. By him saying that he was going to choose a black female, that could insinuate that he already had Kamala in mind for the role.
Oh my god, pre-watch Andy over here. I promise you I didn't pre-watch.
No way does that insinuate that she's DEI.
Well, what is DEI then?
DEI would be
Choosing somebody based on their race?
No, it's giving people of color the opportunity to be welcomed into spaces in which they typically
Like Kamala
aren't
Harris?
able to get
There's
into.
never been a female black vice president.
And why do you think that is?
Well, not why. You just said that's DEI.
That
So by definition,
No,
she's
no, she didn't.
DEI.
Okay, so she
So
represents diversity within the government,
Well,
is
no,
what
but
you're
you're saying
saying.
she got elevated because she was
No.
a black female. Because
If that were the case, I'd be the president right now.
do you think Kamala Harris was chosen because of her intelligence?
Her qualifications and her intelligence.
Yes, of course. What, like, she wasn't just, yeah, as she said, like, I don't know, she's just some random person. You're like, what, because you're black, you get to be president and all this? Like, what? It's almost like she had an entire career based off of doing politics. Also, what the fuck makes Trump able to be president? Like, who gives a shit? I don't think. Sorry, I mean, he doesn't give a shit about qualifications, obviously, because if he did, he would be against Donald Trump, who has never in his life been a political candidate. Or has had a career in politics, and literally, bone spurted his way out of serving his country. Honestly, I would love to see a way that Donald Trump has ever served his country before his presidency, because you could just say anything he did. Is there one example? He's on the duck ticket or whatever. Yeah, literally the least qualified person. Yeah, do you think Kamala Harris, somebody who spent her entire life serving her country, in the sense of as a civil servant, not like, she was like in the military, but like as a civil servant, versus Donald Trump, who, again, 34 indictments, civilly convicted, I don't know if convicted is the right word, but civilly liable rapist, somebody who used to hire his reality show employees, like Armos. Armos? Amrosa? Documents in the toilet, yeah, versus Kamala Omarosa, sorry. Yeah, versus Kamala Harris, which as I assume she probably just has a bunch of potpourri in her toilet room. She seems like a potpourri person. That's what I'm saying, chicken. We forget about that. We also forget about Trump's Muslim ban, which did not ban Muslim people, as, you know, obviously that would be fake news, right? It banned people who were coming from Muslim countries, including US citizens, who were not even Muslim at all. They were just detained at the airport and not able to go home when they were just living their fucking life. Remember all of the fucking shit that Trump did? Also, COVID happened during Trump. If we're talking about like a god, like, I don't believe in this type of thing. But if there's a message from God, the idea that COVID happened under Donald Trump, if you did believe in a god, would that not be a great sign that he's a blight? Him not only in his policies, but also just as an existence? Again, I don't believe that Trump caused COVID, because that would be insane. I don't believe in stuff like that. However, if I was religious and a psycho, yeah, I think, why wouldn't I believe that? Did we have a thing that killed literally over 1 million people in this country? Did Joe Biden do that? No. Did Kamala Harris do that? No. Did Donald Trump do that? Well, I think you could absolutely say that if you're going to be crazy enough to believe all of that. Anything else. If you don't believe in anything, then yeah, you should absolutely believe that Trump caused it. I honestly think that if you're a religious person, you should 100% believe that Trump caused COVID. Fuck it. I blame Trump for 2024 having no good games. That is true. I guess the best thing we had was, what, Elden Ring expansion? We need more indie games. What's going on with that? I mean, yeah, I guess Baldur's Gate 3, but... So again, we're just doing expansions to other games, so... People would think oh my god. Honestly, I'm gonna start saying that. I'm gonna start saying that. Fuck it. I think God, I don't believe in God, and so when you hear me say it, you know what I actually mean. But I'm gonna start saying that that Trump caused COVID-19. It didn't happen under Joe Biden's presidency. I understand the lack of logic to that, and that's the point. I'm just gonna start saying it. Fuck it. And it didn't happen under Joe Biden. I want to stop being the adult in the room, okay? I want to be a little child too. The same way that all fucking retard Republicans, when they debate, become... You hear that, Admiral Gibbs? He's strangely fucking quiet, huh? Thoughts?
Really? Wow.
If
Chosen because of her intelligence?
Her qualifications and her intelligence.
Really? Wow.
If you
What's
compare
her
a speech with Kamala,
what's her greatest accomplishment?
probably being prosecutor within the Northern Californian
really?
area.
You mean letting out violent criminals and turning San
Letting out... Oh my god.
Francisco one of the most murderous, dangerous, arson-filled, homeless-filled...
Yeah, that's true. It's super, like, mega dangerous, like, in all of California now. Famously. That's again why California has the GDP of the 5th largest GDP in the world as a state.
Slums in the country.
Wow.
That's her greatest
slums. Yeah, the slums of California has its issues. I'm not gonna say it's perfect by any means, but It's not because of anything that he's trying to talk about. That's stupid.
Accomplishment?
See, I actually went to UC Berkeley, so I lived there. I don't know.
Hey! Found it, girl.
If you did.
I didn't get into Berkeley. I wanted to go to Berkeley, but my SATs or whatever, ACTs were not good enough. I think a lot of it was my own fault because we had a Bible class and that was really fucking annoying. So I gotta tell you how annoying I was. I like wrote like messages. God, I was so fucking annoying. I wrote messages to I mean, obviously I was a kid, I didn't know really what I was doing. But I would like write messages to the principal to complain about how bullshit this was with literally those words. I won being a campaign to be part of the student politics, and then it got kicked off for being annoying again because I made a joke about the Bible verse, open your mouth and I will fill it with good things. And you can think about a 17-year-old person. What do you think the joke's going to be on that one? And I just sent it to my friend on Facebook. Talk about free speech. I got fucking mega censored for that one. I got kicked off of student government for that. Yes, the joke was oral sex. It was a very silly joke and stick figures. And they kicked me off of, I think I had to campaign for it. I literally had to campaign to be on the student body. I democratically won that position and they kicked me off because I made a joke. Elon Musk, eat your heart out. Well, they were a woman at the time. We actually didn't have a principal. Oh, which is funny. Another funny story. When we did have a principal, we hired some ex cult member. Like literally, he was straight up. He was part of the Moonies. We literally hired a guy that was an ex cult. I'm not joking. Oh, I thought you said you're serious. No, I'm not joking. That we literally hired. His name was Mr. Moran, which obviously spells like moron. He was literally an ex part of the Moonies, and then he only was there for like about a year. And then they fired him, and then they hired some other dude. That guy was probably like touching people or something. I had a really fucking shit school. Have you ever wondered why I have a drinking problem?
Around
Berkeley
the area?
is a slum.
Berkeley's a slum. Have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland?
He used to be a big part of the Moonies. Yes, Christopher. It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
I went around the area.
Berkeley is a slum.
Berkeley is not a slum. That's insane. This guy's a retard. Berkeley is absolutely not a slum. It's actually incredibly like high. If you were to buy a house in Berkeley, it'd probably be around $1 million. Berkeley is not a slum. It's a college town, and it's actually quite nice. There's, like, as all communities are, there's, like, some shitty places of Berkeley, but generally speaking, Berkeley is not a slum. It's actually very high. It's like saying, like, I don't know, like, the gentrified, like, Harlem is, like, a slum. Like, it's stupid.
Slum, have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland and Berkeley?
Have you lived in Berkeley? I've lived in Oakland as well.
Do you think
you're based?
Yeah, I actually went on a date with this guy. Casually dated this guy, whose parents, his dad was a. This sounds like literally like a Stephen King like joke, or not joke, but like a Stephen King character. His dad was like a famous neurosurgeon, and his mom was a famous economist. Or no, she was like a really big deal. But they had this insane house in Oakland where like They had like I got lost in it. I'll just say that. So there's some very nice places in Oakland. Should have married. Fuck off. What are you, my dad? How are you gonna make money?
You think the Bay Area is like a good area in this country?
Yes. The Bay Area is incredibly expensive. My parents bought their house like $500,000 like in the 80s, which is still insanely expensive. Wait, no, it must have been like, wait, they bought it after I was born. That can't be right. I'm not that old. They bought it like in the late 90s, $500,000. That's a lot of money. Okay? Their house now, the same house, is worth almost $2 million now. Not because of necessarily like any improvements, which they have done, but like because the area itself is so expensive. The idea that like the Bay Area, my sister bought a house recently. It was a 2-bedroom house, or not recently, like I don't know, recently as in like the last like 4 or 5 years. It was like a 2-bedroom house. She did have a big yard. It's in Redwood City. Not doxing her, obviously. It's like you're gonna know. It's not the square footage is maybe like I think 1,000, maybe a little bit more, maybe 2,000. For 2 bedrooms, it's got a garage and a big yard. That house was about $1.5 million. And yeah, she was able to afford it. But the idea that like, because she works, she's like curing cancer or whatever. She works at a pharmaceutical place, you know, in R&D or whatever. The idea that San Francisco is a slum is hilarious. Yeah, is it that where he sees black people and he's like, oh God, this must suck. I'm like, what? Yeah, Alameda. That's not how you spell Alameda, but yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, that's where I'm from. I'm from Alameda County. That's where I'm from. That's my county of. Look at the Alameda Fairgrounds. That's what I would go to every summer. And the idea that it's like for poor people is stupid to like an insane level. Yeah, Alameda County is in Oakland. Yes, you're right.
I'm from Vegas. So
Do you think?
you're based
Alameda
Yes, I
County
have.
is
You think
huge.
Oakland?
It's like LA. LA County, like in California, like counties are really large. LA County is like all of like you know, LA proper, and then also like Anaheim and some of that and all that areas I think also considered LA. Again, I'm a NorCal bitch, okay? I'm not a SoCal bitch, but I'm a NorCal bitch, and trust me, like NorCal is not for like poor people, okay? There are poor people, of course there are. There are poor people everywhere. But the idea to think that like San Francisco is just a wasteland of poor people means you've never been there. Isn't avocado not so? Yeah, avocado's SoCal. That's why I hate him.
Have you lived in Berkeley? I've lived in Oakland as well.
Do you think,
you're basing your
You think the Bay Area is like a good area in this country?
I'm from Vegas, so I'm not from the Bay. Born and raised in Vegas.
I am from the Bay. The Bay Area is a great area. It's got its problems, don't get me wrong, of course. Like, you never want to, like, leave shit in your car if you're in the city, but you know that, because you're going to the city. It's like, the idea that, like, okay, yeah, I'll just leave shit in my car, like, and nobody's gonna break in. No, you don't do that, because you're going to the city. Of course you're gonna get your shit broken into. It's the city. Do you think that any, like, large city, like, you should keep, like, a laptop just sitting there? The major metropolitan area. If you're in, like, I don't know, New York City, like, if you just leave, like, your laptop, there, of course, it's gonna also get stolen there. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
and went to UC Berkeley, just graduated this year. What you're saying, literally in no way, shape,
So I
or
just
form
want to be
makes
clear.
sense.
So you think her overseeing San Francisco becoming the laughingstock of the country is her greatest?
San Francisco is not the laughingstock of the country. The idea of California has the fifth largest economy in the world as a state. Go fuck yourself if you're really gonna shit on California because what, they're liberal? Fuck you. You're an idiot. What state is Florida? Florida is the ultimate laughingstock. If you're gonna have a laughingstock of like the entirety of the America, it's obviously gonna be Florida.
This is not the laughing stock of the country. If anything, that's Florida. No offense.
Oh my god, pre-watch Andy. God damn it, she is from California. I swear to you, I did not pre-watch that. It's true. I didn't. I have not watched this video. I swear to you, I didn't. I didn't. Well, come on. What would you say? What would you have said? What, Connecticut? You know it was gonna be Florida. The Florida man.
But
well, hold on. If that's the case, why are
we got California girl vibes? You know, we're maybe vibing on that.
millions of people moving to Florida, millions of people leaving California?
Because
Maine? No, Maine's too spooky. I'm scared of. I want to go to Maine so badly, but I'm like kind of spooked out about it. I want to get like a really shitty, rickety Airbnb in Maine with Razor, where like the bed's like not even like the right size for both of us to sleep in it. I want like a really inconvenient Airbnb in Maine. I think that'd be fun.
Are cheaper rates there. People are moving to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has changed as a whole.
It's cheaper because it's a better run state, and we don't give money to it.
It's a better run state. Again, GDP 5th in the world.
California is not all. Northern California is not the entirety of California.
Hold on a second, but
there's Southern California, Northern California.
Why is it that so many businesses are leaving San Francisco?
Because they're retards and they want lower taxes. Easy peasy.
It's such a great job lowering crime.
Do you know businesses go where things are cheapest to operate?
Why are they?
Oh God, I'm being pre-watch Andy. She's my soulmate. I need to find her. No, I'm just kidding.
They cheaper because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most populated states within the U.S.? So obviously costs are going to be higher.
California.
So is yeah, okay. Your point. Wait, so is Texas and California? So wait, so he just accepted her premise. He just said so is Texas and California.
Things are cheapest to operate.
Why are they cheaper? Because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most populated states within the U.S.? So obviously costs are going to be higher.
California.
Not only that, but land within this state is also very, very minimal. So that's...
Well, hold on, you have tons of land. You're one of the biggest states
Yes,
in the
it
country.
is one of the biggest lands, but do you also take into account
the big problem with a lot of California land is it's pretty mountainous when we get close to like, you know, going to Nevada. You can't just have like a bunch of land. Like it's not the California is not flat. We're not, I don't know, Nebraska.
count the population that's here.
Yes,
and due
Florida
to that,
and Texas have a greater combined population than California.
I told you they do it in California. They said here earlier. So clearly this is filmed in California. Does he think it runs way better? Good question, Lupus.
And California has more population and more landmass than Florida. Why is it that San Francisco has a declining population and Miami, Tampa, Orlando have an increasing population?
I don't actually... we looked at this earlier. It's not actually particularly significant. It's kind of like an over time thing where, yeah, more people move to Florida, but they don't leave. They just die. Where a lot of people like myself who are from California, we go other places because, you know, whatever takes, you know, your life takes you. It's not necessarily the fact of like, because again, San Francisco is a very metropolitan thing. People like it's a tech hub, right? So people go there. They don't necessarily have. You're not like living in a world where you're with the same job for like 90 years or whatever. You might then move to a different job. Like even working in the game industry is like I work at a publishing company, but if I worked at like a gaming company that only just like made the game, and then once they published it and moved on, like I would have to look for a new job every few years, or not even a few years, probably a few months, depending on what we're talking about. Like software development is the same way, where it's like a lot of it's in Seattle. So my guess would be a lot of them are moving to Seattle. Also, like if they're people who grew up in that, like I couldn't afford to live where my parents do. Like even with Razor's salary, I couldn't afford to live there. And it's just because I didn't go into the tech. I mean, he did, but I didn't go into the tech industry. So I wouldn't be getting the same. I'm not going to act like it's not hard to afford to live there. It is, but that obviously should be something that they would support, right? Why would the right wing not be like, oh, isn't that a you problem, right? Well, you can't afford to live there? That's a you problem because there's too much money being made. Like, I don't really understand what their ideology is here. Like, it seems like that would support the idea of California being a... This is a little bit lib of me, I guess, but I think that the idea that the most expansive and wealthy economy is in California, and yeah, it's not necessarily super affordable, but however, it is very progressive when it comes to their rights. You have the most rights in the most expensive place. Is there corruption? Absolutely. Do we need to fix that? Yes, but I think that that still says something. When your state is wealthy, then you should be more progressive, which then of course means if your state is poor, there's no reason to not be progressive. It has nothing to do with your economy, is my point. Your progressivism has absolutely nothing to do with your economic abilities as a state. There's no reason, like when people are like, oh, all these like transes are like making the state poor. No, shut up. The most progressive state in the country is the richest. So fuck off with that stuff. And again, we're in the same the fuck? Long hair here from, I assume the wig I was wearing earlier. Sam.
What does this have to do with DEI?
Because she ran San Francisco poorly, and she
didn't run. She wasn't like the mayor of San Francisco. She was just the district attorney of Alameda County.
Chosen as a VP because she was
Is that something I don't know? Was Kamala Harris the mayor of San Francisco? If you want to like talk about who like shit on Gavin Newsom, I guess. I don't know. Wasn't he like the mayor of San Francisco at some point? I don't remember.
Black
she
woman.
didn't run San Francisco poorly.
She was the DA.
Jesus Christ, we're... See again, Cali girls.
DA of San Francisco.
So and she's prosecuted.
And then she became the AG of California, where crime went up, homelessness went up.
Crime went up under her? What? The idea that crime would go up or down based off of one person's actions is silly. Again, what are we in a Stephen King novel? Like, when you have a population of like 1,000 people, sure, you could have that argument. But when we're talking about like a population of like millions, I don't think one individual, just based off of doing their job, like, is not going to change things in a significant way. Crime went down. Well, I don't really know what he's talking about, but I assume he's lying. But yes, crime in general has gone down. So I would assume that is more likely than him actually being correct. But yes, I would imagine.
Arson went up, kidnapping went up.
She's not the police. Isn't that the job of the police to get the criminal?
Yeah, like what the fuck? It's not her job.
The attorney general of the state is the top cop of the state.
Yes.
No, it's wait. So what? She's supposed to be on the. Do you think that she should be arresting? I don't think the attorney general could arrest an individual. Kidnapping went up from like what, like 3 to like 4?
And what did she do to lower crime in California?
She convicted those who were guilty.
Why did crime go up?
Because as the population increases and
Then-
this
So
economy gets worse, no.
Why is
As
Florida-
the
why is
economy gets
Florida's
worse,
crime rate going
people
down?
are becoming more and more desperate, which leads to pots of
Bad
crime.
response. Bad response.
Thank you.
She did well, generally speaking. Besides the last part, I think that she did really well. Besides the last part, she got a little frazzled, I think. But again, she was also like a tall queen. And again, I didn't pre-watch. You guys think I have time to watch an hour and a half video? You think I don't look at videos? I'm like, I want to watch this on stream with you guys.
Mine will be really quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, you're saying that the only reason she was elected is because she's black?
Well, first
So
of all,
that trumps her being a district attorney and all
First
the
of all, this is
accomplishments
not
she
my
has?
words. I'm just going on Joe Biden's own words.
Okay.
Joe Biden said, I'm going to preset criteria based on black women, and therefore she met that criteria.
Okay, the Giga Chad move. I hope she doesn't do this now because it would make it seem like I am pre-watching. The Giga Chad move would be like, why do you care? I kind of don't want her to say it just because I don't want it to make it seem like I'm doing a mega pre-watch, Andy.
Criteria, and that's why she was selected.
No, why? I think what he was trying to say is, she's just black. She was just calling her black. She's not saying I'm doing. He's not saying.
He made a
He's
public
not
promise.
saying I'm doing this because she's black.
No,
That's
he-
not what she
He
said.
made a public promise before the selection even began.
Who cares?
And the process began. I will put a black woman on the ticket.
So you're saying her being district attorney doesn't matter. That's not why.
No, I
but
think she
yet,
did- no, no, I'm
yet
saying she
Trump
did an awful
being
job.
a failed businessman
Avocado, of course you would say that.
and making all the comments.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I want you to go on Jubilee, Avocado. You're in California. They said that they filmed it there. Yo, you could do this. I'd be so stoked. I'd be your strongest soldier, even if I disagreed with what you said.
Weird comments he's made.
Well, hold on a second.
That doesn't have any
What I'm getting at, though, is that if she was not a black woman, she never would have been chosen as vice president.
Why?
Her record was abysmal. She was a terrible attorney general of California. She did poorly.
Okay, again, why? She has absolutely a comparable, obviously better, but a comparable, history to like any other like person that would be considered as VP. Don't want to be in video zone.
I'm so sorry. I'll be quiet.
You gotta stack up, Avocado.
I'll be quick.
I'm so sorry.
She gets the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate? Okay. I just want to see if
No,
you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black.
Fuck.
Tim Walz was only chosen because the
Wait,
Democrats.
he said yes? Also, I love that everyone says his name is Tim Walz. I just think it's so funny because obviously it's Tim Walz. W-A-L-Z. Walz. But I think it's so funny, like, that people call him Tim Walz.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate?
He said yes. Yep, he thinks Tim Walz is a DEI candidate. You heard it. You heard it from Charlie Kirk himself. Tim Walz is a DEI candidate.
Okay. I just want to see if
No,
you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black. Tim Walz was only chosen because the Democrat Party is doing so poorly with white men that they tried to find a white man that they could put on the ticket.
But then also,
It's true. Tim
okay.
Walz is the first white DEI candidate in history.
Okay, in the Democratic primaries, Kamala Harris
I mean,
was
it's true.
performing incredibly
He
well.
agrees.
And she wasn't performing well in the primaries just because she was black. She was performing well in the primaries because during her time as a
Hold on.
senator, she spoke incredibly eloquently.
Look-
I used to watch when
Hold
I
on a
was
second.
little.
How did she do in the Democrat primaries?
She did like much better than Amy Klobuchar.
Hold on a second. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out.
Yeah, because she dropped out for the promise of obviously being VP. Like, why do you think that she chose to drop out? Dropping out is not something that you don't get like shoved out the door. Got I'm looking at my like camera, and I think it's slowly falling farther on the side. We're having a really crazy Dutch angle today, huh? Like, you don't get like shoved out the door here, you know. It's just something that you choose to do.
Months ahead of the first primary. She was super unpopular, not well liked. Her campaign fizzled out. So she was
popular
awful.
initially.
Initially, yes, and then the more people.
I mean, I remember seeing her in the debates, and I really liked her performance. This is what I was saying. Again, I'm not trying to be pre-watch Andy. I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm like oddly being like insecure about something that I know I didn't pre-watch because it's lining up too well with what I'm saying.
Learned about her, the more realized she was awful.
Well, it was mostly because like progressives are really upset about her being
I love what they say that she's all why.
DA, which like can be like that's a completely different conversation.
Why aren't progressives upset about that now?
I mean, they are, but
they are. That's news to me.
But
everyone's talking about how great a prosecutor she is.
Progressives are definitely.
I pre-watched this today. I had friends over today. I was feeding Ben my friend made ribs, and I was feeding. I ate most of the ribs, and then you're not supposed to give dogs like bones that have been cooked. So I like was holding it, but I was letting them get like, you know, the little bits that they could get. Were you gaslighting me, Lupus? But Ben stole it, and like one time when Ben was a puppy, he stole a bit of pizza off of my like it was like a little bit of pizza and the pizza crust off of my plate, and he ran around the house whilst eating it. I don't know how he managed to do that, but I got really concerned because he stole. Jesus Christ!
Marathon Street.
I don't know. I thought you guys were gonna be watching football all day.
We were.
Oh my god!
Our best player got injured.
Right.
Puka Nakua.
But he stole the bone, and I was like, Ben, you better not, because he was like trying to run away with it. And I was like, you can't keep it. But he was a good boy, and he put it down. I don't know what time it was. Jesus Christ, we gotta get to this.
About the like how like the Biden administration has handled like the atrocities in Gaza, and how like there are definitely things that Democrats are.
What happened with the pizza? Basically, he somehow managed to eat it while running away from me. Like I was trying to, because he was like a puppy, right? So I was really concerned about him eating food, like human food, because I never had a dog before. So I was like literally chasing him around, but he somehow managed to, whilst running, suck down the entirety of like a pizza crust that was like this big. So I was really concerned when he was running away like the same way he was with that bone, because I'm like, oh my god, is he gonna try and swallow it? I was like, oh my god, do I know how to do like I don't know, get it out of his throat? I was so scared. It worked out, but I don't know, I was just concerned.
Upset about. However, that's not the point of this conversation.
That's correct. That is not the point.
That's not the point. What the point is that a lot of.
Well, shit. I guess we'll never know. Well, that's what I was scared about with the bone, because he like had the bone in his mouth, and I was like, what is he gonna just suck it down? Because dogs aren't. You're not supposed to eat like cooked bones because they splinter.
Aw, thanks, guys. Okay. Hi, how you doing?
Great.
So, you keep saying that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, and I feel like my main fallacy with this argument is that competency can't.
Wait, beef bones? I think it was pork. They definitely weren't beef bones. They were like, are pork bones okay?
Be objectively determined, because we all have subjective definitions of what a competent politician is. But my question
I didn't ask that, Lupa.
For you is, if Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, why is she beating Trump in the polls right now?
We'll see what happens in November.
Ooh, good
okay,
question.
But she's currently beating Trump in the polls. So either
correct, cow ribs are better. Hey, beggars can't be choosers, and I didn't even know. A friend came over, they bought it, and they made them. They did almost burn down our house by cooking them too hot, but they were still very good.
If the polls are right, I grant you that.
He's incompetent.
Wait, so dogs can't eat pork bones? Well, then, yeah, I couldn't give them that then.
Maybe she's a new candidate with a big surge.
She's doing good.
I would caution you being a little, like, this point in the election, getting too cocky, because we remember what happened with
I'm not
Hillary
getting
Clinton.
cocky. I'm asking you to answer a question. If she is incompetent, how could she beat the president, who you said is an amazing
As of the
president?
timing of this filming, can you name to me how many times she sat down for an interview?
Who cares?
No.
She refuses to talk to the press, refuses to take questions. She's done not one sit-down interview in nearly 25 days.
It's not like, again, she's like some random person out of like the ether here. If you want to see an interview with Kamala Harris, you can see an interview with Kamala Harris even before she was a presidential candidate. The idea, like, this is how they don't have anything. The idea, like, oh my God, she doesn't, like, I don't know, spend 99% of her time doing interviews means that what, she's a pussy? Like, it's like, okay, I want to be mad at. This reminds me of when, like, when H3 was like being so stupid when it comes to like trying to like shit on Vosh. It's like, okay, you're just intentionally being dense here, or what? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? Who cares?
At the filming of this interview, mind you.
I
which
think
I don't know
that
when
is
this will be
a
posted.
very weird point to make.
Well,
why would I
is it-
count how many times Kamala Harris
because
has
it's
had
zero,
an interview?
because she refuses to take questions from the press and media. Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
She's.
How many times does Vance?
He actually did 3 last Sunday and 1 today with Meet the Press.
So the quality,
With
the
Kirsten
qualification
Welker,
of a
I'm
good
debating her, though.
president is to take an interview.
If you can't take
Good point.
a single question, but let me ask you this because it's on you.
She's
What's
campaigning, bro. Who cares?
her greatest accomplishment as vice president?
As vice president, being the first female all-black president. We've never had that.
No.
before.
Like I got that, but like, what's her accomplishment that made people's lives better?
Well, how could? Okay, well, I would ask you, what is Mike Pence's? I guess you would say that he. I guess that actually would be a great question. What is Mike Pence's best accomplishment as vice president? That he didn't let. My answer, like, genuinely would be that he didn't let Trump do a coup. Really? Oh. Is that your knee? What is that noise? Your ankle. I mean, like, again, like, the idea is like, okay, well, I think that she should turn that on him and say, what is Mike Pence's best accomplishment? What would you say, Razor?
Has managed to ever be in a room alone with a wife. Or
Oh, he's never been in a room without his wife?
with another woman. Without his wife there.
Is that actually true, though? So, like, if he has, like, a campaign staffer, like, does he have to, like, run away? Yes. Well, I guess we'll believe him at his word.
Honestly, in this day and age, it's kind of smart.
Wait, you think you can't stop
You
yourself?
get accused at SA because nobody else is around it. No.
Yeah. The idea of me thinking that, like, you can't be around other women or whatever would be so psychotic. That's so crazy.
Help myself.
To be around them or what?
Just can't. Oh man, they're a woman. You think I can keep my hands off?
Well, you're doing a good job of doing that when I'm becoming Last of Us. I do think that the thing might be helping, but whatever. I want to nip it in the bud.
I'm not going in tomorrow.
I should be? It's gonna take 3 to 5 business days.
I thought.
They said Monday, but we'll see. But I also have to take it for 2 weeks.
I think I have to delete.
Oh, have you gone too far?
Yeah.
Razor likes arguing with people on TikTok.
I got a response with a guy that was just literally like,
And? What is he trying to kill you?
I'm not engaging in this conversation.
Okay, well then don't engage in the conversation. Why do you have to delete your TikTok account?
Just because I always end up getting into fights with MAGA people.
Okay.
It's like, it's kind of like, I don't know. I want to watch the debate Tuesday, I think. And then if that goes well, I think I want to shut my brain off to politics and election day. Because I get so wrapped up in it.
You can't, okay, again, you can't help yourself.
I get so wrapped up in it. I'll just
what are you, chicken?
Look at football stuff instead of Trump stuff.
You have to be a man. I again was talking about how much I'm so pissed off about the sexism with the pool.
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit in your woman head.
Mm-hmm. And?
I mean, don't act so hysterical. Okay? Don't
complain about anything?
Don't be so bitchy.
Well, that is a thing. I can.
Don't get hysterical. Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and not do that.
And sometimes you just calm down and stop being crazy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And if you do that,
you want to spank me?
Maybe the pool people respect you more.
The pool people that will respect me more?
Yeah.
Maybe if I talk like this, where I'm gonna genocide their entire family. Alright, okay, so I'm calling about this pool thing. Well, you don't like my Netanyahu impression? Thoughts? She just threw a toy at Maki, but she was using her leg to itch her ears, so she didn't even notice. Ah, that was so funny. Okay, God damn it, let's get through this video.
I don't know. Vice presidents don't really
We've
do
been
much.
watching this video for like 9 hours.
Can you name one thing she's done that's good?
No, probably not. Thank you. The inflation
Do you
reduction.
think because it's a refrigerator that I know how it works?
You told me bottom off.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't. Is there a little thing on the bottom? Well, why don't you look? Are you sure I wasn't joking? There's probably a little thing on the. It's probably obvious if I saw it on our stupid ass fridge. It's gonna yell at you though. I know. I shouldn't ask you to find anything. Our fridge does this really fucking annoying thing where if you leave it open for like, I don't know, like a minute, it like beeps at you. And it's really funny because Razor's always like, okay, I get it. And then we all hear it from other parts of the house and they were like, Razor, close the fridge.
Oh, really? Did that lower inflation?
I'll figure it out. Give me a sec. We're almost on this video, as in we're not at all.
What's your name?
Brad
Nice
Brady.
to meet
Nice
you.
to
Hi,
meet
Brad
you.
Brady.
I
That
like
is the most Brad Brady looking motherfucker I've ever seen. Timothy Brad Brady.
idea. 30 seconds on, 30 seconds
Let's do
off. I think the best thing I could say about this is you have your opinion and I can have mine. You believe that Donald Trump was a good president. I maybe don't believe that. You believe that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate for the position of president. I don't believe that.
How often do you forget? The thing is, you have to like slam the door pretty hard, so I kind of get why it is as it is, but it's like really annoying because if you're trying to stalk it with stuff, then it just like yells at you.
What I'm getting to is what do you gain from this? If I concede and say that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, what do you gain? Because I know what it is. You're baiting us into rage so that you can make money on your TikTok account. You're baiting college students all over the world into arguing with you over these fallacies. You throw a red herring out there and you're making money from this account while we're sitting here and looking stupid.
First of all, I don't control this account. I'm a guest here. This is Jubilee Media, and they're going to edit it as they see fit.
Do you not post it on
number
your
one.
own account?
Number two, it needs to be acknowledged that she didn't earn it. She didn't win a Democrat primary. She dropped out in the Democrat.
Why do I care? She did earn it. Do you think that we're just, what, not hyped She earned our hype. She did a good job. Her campaign is really excited. Having Tim Walz is a great. Notice that none of this has to do with Tim Walz, because again, they are powerless in the eyes of Tim Walz because he's just like a Midwestern dude.
Democrat primary in 2020.
I know they do record these obviously way before they post it. It's not like they recorded it that day, but obviously Tim Walz, because they mentioned him earlier, is they already know about him.
She's never been likable. She's got their.
Yeah, also, again, she's never been. I like Kamala.
Simply because of race, not because of competency, not because she's good at her job. And I think that's wrong and needs to be called out.
You're bringing up qualitative examples. These are all subjective, qualitative examples. Her race, her competency, her dropping out of the election. That's not what you said earlier. I'm talking about the points you've just brought up, multiple qualitative points.
Brad Bradley.
And these points can be believed by you and not by me, as you believe in a God and I don't. These are qualitative arguments that you're making against me for this, and I can believe differently than you, and I think we can agree to disagree on this one.
Okay, fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
What? Why do you back off? Wait, what? Why did he back off? I think he had. I guess like he probably didn't have anywhere else to in his mind to go from there, and he was just like, you know, I don't want to overstay my say. My guess is this must have been a really long shoot. This is probably like what, like a maybe like a 4 to 5 hour shoot.
I think it's gonna take the entire time.
We don't see everyone that was. Oh hey, my guy.
30 on, 30 off.
How do you feel about the Senate?
As far as her tie-breaking vote of the Senate?
No. I'm just saying like Senate, like the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states. Like Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a greater vote than me in California.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I don't like that we're just hearing from the. I think this guy is good, but.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less.
Right there.
Less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual. So why do you believe in DEI as it relates to how our government is set up? But you don't believe in DEI in terms of allowing for people who are black or who are women to be in positions of power that they have not been allowed in, historically speaking.
So is the Electoral College and the Senate based on race?
It's predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
How is
right?
that?
Like inclusion of country areas.
Oh, I get what he's saying. I like what he's trying to say. I absolutely understand his argument. Very good.
Inclusion of rural areas. Inclusion of white men like you.
Okay, so you mean like Hawaii?
Like the idea of like a republic as like a representation of the community that they represent, you know. Yeah, should in an extent be a DEI thing. Mr. Distraction over here. I think that's actually a good point to make. Well, yeah, of course it's supposed to be like again, he's not rejecting the concept of like the DEI being stupid, which it is. He's embracing it and being like, okay, let's think that and let's move past it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Diversity, equity, inclusion is good, right? And inclusion is good because that's exactly what our country is based off of. Like, yeah, no, this is a great way to go for it.
I'm referencing. You could say smaller states or places that have less people in it. So obviously would be able to have more of a say per individual.
Yeah, the entire point of like having representatives, it was based off of how many people are in the state. So that is a representation of said state. That it was not the same in every state, of course, because different states have different populations. So obviously it's diversity. Are you just throwing socks at me?
That the U.S. Senate is a DEI. I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument, but I think it's a little silly. But
how is it silly?
I like
argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Well, right. So it's silly on its face because first of all, we have on the House of Representatives a proportional population.
No,
Second,
she just wake me up at 7 a.m. She wants to go. Take her. She wants to go. Take her. Okay, we'll set it up.
Isn't. So it's DEI.
It's not
agree with
DEI.
that.
Yes, it is.
Why would you say it's diversity, equity, inclusion? Because Wyoming gets 2 senators. They're their own sovereign state, aren't they?
For country areas, for rural areas, equity for
Yeah,
rural.
diversity doesn't mean black people. It doesn't mean race. Diversity is socioeconomic. Diversity could absolutely mean like financially diverse. Diversity could mean poor people and rich people. That's exactly what this country was. This is a absolutely great point that this guy is happening, where he's talking about like when people think about diversity, we think about it in the common parlance, I guess, to think about like race, where when he's saying is diverse, because when we talk about like obviously representation, we didn't want like people to not be representing the farmers. They didn't want people to just represent like the city folk. They wanted people to represent everybody. That's diversity, huh? Diversity, right? Diversity within the city folk and the farmer folk. Obviously, there's more to it, but that's a great point to argue with.
Rural areas.
That's not
right, for smaller states.
So let's go back to the Federalist Papers and the Founding Fathers. Why was the Senate composed?
Can you tell me
this
why
way?
it's not DEI? Like under your definition,
Well,
why is
because
it
it's
not
not
DEI?
based on race.
Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, Charlie Kirk thinks DEI means people he doesn't like. Yeah.
By the way,
it doesn't have to be based
it's
on
also
race.
based. It's not based on
You can't have-
equity,
can't
and it's
you
not
have-
based on inclusion.
Can't you have
But-
DEI?
Yeah, see, he's tripping him up so hard because of the conservative line being that it's only a race thing, where he's going in a complete. He's being a very Sigma male right now, where it's not about race. It's also about like different socioeconomic situations. Like that's also diversity.
Based upon different
Let me tell
characteristics
you why.
other than race.
Let me finish.
Whether or not you're a woman. Whether or not.
He's my DEI.
Let me finish. Why? It's because we are a collection of states. We are not a federal project. So states' rights usurp federal.
No, they don't. That's just a lie. Did he just straight up lie?
Do you know what the 17th Amendment is?
Do you know the
States' rights do not usurp federal ones. Assuming I understand what he meant by federal ones.
why the Articles of Confederation failed?
Yes, but what is the
Why?
10th Amendment?
Because states had too many rights, had too
Right.
much power.
What is the 10th
That's why we
Amendment?
specifically adopted the
Parker,
Constitution.
let me make one point, okay?
Go ahead.
Which is, how did we used to elect
See,
senators?
notice he ignored the question, what is this? What is this? And then he gets frazzled when you don't answer his question. Don't answer anyone's questions anymore. I don't want to say it anymore, but I think I gotta be better at doing that because I get caught up in the trap of answering the questions. Don't do it. Just keep going through them.
It'd be population.
No. We used to elect senators based on state legislatures. So the Senate is an extension of the state legislature.
Well, it's college students, so I mean, you could be a college student if you're like, I don't know, 97 if you went to college, so.
Bodies. That's not DEI. That's federalism.
I
That's the
also
way
do
that
very
our
stupid
system is
You're
set up,
misunderstanding what I'm
which is
saying
a
is DEI.
bottom-up, citizen-led government to allow the states, which are first and foremost.
Okay, he doesn't like people. I don't know. I love this like fake like populism. Cause you think Charlie Kirk like is a live and let live type person? Cause he's not, obviously. Cause he wouldn't have his same like ideology about like. Cause I'm a live and let live person, but I understand like I don't know like. OSHA's a good thing. But I know he doesn't believe in like the idea of just you if you want to I don't know be in a polycule or whatever with all consenting adults, he would have a problem with that. See, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but he would have a problem with that. So that's not you don't actually believe in like live and let live, you know? Silly.
Sovereign. So it goes in this ladder in this
Live
country.
That's still DEI for the states
Citizens
and for those country areas.
No, because it's colorblind. It's not that.
It's
we
wait
get white
again.
states
DEI
more,
is not
black
only based
states
on
more.
race.
Yeah. He like fucking destroyed this guy's mind by saying it's not about race. I think he had because honestly, I didn't really even think about it that way either because I think about it defensively, where DEI is like not something that I am inherently against or pro. I just don't really think about it. Where Charlie Kirk obviously is going to do like his. I guess when I do think about it, it would be defensively, as in like pro, as in well, not even like pro. It would be more like it's fine, But I would be thinking that they were talking about the people who would be against it would be talking about race. So we kind of did a little bit of a, little pulling the rug out, I guess. From me at least, because I guess I didn't really think about it as not being a race thing because it's so used by the right as a race thing that I didn't even think about logically that it was because of course it shouldn't be. I just didn't really think about it.
Hold on a second.
Diversity for country, diversity for rural, equity for rural, and inclusion of rural.
Well, that's an interesting point. So
you think DEI is only race because you associate it with Kamala
Harris?
Harris?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
Literally anything related to socioeconomic conditions. Do you think that like the original diversity when it came to like having people able to vote, do you think like the idea of America being like, okay, doesn't matter how poor you are, as long as you had land and you're a man, you could vote? That was like diversity. That it's not like the people who were signing these things were those type of people. That it comes in waves, okay? Diversity is DEI, well, applies, well, I don't even know what context you're talking about, but sure. Again, it's just about equity and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not like a fucking, you have to hire this many people to, it's not like a affirmative action or whatever. DEI is not affirmative action. I think that they try and make it seem like it is. That wants other white guys in power simply because he's a white. They did say that earlier.
So diversity.
No, it's not about viewpoint.
Women.
What? Fine. How about chromosome or diversity or skin color?
Chromosome or diversity, skin color. Jesus Christ. Wait, he had a good answer and he can't handle it.
So skin color. There's gender. You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there. All right, but there's also.
Well, no, I'm just asking a very simple question. The answer is no, because our system of government.
That doesn't mean that's not DEI. It still meets your definition.
The Senate is DEI.
What was your definition, though?
What was your
definition? Diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity doesn't only apply to race. You're just saying other people defined diversity.
Socioeconomic, poor people. People who are disenfranchised. I don't know, like immigrants. Diversity is everything. That's literally what diversity is.
Equity, inclusion to be based on race.
Gamers. Do you want a bunch of non-gamers making policy about gaming?
Let me finish. Because you're saying you didn't earn it. You know who did earn it? South Dakota and North Dakota when they chartered themselves into states.
Wyoming don't need to hire disabled people unless that's some weird Israeli thing. Which I guess I wouldn't put it past your country to do that, but I don't assume that's what it's supposed to mean.
Didn't earn it because they have less
all of your fucking veterans because they send your people into. You know what I mean?
Population into a state. Hold on. Yeah.
Charlie will now choose a student to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Technically.
All right.
Well, I think that's a good thing to be in Israel, to be technically disabled.
Really wants to go. I don't want to pick on. I don't want to pick on somebody who doesn't want to get picked on. Okay. You want to debate?
Wait, what is the topic? I'm disabled mentally.
Whatever you want. So
I'm autistic. I don't know. I don't actually know what that means. I'm actually disabled. Is that even really considered a? I guess it depends on the severity of the autism.
You're the affirmative. I'm the negative.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
You're good with 10 minutes. I don't want to put you in a spot you don't want to be in.
No, let's do it. That's fun.
You sure? Okay.
Do I identify as a gamer? Absolutely. Oh, she's getting over.
Okay, I guess the claim I'm making is that affirmative action is constitutional.
Tell me about your claim.
I wanted to talk about affirmative action because we haven't really gotten to it.
I was really hoping she was going to talk about gaming, and I'm a little disappointed that she's not.
And it's recently
gamer.
been
Now
revoked.
that's a disability. Can you not go to the IDF if you're a gamer, Lupus? I don't think that they would. I don't think they would take that as a. disability.
Based on the new Supreme Court ruling. And I firmly believe that affirmative action is constitutional and is a right that certain American citizens deserve. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, the 14th Amendment allows for equal protection regardless of race, and it's a colorblind amendment. And the whole idea of affirmative action is
No, okay. The idea that any amendment was ever colorblind is silly, because the entire point of any of the amendments was that they were supposed to be, or the entire concept of an amendment is that it's not supposed to be colorblind. It's supposed to be related to whatever is the situation at the time. It's almost like directly not supposed to be colorblind. Not that it has direct like relations to race. The concept just being that it's supposed to be malleable, right? It's supposed to be related to whatever the situation is. You know, they understood that, 100 years from now, we're not going to live in the same world, right? In their with all of their flaws, the founding fathers did understand that things are going to change. Things are going to change over time, and we need to have something that's not going to, because obviously what they were fighting against was some bullshit like King, where it was like, who gives a shit about any of that? Let's do something that actually is going to change with the times. We are the new, we are the difference, we are the revolution, and we know that we're not going to. Even though that's what actually is kind of interesting to think about, is like when you talk about revolution, American Revolution was very self-aware, where they knew that we were the revolution, but we're not going to just be this. Where we look at like Eastern revolutions, like we talk about like in like Russia or whatever, a lot of their like the retard commies or the tanky types, they think that their revolution and then you just stop. Where no, America did a good revolution because we were like, okay, we know we're gonna have to change this shit eventually because things change. Things change, context changes. We need to have it so that mind reading, of course, chicken. As soon as I finish this video, I'll definitely do that. But yeah, no, like the idea of the American Revolution is this is why I love America so much, is that we absolutely understood that our shit was gonna change. Like, we knew that our shit's gonna be, like, they had so much self-awareness to realize that I'm not a god. I don't want to be a god. My word is not God, and that shit should change. Which is, again, the thing I love them for. I don't have a lot of respect for authority, but I do very much respect the founding fathers for understanding that you're not a king. They didn't ever want to be a king, and they didn't want they wanted freedom for the people. Would do better? Of course they would have done better, but whatever. We get what we get.
To try to give people extra boost based on their skin color or their racial background, which by definition cuts underneath.
That's not what equity is.
The idea of equal protection.
Okay. So do you know why the 14th Amendment was founded and the Equal Protection and Equal Rights Act
Yeah,
exists?
the 14th Amendment was a post-Civil War amendment. 14, 15, 16, 17 were all during Reconstruction.
So what was it in response to?
Slavery.
Oh, and who were slaves?
Well, that's an important point. So do you think affirmative action will help heal the multi-generational problems of slavery?
I do. I really do, because
I think absolutely it helped, for sure. I think that as the racism goes down, then it's going to be less unnecessary. But I agree. Like, I think generally speaking, yeah, deal with it, bitch. You got to hire some black people. Stop being a racist cunt. I think that's fine. I think as time goes on, it seems silly, and it should seem silly as time goes on. They're not talking about DI anymore. She specifically, I think, wanted to talk about affirmative action. They're not talking about DEI.
So let's just talk about the history for a second. Slavery begins in the early 1800s.
Earlier.
No,
Slavery?
1816 is the beginning of slavery.
1619.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be. Okay, first slaves come in 1619, doesn't end.
I think she meant in the U.S.
Until 1800s.
1880s.
Then we go into
Modern-
Jim Crow laws starting in
What she meant was chattel slavery, I assume. So I think it's fine to have the dates wrong on that.
1877, and black people are not given equal rights until officially 1965. Would you agree with that?
That's generally the correct telling.
Yeah. So 1960s, 1970s.
But just so we're clear that Black America.
Okay, I will respect Charlie Kirk for one thing. I think that Charlie Kirk is an absolute piece of shit. But I will respect him. He doesn't just straight up lie. He will absolutely mischaracterize events. But I think I'm not saying he doesn't ever do this. But I think generally speaking, he doesn't just straight up, yeah, let's talk this in Andrew. I know, not very faint praise, right? But like, I'm not trying to compliment him in any meaningful way. But I will say, I think that it's nice to know at least there is some 2% of humanity with this asshole where he won't just. And yes, you can have the argument that that's more dangerous. But I will compliment him in that way because we have to understand that about him because we have to know our enemies, right? Is that he will not just straight up lie the same way that somebody like Andrew Wilson would do. So you need to know he will go with you. If you're going to debate him, right, he'll go with you with the facts. If you're correct about the facts, he'll go with you because he's not going to he's not like, no, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. Like, where somebody like maybe Andrew Wilson would do something like that, which is, again, something if you ever want to debate somebody like Charlie or Charlie Kirk himself, it's good to know, because like he won't just say that didn't happen. He'll mischaracterize it. Of course, but again, to give him a very faint praise, he will not just straight up lie.
Americans were able to serve in office in the early 1900s. They were able to vote throughout the 1900s. But yes, there were poll taxes.
Well, Andrew would ask, like, when did OnlyFans exist? It's like, what?
There was Jim Crow laws. There was segregation. Of course there was. I mean, you have to be delusional not to acknowledge those things.
Okay, so we can acknowledge.
So I do think he's very Nazi-esque, but he also won't be straight up Nazi. Charlie Kirk is not going to be a straight up Nazi, as much as I do think he is very Nazi-esque with his beliefs, of course. I think that he does still believe that being a Nazi is bad, where I think other people like Tim Pool is like Nazi is cool. Like, Tim Pool will pretend that he thinks that Nazi is bad, but like the things that he's been saying, or like Candace Owens, I guess is a better example, where Candace Owens is literally just like being a Nazi. She's like, well, I don't know about the Jews, like not even like as a joke. Like, have you seen anything like, I don't look at anything she says because it's boring and it's all just Nazi shit. But like, she's literally to the point where she's actually just a Nazi. I do think that Charlie, you actually know that the origins of like, I guess not origins, like it's an origin story, but Nick Fuentes was that he was really pissed off that Charlie Kirk wouldn't let him be like so Nazi. Of course he's always worked as a fascist. These people have never done that. I'm just saying that there's a difference, and I think it's interesting to recognize it. Does that not necessarily mean that, or does that mean that I like any of them on a personal? No, of course not. They're all fucking assholes. I think that, but I do think that there's a difference between Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk, and like, I don't know, Candace Owens. There's a big difference between Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are clearly just full out Nazis, where Charlie Kirk still feels like he needs to play the game, and so does Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro also still feels like he has to play the game. they're all horrible people who are, you know, I think it's always so funny that like Ben Shapiro got so pissed off about Ethan Klein. Ben Shapiro is a Jew, and Ethan Klein is also a Jew. And the idea that Ethan Klein made a joke where you're about like saying basically your rhetoric is going to lead to us going into the camps, but I want you to go first. That's a funny fucking joke, obviously, from one Jew to another. But like the idea of like Ben Shapiro pearl clutching over that when he has Candace Owens, like the biggest like fucking Nazi bitch like ever, is like in ridiculous that he could like pearl clutch at that. Also, we got the Jew sign off from Lupus. No, I think that is a very funny, because that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That is true. They did fire her. And I think it's because she was going way too Nazi. She was like, I guess, like hiding her Nazi level, and then she just went full into it, which is adorable considering she's a black woman, again, which they would call her what, like a mongrel or something? Isn't that what like the Nazis called like black people? Ugh. All the past year or so. Oh yeah, no, she's been going full ham, which is weird because her husband doesn't her husband own Rumble? Or wait, no, they own Parler. Is Parler even relevant? Is it even online anymore? Parler? I'm just gonna see like Austin. Oh my god! Stop trying to dox me. Wait, guys, tell me you know how I live in Austin? I don't know why I looked up images. What? I don't understand. I try and turn off all of this don't look at me stuff, and it just keeps trying to dox myself. I keep like unintentionally trying to dox myself. Parler Media? Oh, Parler. It's spelled stupidly. Oh, here we go. It's an alt tech. Yeah, I think her husband owned this. Is it 30 as of 2022 or 2020? So, yeah, I don't think anyone uses this. But yeah, no, I believe her husband owns Parler. 6 years. Oh god, I got hiccups. Type of business is private. Candace Owens' husband is white. I don't know if that means anything. I just assume it would to her, considering how Nazi she is.
Acknowledge all of those things. Can we also
1800s. But yes, there were poll taxes, there was Jim Crow laws, there was segregation. Of course there was. I mean, you have to be delusional not to acknowledge those things.
Okay, so we can acknowledge all of those things. Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that Black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement?
This is a really important question.
She's right.
The data shows not really. It was evil. It was
No? So the idea of being a slave, not being a slave, and then you don't think that you would not be economically hindered by that? Okay, so he just did just straight up lie.
All of those things. Can we also
I'm sure there's one study that says that didn't happen, which is why, I guess like Charlie Kirk, again, not as a compliment, but he doesn't usually straight up lie. What I meant, this is a great example of what I meant when I was saying he doesn't straight up lie. He probably has some data point where that might be true, but it's probably like really stupid and like mischaracterizing of the facts, right? Because think about this logically, right? Okay, so you have what? You're stopped being a slave, and what do you have? You have nothing, right? You have the clothes on your back and maybe your family. why the fuck would you think that you weren't economically disparaged because you're also like gonna be around the guys who are like, I used to own you? Like, why would we think that there wouldn't be, for one, social unrest, and for two, like economic unrest on this? I missed her question and her point. I didn't miss anything. I'm going to go back. I'm just making my statement and then I'm going to go back to make sure we clarified what her position is.
So we're clear that Black Americans were able to serve in office in the early 1900s. They were able to vote.
I know. Stop telling me I pre-watched it. Stop.
Throughout the 1900s. But yes, there were poll taxes. There was Jim Crow laws. There was segregation. Of course there was. I mean, you have to be
Yeah, but it was like a no big deal, right? Again, I love Charlie Kirk being like, yeah, well, that didn't affect me, of course. Like, the idea of being a Black person, you know, I think gives you a bit of a sense of reality when you talk about, like, historically, that, like, the same way that, like, being a woman, right? I couldn't vote. And do you know how mad that makes me? The concept of thinking that I didn't have what America stands for, my rights, what I think is Tulsa Race Massacre, yeah. Like, the idea of not having that pisses me off. Which is, again, why Black women are incredibly active when it comes to voting. I think not having he does seem like I don't know, like a Polish guy. Wait, is Charlie Kirk Polish? Hold on. Let's see what level of wait, why did I just type in Charlie? Kirk. What is his ethnic background? Wait, I don't know his ethnic background? Wait, he's younger than I am? What the fuck? Wait. How am I 32? Wait, hold on. Sorry, I've been drinking. Am I just an idiot? How am I 32 when my birthday was in 1992? That doesn't add up. How is he 30? How is he 2 years younger than me? When he was born a year after I was. Am I just doing dumb with the math? Wait, what is this?
And one of the most famous verses in the scriptures when Jesus
This doesn't actually sound like him at all.
brings his disciples up to the mouth of the Jordan River, he asks them...
is a Wikipedia type? That doesn't make any sense. If it's like currently 30, that doesn't add up, right? What did he pay Wikipedia? Obviously it's a joke. Of this year had to... Yeah, so I don't understand. Well, he would be 31 if his birthday didn't happen. Because my birthday's in August, so I'm 32. So he should be turning 32. Wait, no, 31. He should be turning 30... Wait. For this year. Am I just... Okay, whatever. The fact that he looks like he's like 40 is a compliment to myself, and I'll take that. Oh no, he was from from Florida. Florida. Yeah, I actually just turned 21. Thank you. Thank you guys for saying that. I do look very young. Or let's first goddamn
not
it.
to acknowledge
It's
those.
way
Okay,
too
so we
late.
can acknowledge
oh my
all
God,
of
we've been
those
streaming
things.
for almost 9
Can we
hours.
also acknowledge,
we've streamed for over 9
due
hours. Jesus
to
Christ.
the laws under Jim Crow, that Black people were significantly hindered
Oh, hold on. Is it this? Is it this meme? That one?
from economic
Got it.
advancement.
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. It was evil, it was terrible, But Black Americans are
It was evil and bad, but like I don't know why like it didn't financially fuck them. What are you talking about?
poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s.
Yes. Why do you think that is?
Good question. So we have the Civil Rights Act, we have more benefits, more government programs. Something changed between the 1950s and 2024. So there's two answers to this question. Either America got more racist.
What? What question?
Since 1950s to 2024. So like that 70-year period, because Black...
like the shape of Florida? Yo, his hairline's crazy. What's going on here? It looks like a... It's like a cowl. It looks like a Batman cowl.
Black Americans are worse off today per capita.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You agree with that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Than in the 1950s.
Per cap... No.
Or there's another...
She shouldn't agree to that. No, that was bad. No, Black Americans are not worse off per capita than the 1950s.
Explanation. And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, which is I think you would acknowledge that the disappearance of the Black father has been the #1 driver.
Oh my God. God, I didn't realize how late it is. I shouldn't have done that. Ben? Oh, did Ray just still both of them? That's fine.
Of Black poverty in this country. Now, there are reasons for that we
Yeah. What do you think the reasons for that are?
Well, culture is one. Would you agree?
Culture? Just say the N-word, dude. Just say it.
So actually, let's go back to the foundations
you can say school
of that
to prison
culture.
pipeline, all that stuff. But do at least
She didn't say that. All right. Again, Charlie Strawman, back at it again.
Agree that Black dads not being around is a bad thing.
Anyone's father not being around is a bad
No,
thing.
of course,
Not
but
specifically.
75% of Black youth are not raised with a father in the home. It's the highest of any group in the country. It used to be 25% in the 1950s, so it's gone up dramatically in 70 years.
Okay, so you are blaming the fact that Black people have not been able to achieve economic equality and advancement in this country.
They've had decrease.
Specifically and solely because of the absence
Not
of Black
solely.
parents.
It is the most primary ingredient reason. It's the most
So you
primary
think
reason.
it's the absence of Black fathers?
Correct.
And you think...
Well, chicken, you already don't have a head, so you gotta have to find a different method, I guess.
What else?
Public sector teacher unions that have kept these schools crummy and kids aren't reading and teachers keep getting paid and we don't fire bad teachers. That's a big thing.
Okay.
War on police in our inner cities and
What?
not having enough police and not actually locking up criminals. Hear me out. For example, in Chicago, do you know that only half of all murders go solved in the city of Chicago?
That doesn't surprise
Half of all murderers go solved in this. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
me at all.
That's a problem, right?
That is a problem.
Yeah, so we need more police, more detectives to solve those murders. But I want to hear your points too. I'm talking too much.
So
murders.
Let's go back a little bit to what you said in the issue of policing.
Yeah, racism not a part of that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Now, starting in the 1980s and continuing onward, there's been a war on drugs. Is this correct?
I like the war on drugs.
You like the war?
I like the war on drugs, which has famously been considered a failure by like basically every metric. Well, we love that for him. Not that that's the first thing he's ever agreed with. That was a failure.
War on drugs. So during the war on drugs, it created an epidemic of mass incarceration, specifically.
Hold on, only if you're using drugs.
No. Keep. Oh, stop. There is no proof that, or actually there is actually more proof to say that Black people and white people use drugs at the exact same rate. It has, Black people are not like I don't know, like this weird like anomaly of drug users. Black people and white people use drugs at almost the exact same rate. Silly.
No.
Or peddling drugs. If you don't use drugs, then you don't go to jail, right?
So you believe that the criminal justice system is flawless?
No, I've never said flawless. There's a lot of people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. There's a lot of problems in any system.
Okay, so wait, let's pause on that. So you believe that a lot of people who have gone to jail shouldn't be in jail? A small percent. What percent would you say?
5%.
You would say only 5%.
Correct. When you have a
What was that based off of? That's such a weird number, but okay.
system of justice, you're going to have scummy prosecutors, you're going to have bad defense.
Oh my God. So wait, no, what she said earlier when you believe in the justice system. Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, she shouldn't have bitten down on that bait.
Attorneys.
I have a question. Can I get a Google? What percentage of people currently incarcerated are Black?
It's way larger than
Well, it's hold on.
It's what?
Hold on.
way larger than
No, I know, but the fact I'm saying 5%.
It's caused by the war on want drugs.
Hold on a
So
second.
that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Go up,
Exactly.
Queen. I love
Who
her.
am I debating? Am I debating here?
If your own government is pumping drugs.
Yeah. So
Okay, so I want to make a quick
you're
point.
right.
What are you silencing black voices all of a sudden?
Black
I
Americans
thought Jubilee was woke.
are in prison far greater than their percentage of the population. So Black Americans
No, she was spin though.
about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes, I
about
know
half
this.
of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
No, Jesus fucking Christ! He's doing the what the 1750? What's the oh my God! Woo! Woohoo!
They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they
Oh,
commit
1350. That's what it is. Blacks make up 13% of the population. In 2019, 51% of those arrested for wait, what? For murder?
This guy would have been an N-word sayer if he would have gone onto 4chan instead of
Negligent
Tumblr.
manslaughter were black. Again, arrested for, not convicted. This is what they always. I've actually not seen it phrased this weirdly, but this is the fucking bullshit where they get you arrested for. Does that mean that they were actually the perpetrators? Absolutely not. It just says arrested for. If you wanted to use the statistic, and it was actually meaningful, it would be perpetrated. It would be were convicted of such.
58% of all the
It
murders.
said arrested. It doesn't mean they did it.
That's not a war on drugs, that's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until 1965. I'll give it, I mean, honestly, it's later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation
yeah, no, everyone would do that. Like, this has historically happened from any type of slum, right? Crime is always. Oh my God, my camera is slowly turning farther to the side, and it's really funny. Sorry, I'm sorry giving you guys vertigo, but yes, of course, any subjugated people are people. Like, nobody likes to be under the thumb of anybody else. So yeah, they're gonna be more violent. Like, you could even use that when it comes to talk about the Palestinian people. Like, yeah, okay, if the option is either get killed by Israeli bombs randomly, or like, I don't know, suicide bomb to hopefully maybe have a better freedom for your younger sister or some shit. Like, yeah, of course they're going to choose violence in that situation because you don't give them any other option. People, it's not them. It's not them as an a weird, that's you. That would be you. You would be making that decision. I would be making that decision. I'm not necessarily saying the suicide bomb. I'm just saying like when it comes to desperation, people do what they have to do. And it has nothing to do with who they are. It's not because you're black you do this. It's not because it's a desperate situation, and every human being would do the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter at all when it comes to talking about like it's not like, because obviously the 1350 shit is like trying to prove that like black people are more violent. They're not, because you would be as violent too, if you were in like a horrible situation, and like it's stupid. God damn, I fucking hate people who use this argument so much. Again, it's just racist. Honestly, 1350 is just racism.
And slavery. During that time, 4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country.
He's like, why not more? Charlie Kirk's like, why not more?
I think that these things have a lasting effect. We have had 10 generations of subjugation and 4 of legislative freedom.
Of course they have an impact, but it's more on you to explain why things got worse since the Civil Rights Act. More violent.
I don't think things got no, things did not get worse since this. Based on what metric? I think things have gotten a lot better since the Civil Rights Act. I mean, I have an iPhone. I mean, like, what are we talking about? Like, I think that more people have indoor plumbing. I think we have less lead in our like. What are we? What is our metric for things getting better? He's saying they've gotten worse somehow. So I'm curious on where he's coming from. What? There's more inflation? Yeah, of course. That's just regardless of what happens, is going to be a thing. Oh, what? Women have more rights? So, like, I don't know, my groceries cost more money? Like, that must be because I can only think in I guess, in one dimension here. It must be because women got more rights and my grocery go up. That means that women equal grocery go up. So women need to go down to get grocery go down. Nice meme.
Less fathers around, poorer. Why is that? So,
because of mass incarceration and the unfair criminalization of black men.
But let's just take murders, for example. Why blacks are 13% of the population and commit 58% of the murders? Why is that?
That's not true. I don't know. Regardless if that's the case, I don't know. You tell me. Why do you think that is?
Because people in affluent and whiter neighborhoods are not being policed at the same rate. There are more police.
I'm talking about dead bodies. There's no, like, we're not talking about policing. We're talking about murders. Why are so many blacks committing murders outside of their population?
Okay, let's take it back to some history.
Outside of their population, Charlie Kirk trying to not sound racist, challenge impossible.
I'm curious for an answer to that question.
I'm going to give you one. So let's go to redlining. Okay, redlining.
Redlining
yes.
is why so many blacks are killing each other?
No, let me finish my claim.
Okay.
And then you can respond. Is that okay? Okay, so redlining, federally mandated or sustained by the FHA, right? Separating black Americans to specifically empower.
I feel like she's a Hassan viewer. Because I feel like there's a way better response you could do. She doesn't have enough time to do this. She's not wrong to do this response. I'm just saying she doesn't have enough time to, because they said they only get like 10 minutes.
Impoverished and relegated areas of the country. We are incapable
she's
of
not
buying
incorrect.
homes and putting equity into neighborhoods with lower crime rates and better educational systems. We do not have access to things that would uplift and help our community. When you are put in an environment that promotes and reinforces social and economic inequality, you become desperate and are forced to do things that maybe don't align with your values.
But what you're making an excuse for a lot of murder.
Again, she's right, but she's not doing enough for us to be like the. I mean, maybe that's why you picked. She's not wrong in anything she's saying, you know? I think she just, she got to get her thoughts a little bit more straight.
When you have
a lot of stealing,
a high concentration of a subjugated people.
This is what I realized. This is why I feel like she's a Hassan viewer. Not because there's anything wrong with what she's saying. It's just, I do think Hassan gives you a lot of, like, ammunition, but doesn't ever give you, like, a thing to stick the landing. I think he's not good at making a solid point. He's just good at saying stuff, which I think is why TYT became such a hive mind for fucking corruption, is because they don't really give you a lot. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Okay, no, I'm gonna stay focused. Okay, never mind.
One area.
If you were
Anna Kasparian recently said some insane shit about being pro-Russia or whatever. Moving on, though.
Right, when blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil. But
oh yeah, no, she's gone pro. Yeah, no, chicken. It's pretty insane.
Young men want pussy.
Yeah,
They're
I'm
going
sure
to have to
people
stop being
love
so
going back.
unfuckable.
Isn't that like an entire joke about like going back to the Future and being like, well, it's good for some people, you know? I'm pretty sure in the 50s, where they still served for our country. By the way, if you guys forget, in 40s, we'll say, in World War II, Black people were not like immune to the draft. They were still part of the force that defended democracy and fucking defeated the Nazis. Black people were not just like they were still required to serve, but they were still oddly treated as second-class citizens, when I think a lot of soldiers, to some extent, actually had a sympathy for the civil rights cause, because they were in the same fucking foxholes, even though they tried to keep them separated. When you have the same experiences, you realize that we're all just people. Yeah, they had segregated units, which was super stupid. And a lot of people actually complained about that. That was like a huge, you know, obviously they did the it's not the time thing, which, okay, I get you're in a war. But like, the some of the support for the civil rights movement was when you're in the fucking foxhole with another guy, it doesn't fucking matter who he is. You realize that you're the same, you know? And that happened even though they were segregated units, yes. When they were there to save your life, because they were just, a lot of them would not be on the front lines, which again is stupid. When they were running, a lot of them were like truck, they ran like trucks and stuff. When you see somebody that you don't give a shit, racism goes away when it comes to a real human need for something.
They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were
less
afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation, but I guess
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that
in the last
affected
80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to understand, why is it the more social welfare we've done, so we've spent $20 trillion on uplifting Black communities, $20 trillion, and Black Americans are poor. We've done everything that's been asked.
You haven't done everything that's been asked, though.
Great society,
because what is being
stamps,
asked?
subsidized housing, Medicaid, public schooling.
What? Public schooling, the thing that everyone gets? What?
Subsidized college. We're talking about $20 trillion.
The things that everyone gets. I don't know why these Black people are so ungrateful for just being normal citizens. That's pretty crazy, right? How these Black people are so ungrateful for just having the exact same rights as everybody else, because it could have been worse. I don't like what is he on about?
Been spent on the Great Society, and yet Black America is poorer, more murderous, more dangerous.
Murderous? Jesus Christ! Yeah, every single time I see a Black person, I'm always assuming they're gonna murder me. The fuck?
There's an explanation. I'm asking you to
explain. But we are not
that
asking for handouts. We are asking for equity.
Hold on,
and
what
part
is
of
it? What
equity
does equity mean?
is
You mean
what is equity? Oh, look how smug he is.
taking from other people?
Excuse me. It means sharing, which is something that you guys seem to have a.
Oh my god, that was so cringe. You see that little face?
Taking from other people?
Excuse me. It means sharing, which is something that you.
Oof. Again, that's not a good response. I will say that's not a great response, but I think it was a good response, and he got a good reaction from him, I guess. But like, holy shit! Like, again, am I racist? Challenge impossible.
You guys seem to have a very hard time doing
sharing. So somebody has to explain why Black America, and you haven't, is 13% of the population and commits 58% of the murder.
Black people have built and founded.
Okay, she doesn't know the 1350 argument. Come on, she had all of her other shit ready for this. Ah, that sucks. Whatever. Not like he's gonna listen to it anyways. The 1350 again, it's not that they committed the murders, they are arrested for them. They are arrested for them. They are not guilty for them. It actually, that's why the 1350 argument is actually, if you think about it, it's reverse. It means it really actually supports the idea that Black communities are over-policed.
The society.
Thank you. I was very smart group, very opinionated. There were a couple other people, I kind of felt bad for them. They had a lot of strong opinions, but they just weren't ready for prime time. Overall, very good group, very impressive.
Republicans
Did they speed that up? What the fuck? That sounded so weird.
tend to just focus on
Names are autistic, King, alright?
like preventing you from arguing your
Yeah,
point.
of course poor people will commit the majority. But again, the 1350 thing, it doesn't even... The reason why the 1350 argument is actually better to flip it is because it's about arrests. It's not about committing the crimes. Obviously, if that argument even was like that they were committing the crimes, you could obviously do what you're saying, Avocado, and argue that obviously it's about poor people, socioeconomic disparagement. If it was, I don't know, white people that were the poor people, they would be the same people doing it. It has nothing to do with their race. Duh, you're correct. But like the thing about the 1350 specifically is that it's incorrect, or I guess used incorrectly, because it's the wrong way. Because he wrongly says it's about that they're committing them, and it's not. They're arrested for it. They are arrested more often for violent crimes. That doesn't mean that they are convicted for those violent crimes. The big thing to keep in mind when they do the 1350 argument is it's just about arrests, which is obviously very stupid to like make a grander claim about it.
Point, not actually countering the points that you come up with.
He often will switch the topic, like do a lot of gish gallop.
Just arrest. Wait, what? I think though for the majority of emergency arrests, it's difficult to argue that they're just arresting lots of innocent people. Well, then they wouldn't have used 1350 if they actually had good stats, Avocado. I think that's what we have to think about. You know, if they didn't have, why would they have to mischaracterize those stats if they had the right ones? If 50% of murders were happening by like fucking whatever, what the fuck? I don't even know what this is, but I'm banning you. I don't even know what that was for, but it just was a knee-jerk reaction.
And like kind of filibustering to get people to not be able to make the points that they want.
But again, they wouldn't have to lie if the statistics were correct, is my point, I guess.
Make. And I definitely feel like he did that to me.
Look, Charlie's a talented guy. There's a reason why he spoke at the RNC.
No, it's not funny enough to pin. It's just, I kind of just like self-defense banned that. Because it's not funny. There's no interesting thing about it. It's like they just copy-pasted something into it. Featuring luxury business. It's not funny enough to pen.
He's media trained, he's had conversations like this before, and he's built a career on dunking on college students. But for a bunch of liberal students who don't have that same type of media training and who aren't as prepared to be in confrontational formats like this, I thought they did a really good job of articulating their views.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mason was the smartest kid.
That's why I thought it was like so obvious to show how racist Charlie Kirk is when he said something about going outside of their demographic to commit crimes. Like, because obviously black on black violence is more common than like black on white violence is, which okay. Where like he doesn't give a shit about black on black violence. He doesn't give a shit about violence in general. Let the blacks fight each other, like, you know, insanely racist shit. To be like, I only care about it when blacks, I don't know, hurt white people, you know, like, it's insane. Like, Charlie Kirk is an amazingly racist person. And, we love that for him, question mark?
Kid, for sure. Parker needs to calm down. Very smart, but kept on changing the topic. But he's got talent. Very annoying, though. Smart, but annoying.
Parker definitely gave Charlie a run for his money. Yeah, Parker ate that down.
One girl was very nasty. She was a very nasty person.
Nasty. Oh, I don't remember her name. He's gonna like see. I assume he's talking about Marin. I love when men, again, if a man calls a woman keep in mind, I think Chicken made a comment about this earlier. Think about when you ever hear somebody talk about a woman and call her nasty. I don't think that any time is not going to be a sexist way of saying it. Like, it's not like they say it like to a guy. Like, I don't say like a guy is being nasty. Literally, the only time that anyone would say nasty is in reference to a woman, and it's clearly because they're just like being shitty about like a woman.
I run for his money. Yeah, Parker ate that down.
One girl was very
Lupus?
nasty. She was a very nasty person. She overly personalized it.
I honestly don't
Nasty.
regret any of the things I said.
She's got odd res. We love Marin for her odd res.
The only thing I would have taken back is I said at the end, as I walked away, I said, I hope your daughter can get away from you. That one was a dig, and that was my bad. But honestly,
I love Marin. She seems pretty autistic, and we love her for that.
case of her being a 10-year-old pregnant and he won't let her get medical help, that's just wild to me. I can't believe that.
I think the group did very great. It's a very hard environment for people to learn in these types of areas, but I think it's best that people get involved in debate and entertainment as it helps people grow and critically think in our society.
I thought it was very valuable. I hope people learned something. I think the students were able to refine their arguments, and hopefully this gets seen by millions of people where they're able to see what side they land on. But yeah, it's not easy just to stand there.
She'd be fun to go mini golfing with. Sure. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna send you over to our famous stream guy who better be streaming right now because I'm typing the words in right now /raid headless. Oh, god damn it. There's no A in it. Try it again. Headless chicken. Ah. Wait, that's not right. Wait, that can't. Wait, is this like that's not right? Or did you change your icon? Wait, is that right? You were right. All right. And thank you all for being here. Gonna go ahead and send you over. Didn't realize you changed your icon. I was like, what? Thank you all. We're gonna go ahead and send you over. We'll see you probably tomorrow. Have a good one and have a good night.